like it, that's tight.
Okay, me too.
Yeah, just eat it. I like that. Easier to use. Nope, didn't bother me at all. Laughing Jerry. President.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are now ready to resume plaintiff's case in chief. Plaintiff may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Plaintiff called Mike Park to the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm to the testimony matter of this case you should give this truth and nothing but the truth and nothing.
Yes,
While speaking clearly into the mic, which is still.
yes.
Say your name.
My name is Mike Park. Korean name is Himin, but I've been Mike for about, 30, 40 years.
Well,
Spell your name, please.
Korean name is HYMINH. Last name Park, PARK.
Where do you reside, Mr. Park?
I live here in Georgia, in Beaufort, Georgia. Yes.
What is your current occupation?
I run small businesses. Currently, I part owner with a distillery making soju, which is a Korean traditional distilled liquor. And last December, right here near us at Marketplace, I think, next to Grady, opened up a coffee shop. Yeah.
Do you have any partners in that business?
Yes.
How many partners do you have?
1, 2, 3, 4 right now.
Do you have a written agreement for that partnership?
I shook hands.
Shook hands.
Yeah.
So it's a handshake deal, just like the one with Mr. Lee?
Yes, it's verbal. Yeah.
What other businesses are you an owner of?
And there's another gaming room that I have.
Just
And
one?
just one, yes.
So now let's talk about your experience in skill games. How long have you been in the skill game business?
About 10 years. I was asked by a friend of mine, his name's Ki, to help him to find a location in North Carolina where this is all allowed. So we drive up and then I find 2 locations. The first one with him, we opened that up, we're running it. And this business is doing well, cash flow wise. About a year later, I find a second location and then because Key was my partner, he stayed as a partner. Yeah. So that's how I got into the game and quickly find out that it's a good business. And then it is a rewarding aspect of the business where in rural areas where the elderly people are, we just ended up giving them a little form of an entertainment. So all in all, it was pretty rewarding in business wise, and the elderly people who would not drive and not be able to get away, had something to do.
For the last 10 years, of being in the skilled gaming business, do you feel like that you have learned how to target older customers?
Yes,
Has that always been the market that you've targeted?
I learned as I opened the first store, and it didn't take me long to see that I could cater to age group by having certain kind of gaming machines in the store.
So
And-
over the last 10 years, you've learned what kind of gaming machines are attractive to and attract customers in that target market?
Generally, video slot games where you sit down and you're playing. Younger crowds, they have different set of games that would be more exciting, but I chose not to go that way. Yeah, so.
Okay, so over the years, how many different skilled gaming stores have you operated?
I opened 4 stores. The first store and the second store and the third store that I was in at Spring Lake, all in the same county. And Harnett County of North Carolina decided to not to have the games anymore. So, but we were given permission and all of that to open up, and then they choose to close the games down. Yeah.
So far you've told the jury about, marketing and choosing games. If you would tell the jury the process of opening a store from a government regulation standpoint.
Okay, I will go to the county, the municipalities, ask for permission to open up. They will ask me to apply for special use permit. It's a long drawn out process, town meetings in the month after that, another town meeting where the people come and voice their opinions, whether either for or not. And then in the process, when the town allows me to open up, then I'm meeting with the building people at the county to make sure that the build out will be in accordance with whatever codes and permit needs to be. Yeah. So.
Have you received pushback or resistance from the county commission or the planning and zoning departments?
Once those who allow the games, no, not much. But then there are many towns and counties where just they don't allow it. And it comes down to a few individuals in town who just doesn't like what we do. Yeah, and then they go, no, you're not allowed. But the court says otherwise. But I didn't fight the municipalities to go in and open up against their will.
So when you say the court says otherwise, can you just give a brief overview to the jury? What makes these skilled games legal? What are you referencing?
Those software companies designed in a feature where you could stop the roll by pressing the button second time. And then when you win something, another window pops up. For example, and it's pretty silly, a big elephant and a very small elephant. And then it would ask you, which is bigger? And I guess you have to skillfully choose the bigger elephant, and then you win whatever prize that's on that you win. Silly, but that's what the ruling was, and then you see so many stores like this in North Carolina, and then of course with the blessings from the county, the town, I open up.
And so the selection of games that qualify as a skill game, that's not something you decide. That's something that is set by regulation, or how's that set?
Uh, the companies that make stand-ups have those things designed in. So I just go there and see what games are permissible, and then I buy those games.
When you say stand-ups, can you explain to the jury what a stand-up game is?
You go to gas stations, and then you see these video slots individually by themselves, and we call them stand-ups, video slots. Yeah.
Were there stand-up games in the North Carolina Highway 201 location?
We had some,
I mean,
yes,
so-
yes.
Okay, and then so that's one type of game. What other type of games did you have in the Highway 210 location?
The majority of the games that people like to play are called computer games. So we have a monitor, computer, and then we call software suppliers who will come, install their games, and then put it on a server, and the monitors are hooked up to the server. So when customer comes in, they register, they get their ID number, and they will go to any one of the monitors where the games are hooked up, and then they punch in their ID, and then they're to play. They're able to play. Yeah.
So again, the software providers, they're the ones who are in control of what games are legal, quote unquote. right?
They would know. I mean, these are big companies who will supply not only North Carolina, but Las Vegas, Southeast Asia, you name them. Big companies, but they cater these games for small rooms like us. So Vegas, much flashier, much more graphic and all of that. And ours, not as good, but much cheaper games.
And so these 4 stores that you've operated over the years, were they all done in a partnership?
Yes.
And outside of the Sean Lee situation, how did these partnerships operate for you?
First 2 stores with Key, he came to me, asked me to come up and help him find locations. And like I said, the very first store, we were driving around all over North Carolina, found a place. So we opened that up. Of course, with the blessings from the town and all of that. A year later, I, on my own, find this another place, and we open up. And the key is finding the municipality that would allow us to be there in the beginning. And then you go there, and then you run into all kinds of restrictions, 500 feet away from residences, daycare, churches. The small town in North Carolina, maybe they have one traffic light. 30 churches. I run away from one church into another church, into another church. They allow the games, but then, so very difficult to find suitable locations. But then when I find it, I mean, they did well, every one of them.
And so finding locations, that's one of your skills, right?
Yes, and knowing that location would do well, and over the years running 4 stores, I think I've kind of pinpointed what locations will work for us. Yeah.
Because of your success, have you found that landlords want to work with you?
There's the second difficulty, finding a municipality, towns that would allow us, that's hard enough. And then finding a location within that town, away from this, away from that, more difficult. We find a building, retail space, and the landlord sometimes would fret and against the type of business that we run. So knows I don't want to rent. So very difficult in those respects. And so once we find a location like we did at Spring Lake, it's very few and far in between. Yeah. So
Okay. You talked a little bit about the two different kinds of machines, the stand-up and the computer systems. Just real briefly recap for the jury, what is a game, a skill game? And what's the difference between it and a gambling game, a casino game?
gambling by definition, a game of chance. You press the button, things roll, they come to stop, and by pure chance, they align and you win something. Skill games, they look the same, they pretty much work the same way, but you have an option of letting it come to stop or press that button again, and then you make it come to stop.
So that second press of the button is a skill because it comes down to timing.
They spin so fast. I mean, it was yeah. Let's call it timing skill. You try to time it, but
It's hard to do.
it's very hard to do. And then, like I said, once you have something aligned, another picture pops up. Bigger elephant, small elephant. Sometimes they ask for a small elephant, and so you have to go skillfully pick the small elephant to win that prize.
Is running a game room like this profitable?
Yes.
And is it profitable enough to pay Mr. Lee $100,000 a month?
No.
Did you ever tell Mr. Lee that this game center, the Spring Lake Game Center, would generate his share of $100,000 per month?
No.
Okay, we're going to come back to that again in a few minutes. Let's step back in time and tell the jury, if you would, how you met Mr. Lee.
We go back, I don't know, 15, 20 years, played golf together from time to time. And then generally when we get finished, we have dinner, maybe a few drinks. Mr. Lee, he doesn't drink too much, but I enjoy drinking. So we play golf, have dinner, and then have a few more drinks and stuff. So that's how we met. And then over the years, he knows I'm doing this type of businesses. And then through others in town, here's how well the stores are doing. So he has shown interest. And I said, and when Spring Lake came about, I said, why not? Yeah.
So Mr. Lee testified yesterday that you talked to him constantly about trying to become a partner. Were you constantly trying to sell him on investing?
No. He has shown interest. The nature of business, the way it generates cash flow, there are many people who shows interest. And then I could have easily chosen the existing partner that I was running two stores with. And I wanted to get away from him, find another partner, and it happened to be Sean. And in my way of thinking business, just like in stock, just don't put all your money in one thing. You spread your risk. And pretty much that's my way of thinking. Going to partnership, make a little bit, and with the same amount of money that I could have opened one store, maybe I could open up 3 stores in partnership. So small amounts add up to a bigger amount. At least that was the theory, the thinking that I was working on.
Prior to the Spring Lake deal, did you have any business deals with Mr. Lee?
No.
So the Spring Lake deal was the first deal that you had
Yes.
ever done with him? Okay. So tell the jury, if you would, about your conversations with Mr. Lee about forming this deal. What kind of discussions did you have? Obviously, you said you didn't tell him it would earn him $100,000 a month. What did you tell him?
The deal was he was to pay up to 150,000 to build out the store, the machines and all, for 50% share. And we agreed to that. But I knew the business. Someone who doesn't know the business can't get into it because these people, the vendors, they're not on Google. You can Google them and find them unless somebody in the business tells you who these people are. So the knowledge that I had was worth something. And then, like I said, I didn't need Sean. I had other people to open up, but over the past about a year or so, he has shown interest because he has heard how well the stores are doing. And Key, my partner, he wasn't too what's the word? He wasn't too shameful about telling the whole town how much money he's making, and he double, triple, quadrupled his actual amount. And everybody thought, yeah, he was
Did you
making.
say that to Sean Lee?
I no, I don't know. But he was telling everybody, and then we know everybody. I mean, yeah. So I'm sure he has heard.
When you say we know everybody, are you talking about in the Metro Atlantic Korean community or?
Pretty much the Korean community, small community, and then yeah, and there's like, well, there are a lot of us who play golf, and then we play golf here, there, at different places, and then when we come to restaurants, we run into them, and then we talk about things, and my partner guy, all too proud to say he was making a lot more money than he actually did. But then the stores, the first 2 stores, did quite well. Yes.
Now, I understand your desire to spread your risk. I think that makes totally good sense. But can you tell the jury, did you need Mr. Lee to open this store at Spring Lake?
I didn't need Mr. Lee at all to open up Spring Lake. Shortly after we opened up Spring Lake, and I'm always looking for stores to open up. So I got into distillery business. I went into country buffet restaurant. So I had my means, but then I had people that I knew, like what's her name, Chemi Madden, who was mentioned yesterday. So new people who wanted to work with me, to get into business with me. So I feel fortunate that I had such friends. So yeah,
Could you have also opened up with Mr. Key as a partner?
the first 2 stores I did.
But could you have opened up Spring Lake with him?
With the first 2 stores, I had some issues with Key. So I wanted to get away from him opening other gaming stores, and this where Mr. Lee showed up.
So Mr. Lee said yesterday, I was told I could make $100,000 a month. Did you tell him that he could make $100,000 a month?
No, I never did, and then you never ever promise anybody they could make certain amount. It's just foolish. I mean, you cannot guarantee that. But then my friend, yeah, again, he just overstated everything, and then words get around how he has become a millionaire over a few months, stuff like that. And I laughed about it, but then this stores do well.
So can you tell the jury what you did tell Mr. Lee to expect in terms of returns on investment? What kind of range, or how did you answer that question?
I told him that the first two stores that I ran with Key are generating close to 100,000 a month.
For 2 stores? Is that for 2 stores total or for each?
For one store.
Okay.
The first one didn't do as much. It was only about 60,000 a month. And in discussing the possibilities of the stores, I would have mentioned that, first two stores are doing this much. Third store at Spring Lake, that location all by itself could do more. I'm sure I would have said something like that, but then you never ever back yourself to a corner and say, we're going to make 100,000. I guarantee 100,000. Nobody would do that.
When you said 100,000 a month, that was total, right?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to leading.
At this time, overruled. You can renew it if it continues.
Total, yes.
Okay, not that was that the share that Mr. Lee would get?
It would be a total. And again, I never mentioned to Mr. Lee that he will make his portion of 50% would be 100,000.
Would you tell the jury what kinds of expenses you have in operating a store like this?
Initially, the store set up, and I made it a point to make it inviting. Like every other business, we make it inviting. We want people to keep coming back. And then the machines. They can go from 3,000 to about 15,000 per machine. We don't go anywhere near 15,000. We stay below 5,000. For the computers, I go to a used dealer in town, buy monitor, the computer for about, I want to say less than 250 for the two, all used. Chairs, Staples, Office Depot, on sale about $50, $60. Yeah. So to set up a computer system, there's a desk designed to have those computer and all of that there. The desk was about $120. So 120, 250, 370, the chair. Yeah, about $400 you could have a complete set of the monitor, the computer, keyboard, the mouse, little speakers, chair. And then if we have 40 stores, it's 40 times that. Yeah, so
So what was that total dollar per station again?
about $400,
About
I would
$400
think,
per
with the
station.
chair.
With a chair?
Yeah.
How many stations were there in the Spring Lake?
I want to say about 30, give or take few. I don't remember, but it wasn't a big store. So, and I don't even know if we had a table made we had a 2x4 cut it and had a long kind of table that Danny, Mr. Lee's friend, put together. So we might have placed it there, but yeah, we might have had some computer furniture table that I mentioned.
Tell us about the business, SM Men Enterprise LLC. What does SM stand for?
M.
What does the SM part of the company name stand
S stands for Sean. M stands for Mike.
for? Okay. How did y'all come up with that name?
Well, we were getting together. We wanted to create an entity, and then Sean came up with that name. I said, "Good as any." Yeah.
Were you expecting to be an owner of this company?
I'm partner to the entity, so I'm thinking I'm 50% into that. Yeah.
So you were 50% owner. What would Mr. Lee's percentage ownership be?
50%. Yeah.
And then tell us about the name 210 Skill Sweepstakes.
It was on Highway 210. Yeah. And we named it 210 Skill Games. A lot of the gaming stores in North Carolina are called skill games, and people there know. Or they go by sweepstakes and skill games. Yeah. I talked to the town. I'm permitted, so I wouldn't hide anything. But yeah, so yeah, we operated that way. Yeah.
So you were a part of that company.
Yes,
And did Mr. Lee set up the business, the LLC?
he did.
Okay. And were you involved in that setup process?
No, none at all.
So let's talk about the Highway 210 location in Spring Lake. Who found that location?
I did.
When did you first find that location?
I want to say about a year prior to opening up the store. So the store opened up late December 2019, I think. So I want to say about a year ago, I saw the location and then talked to the landlord, and then came to a deal.
Okay. So you were looking at this location long before Mr. Lee came on.
Long before.
Were you talking to the landlord before Mr. Lee came on?
Yes.
And who is that landlord?
Blackman Properties and their representative, her name's Artie, and Artie was very instrumental in helping me to get through some of the work we had to do with the county, with the municipalities there. Yeah.
Okay. So did you plan to open a store in that location, Artie's location, prior to meeting Mr. Lee?
Yes, because I saw it first, and then, like I said, location is everything, and I explained how difficult it is to find a location. Yeah.
So you got the location. Mr. Lee says he wants to invest. Tell the jury about the conversation where you put together the partnership. Was this in person or over golf? Give us sort of an overview of what that conversation looked like.
Well, we meet somewhere, McDonald's or something, you know, and then talk about things. But then it was it wasn't too complicated. I mean, yeah, I said, put up 150,000. We'll build out the store that way. And again, and I would ask there was the deal because I didn't need his money to open up that location. I've had others who wanted to be in, But Sean and I, we played golf and had no reason not to do the deal with Sean. Yeah, I mean, Sean was good as any other people that I knew that I played golf, that I would go out, have your drinks together. So
Did Mr. Lee negotiate any terms? Did he want changes to the terms, or where did y'all just come to an easier?
it was pretty short deal, and I don't remember having too much of a discussion on the deal.
Did you talk about how the distributions would be made? Monthly, quarterly, yearly?
Monthly, I run the store at the end of the month. I do a P&L, show what we made, what we spent, and whatever is left is our profit. And so he was supposed to get 50%, I 50%. But in building the store, he brings this guy, Denny's friend, did very little work. And then first month, we made money. And then he tells me we need to pay Denny 10% of the profit. I said, why? He did the work. You're supposed to pay for the store upgrade. And I said, fine. I mean, 10%, not that month, but month after that, and then many, many more years after that, as long as that store wasn't going to be there. Never discussed, just sprung on me January. So that wasn't right. But I said, fine. In my mind, on a partnership, you give little and things work better. But if you fight for every single penny, it's hard for everybody. But I said, fine. Yeah.
So do you know if Mr. Lee paid Denny for the work that he did?
I don't think so, because I would assume Danny was promised 10% of the profit. He comes in, does that little office, few tables and stuff, and he gets his 10%. So I'm thinking that Mr. Lee has not spent a dime in building that store. The landlord, this was an auction garage. I want to say 12 to 1,500 square feet, big to garage doors, gaps. I mean, the birds could fly through and all of that. And the landlord had to put air conditioning, bathroom, and all of that. And they've done the work for about 75,000 or so. So air conditioning, some lighting. The bathrooms had to be built in to meet the codes. And then we moved in, and then Denny built that little office and a few countertops, and that was about the extent of what Mr. Lee and Denny did in terms of leasehold improvements.
When you made this deal with Mr. Lee, did you expect the landlord to make all those improvements? Or Mr.
It was
Lee?
talked about that we needed bathrooms. I mean, the store would have a bunch of people. So if it's a warehouse and maybe one or two people are going to be there, a small bathroom will be fine. But when you have 10, 20 people, you need bigger bathrooms, the current codes. So the air conditioning wasn't there. So the landlord has put all of that in.
So that was not part of the build out cost that Mr. Lee was expecting to pay. I need you to answer that.
No.
Okay. So back to the payments. Mr. Lee said on the witness stand yesterday that he had not received any financial reports from you. Is that true?
That's not true. At the end of the month, like I said, I do a monthly P&L. It shows daily sales, what came in, what came out. What is left is our profit. So yeah, I've done that for January and February. And about third week of March, we get shut down. COVID, the whole state, whole country gets shut down. So I've given him P&L for February and January. Yes.
And I believe he confirmed that you paid him a profit distribution as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how much you had actually paid?
I saw my note on February. Sean got paid $4,000, and I paid myself $2,500 for the first 4 months, or well, 3 months. I was there, open to close, 7 days, trying to get it going, trying to hire people, trying to train people. But I wanted to pay whatever Sean has put in back. I just didn't feel right to have his money all tied up, and Mr. Lee just kept saying that he put all the money in. I wanted to get his money back. So February, he got paid $4,000, and then January, I'm thinking it would be maybe a little less about that, but I need to look at my record.
And he got paid also in March, is that correct?
March, I don't remember. I don't see. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he did, but I couldn't find anything on March. We got shut down. And there was a theft as well. Employees. Yeah,
Let's come to the theft in a second. Just back to the payments. Did you also make payments to Ms. Madden?
I did.
Okay.
First 2 months.
Right.
Yeah.
Also for January and February?
Yes.
Okay, now tell the jury about the theft.
We're getting shut down, and then I think I was in a hotel or something. I come back the next day to shut everything down, and the register money, $4,000 we start with, was gone, and I think whatever profit from the day before was also gone. So all in all, maybe 5,000, 6,000 or so.
Not $30,000.
No,
Did you ever have $30,000 as starting cash in the business?
not at Spring Lake.
So Mr. Lee testified that there was a safe stolen.
Well, that day when the money was taken, it was, yeah, small. Yeah, a money box
Money
with
box.
it, yeah.
So about $5,000 was taken.
I'm thinking that, yes.
Okay. So let's talk about when the business started. It opened up. When did it open?
In the last few days of December 2019, and then all the money and then all of that, I accounted starting January 2020.
How many employees did it take to operate this business?
At Spring Lake, I had 2. The first, almost first 1 month, I was it, and then, well, yeah, and then I hired 2, and then I always look for people to hire, and generally they come from players who would come to the store and they ask, and then I look and try to choose, yeah, and then train them, hire them, stuff like that.
So did you install the retail operation systems and systems and policies and procedures for this
Yes,
store?
yes.
And would you tell the jury sort of what that entails?
We have to account for the money, so I have a form that shows what came in, what came out, adding, subtraction. At the bottom, it shows what the daily intake is. Sometimes people win, so we lose money. So a form, a sheet that accounts for all of that. And then telling people, customers, to never ever fight with the customers. Just let's not, don't allow them to get into your head. And pass the buck. There's Mike. He's the manager. And things like that. Yeah. Never an owner to the customers, a manager, because I then too would have an option of passing the buck. Oh, let me call the owner. So kind of trick, but yeah. So training people like that, trying to add and subtract things, and that can be very difficult for some of the good people that I hired. Yeah.
So what about the financial reporting systems? What kind of financial reporting systems did you install?
It's not much of a system other than that sheet that I had. Write down what came in, what went out, and then yeah, and then have a printout at the end of the month, and that's about it.
And is that the report that you would send to Mr. Lee?
Yes. Yeah, at the end of the month, not a daily thing.
Mr. Lee in his testimony, he thought that he was going to get a daily report. Is that?
There was never talked about, but I gave him end of the month P&L. For me, as it was back then, as it is today, days go by real fast. But some things with my partners that I have to do, show them what the store is doing. So I haven't given Mr. Lee daily reports, but then give him monthly P&L.
What hours did the store operate?
It opened at 10 and closed, according to the county, the town limits, midnight. But people, if they stayed until 1, I would stay. I let them just play out. Yeah, so officially 10 to midnight. Yeah.
So you, during this initial opening period, you were there from 10 to midnight or beyond, right?
Every day for first 3 months until we got shut down.
So you were there on site for how long? I mean, for all 3 of the months the business was open?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Mr. Lee's role supposed to be?
A silent partner. Stay silent. I give you the report. Whatever money is left, we divide that up according to the agreement that was spoken.
And who was supposed to pay the expenses to get the room ready to open?
It would have been of that 150,000 to have the room ready, the equipment, the machines, and then all of that. But then it ends up being Sean had to borrow money from Miss Madden. So I'm thinking he didn't have the money, 150,000, to be able to open it up. And again, it was nowhere near my vision of what the store should have been. We still had the garage door gaps where the things are blowing in. It was not good. Yeah. But I just ran the store like that, and then I thought, okay, Sean's not doing it. We'll fix small things at a time as we run the business as we go.
So we know that Mr. Lee borrowed or sold 10% of his shares to Ms. Madden based on her testimony yesterday. Any idea what the cost of Denny, the work Denny did, what that cost was worth?
Benny is the construction guy. He came in to do the store improvements. And then I think it was January when I'm doing the numbers. Mr. Lee said, Denny gets 10%. I said, why? Because he did the work, he says. And that's when I found out that Denny was in there for 10%.
Did you ever learn from Mr. Lee what Denny's actual charges were for the work he did?
No,
Did you ever see an invoice or a
No.
statement or estimate? Okay. So I believe your testimony is that the only thing you know about Denny is that he was supposed to get 10% of the profit?
yes, and I found that out as I was doing that P&L.
Okay. So Mr. Lee, when he testified yesterday, he said, he, referring to you, never put any money in the business.
Me?
What is your response to that?
That wasn't part of the agreement. He was to put up to 150,000, and I'm thinking he put maybe 50,000, if that, and then had to borrow money from Miss Madden, and I wasn't gonna put any money in. Now, if, as Mr. Lee said, that I was gonna put $100,000 into the business, I don't need Mr. Lee and his money. I just open it by myself, keep all the money to myself. But like I said, I spread the risk. That 100,000 would open me up 3 stores, maybe 2 stores, if I go into partnerships rather than just opening one with that same money. So me putting in money was not the deal.
So is it your testimony that Mr. Lee did not invest $300,000 in that store?
No.
Okay. So he never invested $300,000 in that store?
He never invested 150 that I'm thinking. I mean, all I could see was maybe 50,000 at the most.
Let's talk about Jamie Madden. Tell us about how you know Jamie Madden.
I met her through other friends, mutual friends, and then she played. I don't know if she played golf, but we get together once in a while here and there, have dinner and a few drinks, and then she hears about me and what I do. It was a big thing in the community. Me and Key up there in North Carolina. And according to Key, making millions. So the rumor gets around, and then we get together, socialized. So that's how I met Miss Madden. I want to say about 2-3 years prior to she getting into the contract with Mr. Lee.
So tell us about the conversation you had with Mr. Lee when he said he was looking for more money for this project.
He asked me if I could find money for him through my friends. And I said, okay, I will look. I called Miss Madden, the first one, and she had shown interest in our type of business. And she says, Okay, it's that simple. Yesterday, I think I heard that she made the loan to me, but that's not correct. I wasn't there when all that contract was signed. I wasn't there. But if she was making a check out to me, I, I, I would like to think she would just handed it over to me without contracts on a little hug, and then pay me back. When are you pay me back? I said a year later. I think it would have went that way. No contracts. But with Sean, Miss Meta never met him because she knew me, and I had enough trust from her that my words were good with her, and she met Sean a day or two after, and for the first time, and handed him the check. And that contract, never saw it until it became a problem. Mr. Lee said, I drew that up? No, never saw it.
I'll show you what's marked as Exhibit 1. This has already been admitted into evidence. And this is the check that was admitted into evidence that Ms. Madden wrote. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I've seen the check after the problem has occurred.
Okay. And so did Ms. Madden tell you that she had written this check to Mr. Lee?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And so did you make it clear to Ms. Madden that she was buying Mr. Lee's 10% of Mr. Lee's interest in the company?
Yes, she's aware. She was aware of
So
that.
she knew that before she went to meet with him.
Yes.
And she understood that $50,000 was the price, the cost.
Her investment, yeah, or her loaning money to Mr. Lee.
So did Ms. Madden, did Ms. Madden know what the money was going to be used for?
No,
But did she ask what the money was going to be used for?
she never asked.
But you and Mr. Lee understood that what the money was going to be used for, right?
He needed money, and I don't know what he did with the money, but he got the check. Yeah.
So his testimony yesterday was that he deposited this check into the company's operating account. Do you know if that's true?
I don't know. We created that entity S&M. He created a checking account. I don't know what checking account he used. I trust what we say, and I trust people to live by, abide by what they say and utter. So I'm thinking it's all good that it's taking good care of his
So
part
you
of the
don't-
partnership. Yeah.
So you don't know specifically what Mr. Lee did with this $50,000 is,
No idea.
and so were you present when this check was written?
No.
The date on this is what? What's the date on this check?
It says December 16th, 2019.
Now I want to show you what's marked as Exhibit 2. This has also been already admitted into evidence. Just want to confirm, did you write this agreement?
No,
Mr. Lee testified yesterday that you told him what to write. Is that true?
that's not true.
Did you tell Mr. Lee that Ms. Madden would want a written agreement?
No. She wanted it, as it turns out.
So did you have any involvement in putting this agreement together?
No,
But did you discuss the terms, i.e. the 10% and the 50,000 number? Tell us about that discussion.
Okay, I went to Miss Madden and said, Sean needs 50,000 and Sean is is going to give 10% of his share. So it would end up being 50%, 40% for Mr. Lee, and then 10% for Miss Madden. And then, like I said, January, Denny's name come up for 10%. So
Did Mr. Lee try to negotiate the terms of this deal?
no, if he was trying to do that, I wasn't there, but I told Miss Madden what the deal was, like I just stated, and this is how she understood it to be. And I discussed this with Mr. Lee, that he was to give 10% of his 50, from his 50%, so he would end up with 40%.
Mr. Lee always understood that this was a deal between him and Ms. Madden, right?
Yes, because he's giving his 10%. Yeah.
Okay. And so after this check was paid and this contract was done, that 10% belonged to Ms. Madden.
Yes.
And then ultimately, you acquired Ms. Madden's 10%, is that right?
Yes. COVID hits us. We get shut down for 6 months or so. And then sometimes 2, 3, 4 months, Mr. Lee calls me. He wants to run the store once it opens back up. In the meantime, okay, so it opens back up, and then she's not getting paid anything. I'm not getting paid anything. So Miss Madden shows concerns, and then she says, "I want out. I want my money back." So I gave her money back. I think over about 6 months. Didn't have 50,000 altogether, so I paid her month to month, and then I think it took me about 6 months to pay her 50,000 back.
And then
In return, I got her rights to whatever that agreement that she had with Mr. Lee.
so when you paid Ms. Madden back the $50,000, you assumed the rights that are set out in this agreement.
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you understand those rights to be?
10% of Mr. Lee's share.
Okay, and then what about the $50,000 payment? Did you also want to go after that money from Mr. Lee?
Yes, he didn't abide by the contract as it is shown. So he reneged on the contract. So I want that 50,000 back.
Let's talk about the lease. Let's go to Exhibit 3 for a second. You've already testified extensively about finding the location and dealing with Blackman properties. I want to take the jury through this lease and just sort of explain what some of these key terms are. So, Blackman Property Group, who is that party?
It's the landlord.
Okay, and then we already know that SM Ben LLC Enterprise, what was that supposed to be?
It was an entity, LLC, that we created together that we talked about, Mr. Lee and I. So he creates it. Yeah, so that's when it was created.
And even though it's written as SM Ben LLC Enterprise, it's actually SM Ben Enterprise LLC. Is that correct?
I assume so, yeah.
But I mean, that's just a typo. That's not an intentional.
I don't know what that MIN would stand for, but I know S stands for Sean, M stands for Mike.
Okay. So it lists the address of 14260 NC 210 South Spring Lake, North Carolina. You tell us what that property is. Is that the location?
That is the location, that's the address of the store.
Was this a standalone store or part of a?
It's standalone.
Okay. And so let's look at paragraph number 1, the term. You tell the jury when the lease started.
August 31st,
So the first line, the date the lease started.
September 2019.
Okay. And then when did the lease end?
August 31st, 2021 at midnight.
So this was a 2-year lease, right? And then is there a provision in here for a renewal?
Yes, I remember there were, what's the word? Yeah, when you get a lease, you get option years, yes.
And this lease provides here a 10-year option, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when you were looking at this business, did you think of this business as a 2-year business or a 12-year business?
12 years and then some. And when the business does well, it's a freestanding building, or if it's a strip center, when the store does well, my intentions always is try to buy the property, but we never got there.
So the lease is dated September 1, 2019, and your testimony is that you opened the store in December of 2019. What happened during that time period between September and the end of December?
It took us a while to get all the permits and the codes and all of that. And when you're in a small business trying to deal with a building codes and stuff, wow, it can be very daunting. Yes.
So what is the rent that you agreed to pay? That's the second paragraph.
$2,000 a month.
Okay. And then if you look at paragraph 4, that provides what the business use is supposed to be. This is adult electronic gaming business. Did you discuss the use of the business with Ms. Lupton, the landlord?
Yeah, she knew exactly what type of business we were going to be. Yes.
Does she manage properties other than this one?
Yes. Blackman Properties, they have a whole bunch of properties.
So has she worked with businesses like yours before?
She was quite aware of the type of business that I run, but I don't know if she has, if the Blackman property leased any properties, to the businesses like I run. I don't know that, but she was quite aware what the type of business that I was about to open up.
She did not have any hesitation about working with you in your business.
None at all.
Because you testified earlier that some landlords are a little skittish.
Yes, the main reason, if you go into a strip center and stores do well, we take up all the parking spaces and then some, which creates problems for other tenants. And that's the main reason for strip centers not to have us, yes.
And I bet a customer would stay in your store for a while too, right?
Yes. A lot of elderly people, it's their thing every day. Come play a little money, stay there 2-3 hours. And then we have free foods, drinks. At dinner time, we serve hot dogs and stuff on the house so that they could stay there and feel comfortable. Yes.
Okay. So let's look at paragraph 8. So this is talking about alterations by the lessee. This gave you, and Mr. Lee, the right to renovate, restore, and improve the space for your needs, right?
Yes,
And so that was, at that point, it was your responsibility after the landlord put in the bathroom and the HVAC systems to make the rest of it ready. Is that your understanding?
yes, the landlord had to have minimal stuff like air conditioning, bathrooms, I guess to meet the codes of North Carolina to be able to rent any kind of property. Yeah.
Let's go to the end of this lease. No, I'm sorry, one page up. I want to go to the signature section. And so this is signed by Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Tell us how it came to be that Mr. Lee signed this lease.
I do all the work with Artie to get the permits and then all of that. And at the end of the day, I said, Artie, this is Sean Lee, my partner, and we're going to do the lease in his name. At the time, I was in different businesses, and then I didn't want to have this list in my name until things were clarified. And then part of that clarification was with my first partner, make sure that that our understanding was very clear, and then it's worked out. And then Mr. Lee had indicated that he wanted the list in my name for, and he discussed his concerns of having his name on the lease. So I said, yeah, let's do it. When the time is right, yeah, I could do it in my name. But again, we got shut down in March.
So are you saying that you planned to change the lease over to your name?
We talked about it, yes. But I said, I need to just make sure that we don't jeopardize this operation until I clear up some issues that I had going at the time.
Did Ms. Lupton give any feedback, concerns, or objections to having Mr. Lee as signing the lease?
Repeat that question,
Did
please.
Ms. Lupton complain about Mr. Lee signing the lease?
No.
Let's go to the last page of the lease now. This signed agreement, can you explain to the jury what that entailed, what that meant?
We were SM LLC was going to pay Artie 10%. It says 25% here, but then it was 10% of the store profit for all the things that she has done. And again, she was very instrumental working with me to able to get the permit for that location. So I was more than happy to do that. Yes.
And is it common for landlords to participate in the profits of a business?
Not common, but not common. But in this case, again, she helped me a lot from the get-go. Yes.
And was this also in consideration of the investment she had to make to help you get the building ready?
Her input was talking with the municipalities to get us the permit. There was no cash input or anything like that.
So really it was dealing with the municipality and
Yes.
permitting and getting the approval process going.
Yes, and Blackman property, Mr. Blackman, quite well known in that area. So his name carried a lot of weight. Yes.
So if you would tell the jury your involvement in the permitting process and when you got involved. So help us understand what Artie did and what you did.
I find the location, and then we have to go through the process of getting that special use permit, and it involves town meeting where I think it's first Tuesday every month at 7 o'clock that they get together and I tell them what I want to open up uh, and stuff like that. I was here in Georgia, so I couldn't make that meeting. So Ms. Artie goes there, and then the townspeople council allowed us to be there. And the month after that, there's a town meeting where they call people and say, "You have anything against this?" So 2 months of that, and Ms. Artie was there. And then once that was all done and approved, then I just kind of stayed up there and make sure that I meet with the building people, met with them a few times. They tell me what things are needed to be done to meet the codes and all of that. So initially the town meeting and all of that, Miss Artie was there. I was, yeah, for me. And then after that, we get their permission to build, and then construction and all of that. I was there the whole way.
So this document is included in the lease. So was Mr. Lee aware of this site agreement?
Yes, he was.
And was it part of the lease when Mr. Lee signed it?
Part of the lease, yes, so he signed on it. Yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, the permitting process was successful, right?
Yes.
Was there any issues with the permitting process?
No. Um, uh, no.
Let's go to exhibit 4. So exhibit 4, if you would look in the notebook on tab number 4. Can you tell the court what this document is?
So to build the store, I contacted a local company to build a store, and Glasgow Design Build gave us an estimate for. Well, this says 52,000 or so, but the initial thing was about 110. Discussed that with Sean, Mr. Lee, too much.
110 was.
110 was.
Okay.
So I called them and said that too much. So they reduced the scope of work and it came to about 52,899. Still too much, Mr. Lee said. Let me take care of it. Then he shows up with Danny that I've never met, friend of his. So he does little wall here, about 200 square feet of office area, 4x8, cut it and make a long running tables and stuff to place games on. And that's about it. So Mr. Lee took care of doing the store improvements, but then there was very little. And then, like I said, when piano was being done, Mr. Lee said, then he gets 10%.
This exhibit 4, is this a true and accurate copy of the estimate that you received from?
Yes.
Glasgow? Now let's go to exhibit 7, tab 7 in your notebook, please. And then what's the date of this document?
July 12th, 2019.
Now, is this a true and accurate copy of the first estimate that you got for Glasgow?
Yes.
The $100,000 estimate.
Yes.
Right? And is this a true and accurate copy of the estimate that you
Yes.
received? Your Honor would like to tender exhibits 4 and 7 into evidence.
Any objection? Check.
Oh, sorry. Are these the ones we talked about?
P and F4 and 7 has already been admitted.
Pardon me?
They've already been admitted.
Okay, great, all right.
So you can proceed.
Thank you, Jeff.
According to my notes. And if they haven't been, they are now.
We got them. All right, so now if you would show us exhibit 7. So looking at exhibit 7. Did you meet Glasgow at the property when they came to do this estimate?
Yes, I was there.
And so did you help design the scope of work that's listed here?
I've explained what I wanted the store to look like, and then they come up with all the stuff, and then came up with that estimate.
So the total project cost at the bottom is $105,173.43. Is that the cost that you expected it to take to get the store ready to open the way you wanted it?
For what I wanted to do, their estimate was very high. Yeah.
And so did you expect there to be additional costs above and beyond this to open the store, other than, I guess, computers?
When you do a store and you get an estimate, every single time there's things pop up and you're spending more money. Yeah, so.
So, so you showed this to Mr. Lee. Tell us about that conversation.
I showed him the estimate. He had a few chosen words that I wouldn't repeat here. And I said, yeah, this is too much. We're not going to spend this much money. I asked the company to redo the work, reduce the scope of work. So they came in at almost at half. Even then, it was too much. Yeah, so Mr. Lee brought Denny in.
So let's look at exhibit 4. So exhibit 4 is dated August 23rd, 2019. So it's the next month. And were you present when Glasgow showed up for this?
Yes, I talked to them the whole time.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury what you or what kind of narrowing of the scope of work you requested?
I don't remember in detail, but I wanted to have a wall and things like that. Just and then as for small stuff, I thought we could do it ourselves. So I cannot tell you exactly what the reduced portion of this second estimate is.
But it's half the cost of the first estimate, though, right?
Yes.
$52,899. That puts it right at what Ms. Madden was going to loan to Mr. Lee.
About 50,000, yes.
Did you think that the money would be used for this kind of a build out?
I was thinking that money would go to improving the store. But again, like I stated, I don't know where that money went. It certainly didn't go to improve the store. Again, we're looking at two walls and a bunch of 4x8 cut-off tables. And I'm sure a little bits here and there, but I don't know where that money went.
Okay. Ultimately, the renovation and repair work was done by Denny, or were there other contractors?
Danny was it after this contractor. Danny was it, and again, very little was done.
I believe I sort of misspoke. There was one other contractor, the electrical contractor.
Oh yes,
Look, if you would look at tab number 8 in your binder. You tell the jury what this document is.
To have the games on the floor, we need outlets. Something that a lot of us can do, but you need to have a license to be able to do it. So this company, Hinnett, Electric Services came in, did the work at a very reduced cost because they've done my second store, and then this company does work for Blackman Properties all over the place. So through Artie, I met them, and then good work, good guy, nice work, and I knew the price, the cost that we paid was very reasonable. Yes.
So is this a true and accurate copy of the invoice that you got from Enhanced Electrical Service?
Yes, it is.
I would like to tender exhibit 8 into evidence.
Okay.
Admitted.
If you would put exhibit 8 on the screen, thank you. So the date of this invoice is November 6, 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you see the total cost is, scroll down just a little bit. $4,644.01.
Yes.
I believe your testimony is that this was a good deal,
Yes.
okay? And are you satisfied with the electrical work that they did?
I was happy. Yes.
And would you use them again?
I will use him again.
Did you feel the same way about the work that Denny did?
Well, in terms of quality of the work, that's not in question. But then the scope of work, something that was estimated at 100,000, which got reduced to 50,000. I'm looking at two walls and bunch of cut off long tables that he made. So a lot more should have done to make the place more suitable, more inviting, but that was never done.
So this was dated in November. This work was completed. Mr. Lee got the payment from Ms. Madden. When was the store ready to open?
About the second week or third week of December, and I rented. Yes, but in terms of interior work, it was never done. But I opened, I operated it. Yes.
Okay, and did you see any improvements made to the store after Mr. Lee received the check from Ms. Madden?
No, they come up here, there once in a while, drive up together. One time they showed up for some work in Denny's, I think Mustang or a Camaro or Trans Am, and the guy came up to the store to do the work in his Trans Am or Camaro, whatever it is. They stayed there for about 15 minutes and drove back down.
When you say they, who was with?
Mr. Lee and Denny.
So Mr. Lee, he came to the store on a regular basis?
Once in a while. Yeah, once in a while.
So he testified yesterday that he did not drive to the store. Did he always come with someone else?
He came up with Denny while the store was being built, and then prior to store being built, we would come up together in his car, in his BMW, and I drove because he rather not drive on interstates. He had his reasons. I don't remember what that is, but I drove.
Okay. I want to show you what's marked as Exhibit 9. If you would go to Exhibit 9 in the notebook. Can you tell the court what this document is?
This looks like a bill for internet. Is it?
Yeah. Is this a true and accurate copy of the internet bill?
Yes.
Your Honor would like to tender Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Admitted.
Okay. So if you look at the bottom of page 1, Whose name is this bill addressed to?
It is my Korean name, and I use my Korean name for official contracts. Yes.
So is this a bill that you got every month?
Yes.
You would explain to the jury why having a good internet connection is important for the skilled gaming business.
Some of the games are internet based, and the servers are connected to internet. The software providers, they want to know to the moment how much money we're making. And some of the games rely on internet. When they get disconnected, players playing, they get disconnected, they're not happy. So having a good internet connection is crucial. Yes, yes,
And so did you pay this bill every month?
yes.
And you set this account up, right?
I did. It's in my name.
And did you set up other vendor accounts for the store?
When you say vendors, the software companies, there's a developer who's a big company. They have a main vendor. So he gets it. And then the main vendor gets smaller vendors. And these guys are the ones on the streets coming to our stores and say, Mike, we got this game, we got that game, give it a try. When I say vendors, yeah, internet vendor and then software vendors as well.
We're gonna talk more about software vendors in just a little bit. Your Honor, this might be a good place to take a break. I'm a little bit more than halfway through. So if you want to take a break, this would be a good place.
Yeah, I think we've gone about an hour and a half, so let's just take a quick one. And folks, just let me know when you're ready to proceed. All right. Thank you. All right, so you can sit down if you'd like to. We'll just, if you the stretch use the restroom, feel free, but we'll just kind of hold in place and wait word from the jury. We're off the record.
I don't think that was me. Boy.
I'm sorry.
What? Also, when we should.
Oh, I didn't know you were done.
Where you saying?
Yes, thank
Oh,
you.
okay.
I think it's wrong today.
I just had my email
When
closed.
he talks, do we want him looking at the jury?
Yeah.
But do try to do that
Okay.
more. It's hard to do that because your instinct is to talk to the person who's asking you questions.
It was hard to do, but I was trying to. keep my-
You're also trying to
You
read.
were
I was
trying
trying
to
to read, yeah.
And every time I looked up at the jury myself, I also lost. So,
Right, I was like trying to hold my finger there, I remember
Right.
she talking too fast.
Well,
Mr. Martin.
let me know if I'm talking too much or explaining too much.
It's okay. I think you're doing very natural.
You're doing great.
So the next time we're gonna do. Really start talking about. We're gonna do the things he said he did. This page. We're gonna resume and start on exhibit 5. That one. Then for there, we're just gonna hit, oh, the reason why I said this is a good place to break is because we're gonna do all the financial stuff. With the lease, we're gonna get your, January, February, the vendor report, That was a good place to leave it. You can just sort of pick it up and hit the finishing. Everyone else want to stretch their legs. You and I need to sit, or I need to sit down. Is there anything else I need to ask you about CenturyLink? Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll be back. Are you alone today?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's a heavy burden.
So after I get done, so what comes next?
He's gonna question you.
Oh, it's gonna question me.
Mhm.
Okay. Repeat what I said.
Don't forget to put your phones on. It rung one time.
I get a
Mhm.
just got a
Is there like a button on the side or something that cuts it?
yeah, I want this thing not to be loud. So I get a report like that from my other store,
Mhm.
Friday, April 10th.
Mhm.
This is top secret.
Like a special. Exclusive.
That's how much money got played that day.
Wow.
If
That's one day.
one day, yeah.
Mhm.
Uh, and if they lost every penny of this, I
Mhm.
made 44,000, but then they win about 93% of it.
Mhm.
But still, so for the day, with this $7,700, maybe I should go to bathroom.
Yeah. Take advantage of the opportunity.
Who's our alternate jury? Was it the Nike guy? Was our alternate jury the Nike guy?
30.
I think it was Nike guy.
I think it was a night.
I'm just wondering.
What
if
did you say about me?
He worked for Nike.
Before
Yeah.
retiring.
I'm just.
Yep. Very far north, Northwest Side,
Yes.
I'm
Across
just,
the street from Forsyth County.
Yep.
I'm just wondering, as the day goes on, should we consider whether or not he's a better juror than number 12? Because she is just seems so disinterested.
Really?
Like, she's the only one not taking notes. And I get some people don't take notes, but it's like while he's talking, she's just like playing with her nails, just looking at the door. And I'm just like,
Is he the one who was asleep?
yes, yes. And like while you're going through numbers, everyone else is writing. And she's just kind of like,
I didn't know you could sub in, alternates. I thought they were just like, if somebody
Oh,
was
I
like,
thought you,
became unavailable.
oh, I thought we got
Right?
struck.
Is that? Can you sub in?
Right.
I thought the
I mean,
jury.
you'd have
was
to do,
specific.
you have to,
Still
there
there.
it is.
Yeah, I knew
Again,
he did.
He doesn't know how to do it. He was,
You
I
have the
asked
same
him, was there a
phone,
button
I
on
have the
the,
same phone.
yeah, I asked
Oh.
him, was there a button on the side to do it?
There we go.
I'm like, he never picked up that phone.
He picked it up when y'all left, but
Oh,
I
he
couldn't,
did?
I
See,
couldn't
you
help
can,
him.
you can silence it without,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Now remind me to tell him how to turn it back on.
Oh, God.
Because when he leaves here tonight, it's still gonna be, yeah, I love this phone. I mean, I don't mind saying
Yeah,
that.
I think I was looking at that for my next phone, but
Yep.
I'm so used to Apple.
I was gonna say, once you're in the Apple ecosystem,
I know.
it's hard to
It
go to
took me a while
Samsung.
to get Apple.
Yeah. It's not necessarily a better phone though,
It's
because
not
I,
better at all.
I really loved my Samsung Galaxy Edge. It
Uh-huh.
was like, I had like two of those before I
Yeah.
had the iPhone. And it has
Yeah,
like a
but-
little screen on the side. It was
Mm.
amazing.
Yeah, see, you can't change.
Mhm.
So
Don't-
my wife and older son are Apple.
Okay,
Me and my younger son are Android.
okay.
And,
Can you see when I'm typing?
huh?
Can you see when I text you, when I'm typing a message to you?
I could see, yes, it has 3 dots or
Oh,
something.
good.
Yes,
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See,
Yeah.
they started working together.
yes, that
Yeah.
is an improvement.
But I didn't think that the
They could see
Android side
us.
could see us.
Yeah.
Typing. Cause
Yeah.
I can see you when you're typing.
Yeah, I
Right.
can see you type.
Okay.
Now, it's not always 100% accurate. Like,
Right.
I finished a
Mhm.
conversation with Sabrina and they'll show her typing and I'm like, I think she's typing to someone else,
Mm,
you know?
okay.
And so, and then of course, nothing ever pops up.
Admittedly, sometimes I do type and then I just say,
You stop.
yeah,
Oh,
just
okay.
Yeah.
You cut it off.
because I text like I talk. And so I'm like, oh, I'm
Mhm.
talking too much. I mean, I don't have to say all that.
So how was the Braves game? Did you go?
Great. Mm-hmm.
So you got all the benefits, but didn't have to go to the training.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I popped up just before they got into the cars.
But Tessa told me to make sure to let you all know that she's got the training saved on like some kind of presentation
Yeah.
that we're
I
gonna
got,
get to. We're
I
gonna
got
get
a
to go to.
folder that I had to take.
Would
all
you
the
know
documents out
anybody
of,
in the
throw
restaurant
away
business or who
at
wants
the
to
Braves game.
partake on a restaurant business?
No, not really. There are tons of restaurant operators out there. Much more
That
than
might be
than
fine.
what you do, you
As
know?
long as we actually eat thing.
Right?
Are you familiar with
I wasn't
the
sure.
Korean wave, the Korean culture thing just taking over the world?
Did you?
No, I know that Korean barbecue is taking over the food world.
Oh.
Have you had that?
Yes, I have. It's great stuff. It is taking over the,
Are you familiar with Korean wave, Korean music, Korean drama, Korean?
like K-pop.
No, I don't watch it or partake in it. I know it exists.
See, us Koreans are taking over the world.
What, K-pop? Is that what you said?
I said, well, you said
That-
Korean music, so I said like K-pop.
Yeah, K-pop,
My daughter loves it.
K-food.
I was gonna say, I think we're a little too old for
She loves it.
that
Yeah, it's
demographic.
very.
And then, of course, Korean soju, which is one
Yeah, what
of,
is soju exactly?
it's
You
a
mentioned it.
distilled
Okay,
liquor.
that drink, yes.
But when you say liquor, you think it's
No.
it's strong stuff, right? Mine is at 17%, little stronger than wine.
Right,
It goes well with any kind of meal. And
but is
my,
it mixed with something or is it served like a
it's
beer
more
and
of a,
wine or?
it's more of a vodka. It's
Is
distilled
it like a
liquor.
sake,
Yeah.
like a Japanese sake, how they have?
Sake
theirs?
is wine, fermented.
Okay.
Soju is distilled
Oh,
at 17%. Sake is 12 to 15%. Mine distilled liquor at 17%. When you drink it, it goes down so easy.
Mhm.
And it works well with any kind of meal.
So, but you don't mix it with something.
You do mix
Okay.
with
Okay.
stuff,
I think so.
What do you mix it with?
anything.
Oh, okay.
Especially
Ice and water,
with cucumber or
Oh, cucumber.
apple.
I do like cucumber.
But a lot of us, we mix it with beer.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Mix it
wow.
with beer.
Yeah.
Is that like beer in a shot or actually in the same glass?
Same glass like that, and you put a shot of soju in there. In my case, 2 shots.
Uh-huh.
It's a big thing in Korea. And my soju at 750 at retail, 11.95.
That sounds pretty good.
So get it out there. It's out there in the market. It's all sold out.
Uh-huh.
Second production this coming May.
Great.
And
Your own soju?
yeah,
Yeah, the distillery.
I'll show you
I think you mentioned that before. Wow.
what my bottle looks
Bless you.
like.
Bless you.
Well, excuse me again.
That's my
I think-
bottle.
Yes, I remember
Have-
because
have
you
you seen
mentioned
it?
the models.
Have you seen that?
Oh, I see that. Is there a bottle in there too?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie though, if
No.
Android comes back out with a
That's
sidekick,
my
I'm
bottle
gone.
right there.
Who are the
That's
girls?
one that
My models.
Oh, very good.
I think so. I just always wanted
I
one.
hope they're.
As a teenager, and
They
you
were
never
real,
get
but-
one.
Yeah.
They're AI models,
Somebody who
yeah.
had it, and he would never let me touch it. And I'm like,
Uh,
just found, I can see it.
And it was so cool.
So.
AI is gonna put models out of business. Why pay a human when you can
That's
just?
mostly what we do.
right?
Mhm.
I've seen a
I hope
movie,
not.
2-hour movie
Yeah.
with AI
They're just gonna
actors.
make the
and
waste
they look real.
Yeah, right. That was a
Everything
criminal
else
case.
bigger.
That was a criminal case though.
Yes.
I mean, they did that in the house.
They do. Well, it's gonna be
A lot of this
The
stunt
market, the AI
actors
model.
Uh-huh.
going out of business.
Trump case.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Anyway, but
When is that?
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things. with, like,
Didn't feel like it,
pictures
but
and things like that.
It is.
but I
Good to
am
have the
looking for
cameras out of
someone who
here.
might be
good to have the cameras out of here for a change.
I know. It's been.
Korean food.
Just never know what you're parachuting
No,
into.
we come in, I'm like,
Right.
Korean style.
hey.
I'm gonna rewrite what a
Yeah,
fast
fair
food
enough.
is all
Okay.
over again.
Good for you.
All right.
I don't really.
Uh,
Girls. Let's go ahead and take a witness stand.
Yeah, why don't we have you come on down? I know council's making his way back in and we'll get back on the record here shortly. As soon as we see Mr. Begg, you can bring him in, Deputy Scout.
Start with this exhibit 5.
We're back on the record.
Good present, Judge.
Deputy Scout, please be seated. Plan may resume.
Let's look at exhibit 5. document's already in its evidence. This is a document that was provided by Mr. Lee. Including expenses that Mr. Lee said that he paid. So let's look at number one. This says computer, $500 times 100 equals $50,000. Can you tell the jury, did Mr. Lee spend $50,000 on computers?
No.
Okay, tell us what you did spend.
I think I talked about this earlier. Used computers, monitors can be about $120. And I don't know what I bought at the time, but go to Walmart, buy a 32-inch TV and use that as a monitor. And sometimes they go on sale for $87. No, nowhere near 50,000.
I believe your testimony was that you spent about $400 per station. Is that right?
That includes the cabinet that this thing sits on. Yes.
Okay. So did you buy the computers?
Yes, I went to the same dealer that I used for first and second store, but Sean's money paid for it. Yes.
But it was not $50,000, was it?
No.
Okay. And then screens, we already talked about that. Did Sean pay $25,000 for the screens?
25? No.
That was part of the 400 that you paid, right?
But yes.
Okay. And the desks, the chairs, number three, where did the chairs come from?
They were bought here and there off Depot. I think there might be some Amazon stuff that came in delivered. So we try to stay within about $60, $50, $60. So yeah, we buy what we can from different sources.
Did Mr. Lee order these chairs or did you take care of that?
Well, he paid for it. Yes.
But you ordered them.
Some of them I did, and some of them I don't recall exactly.
Tell us about the desks. Number four. What kind of desk did you have to use?
I talked about the computer desk. Computers, the monitor sits here, computer goes underneath. It's blocked off here about this wide. And those were about $100, $110 to $120 each. It says 100. That space was too small for that.
I believe your testimony was earlier that there was 40 of these stations. Is that correct?
40 if that, but I'm trying to think it might have been more 20. I don't know.
Looking at line number 7, it says expense, hotel gas food for $10,000. Can you tell the jury what knowledge you have of this expense?
The times that I drove up with Mr. Lee, I have an app, Hotel Wire or Hotel some kind of thing. So I would do 2 rooms, paid it myself out of my pocket. And then Mr. Lee drove up with Denny. I don't know what the deal would have been there, but I drove up maybe at max 10 times, if that, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 times together, if that. And I paid for the motels.
Did you ever ask Mr. Lee to reimburse you for that expense?
No, I have not.
Let's look at line 8. It says TV, $300 at 8. Did you buy 8 TVs for the room?
I remember having maybe three or 4. The games have what we call progressive price, and on TVs, the number rolls up. Yeah, so we have TVs for that, but there weren't, no, there weren't 8 TVs. Maybe, no, I don't remember being 8 TVs.
Okay. The next line, number 9, says starting money, $30,000. Any idea what that means?
We have cash drawer in this money. And on my record, it says 4,000 that we started with. But that's what it says, 4,000, but I'm thinking it's more like 3,000, but nowhere near 30,000.
And so I believe your testimony was also that when the store got robbed, what was stolen was the starting money, right?
Starting money and maybe the money from the day before, yes. The revenue, the
And then number 10 says adapter and mop, etc., $10,000. Any idea what this is?
Adapters can mean when you hook up computers with Cat5 wires and it's going from server. So a line goes out to an adapter and it spreads out to 8 or 16 terminals. There might be an adapter there. Yeah, I'm sure we bought some of that. And then other supplies, tissues, stuff like that, cleaning solutions.
Is $10,000 a reasonable cost for that?
No,
And why is that?
too much. I mean, yeah, the mops, the cleaning solutions, adapter, they run 20, 30, 40 bucks. We needed maybe 3 or 4 of them. So yeah, it wouldn't add up to 10,000. No.
The last line on this report that we got from Mr. Lee says air conditioning, $25,000. Did the business have to buy air conditioning?
The Blackman properties to have the property be able to be rented, they had to have an air conditioning. They had to have a bathroom. And Blackman properties pay for that. And I saw my record that they paid about $75,000 to do that and some other work, maybe possibly some lighting. Yeah, so Blackman properties pay for the air conditioning.
Right, and that 75,000, that included the air conditioning, the bathroom and other
Right.
stuff. Okay. I believe your testimony was that the total cost that you believe Mr. Lee spent was around 50,000, is that correct?
If that, I mean, that's all I see.
The 50,000 would include the stuff on this list, right?
Right, some of the like computers and chairs, desks, yes.
But it sounds like you made most of the purchases.
Right, most of them, except for at the chairs, I remember Amazon and other places delivering them, and then we bought a few here, we buy a few there. If you go to Walmart and try to buy 60 chairs, they don't have any one kind of 60 chairs. So we buy a little bit here, a little bit there.
I want you to look at tab 12 in the binder. Which says exhibit 12.
Yes.
It says Esther dash vendor. Can you tell the court, is this a true and accurate copy of a report that you put together?
Yes.
Gunner would like to tender exhibit 12 into evidence.
P12 is a minute.
let's look at this on the screen. First of all, who is Esther?
This is the name of the vendor who came to the store and installed the software for the computer games. The wife, yeah,
So Esther is a software vendor.
yes.
So when you were describing vendors to the jury earlier, what position in the chain of software vendors would Esther be in? On the street?
On the street, she's street level. So her husband, she did the books for them, and her husband is out on the street, knocking on the door, have my game, try this game, try that game. Yes.
Okay, so let's look at that first line. Would you explain to the jury what classic/vintage software means?
Classic is the most popular computer game in the market. When this thing was opened up 30, 40 years ago in North Carolina, one of the very first computer games that was in the market, and everybody plays that game. That's the most popular game, and yeah, so
Still is.
still is.
But it is classic and successful, right?
Classic, they come by different names. Different vendors call it different, by different names, same game.
Basically the same game. Okay, and so what is the date of this report for classic/vintage?
Okay, this shows January 21st, 27th to February 3rd. That's about a week. And it shows the money that came in through that game, money that went out. So when we subtract the two, and that's how much money it was made
Okay,
for that
so
week.
let's look at the second page real quick, because it actually goes over the second page. So when it says store net on the top line, this is still part of that same report, right?
Yes.
What does that mean, the store net?
Earlier, the in is how much money got played. Out is how much the players won. So here for that period, $8,443, and we don't get into cents, but I guess the software gets into that. So we made about $8,400 for that one game for that week. Yeah.
And then when it lists that game, would that game be on or available all 40 stations?
We had three different games: Classic, Golden Dragon, and Fortune. They're different games, but all software games for computer games.
So I guess my question is, I'm sorry for the confusion. If I am sitting down at one of the computer systems, can I choose from all three games, or do I have to go to a different computer? for
You will
each?
come to the cashier's office
Okay,
and say, I want to be on, say, Classic. Then if you're regular, your name's already on there. So we punch in your number. Well, you give how much money you want to play. So we put that money in there. And then by that time, if you're regular, you know your number. They just throw the money at the register, and then we know them. So they go to any of the terminals that this Classic is hooked up to, sits down, register your code, and you're good to go.
so what is the 25% for that we're looking here? And
Okay, vendors work for money, and their share of the profit is 25%. So that period that we're talking about, the vendor made $2,100 or thereabouts.
that was payable to Esther?
I pay that to Esther,
Right,
yes,
to Esther's company, I guess.
yes.
Did that come out of the store net or was this deducted? off the-
It's part of the store expense, yes.
I guess when I look at this report, it says store net 8,400. Do you then subtract the 2,100 out of it?
Yes,
Okay, so the store net really is 6,000, right?
6,300 or something like that.
The store net on that particular game is 6,300, and you look at the other games, it's a lot lower. Classic is clearly
Popular,
popular.
yes.
Let's go back to page 1. So tell us about Golden Dragon software.
Another gaming format, very popular. Yeah, like the classic, it plays the same. I mean, you come, say I want to play $100 on Golden Dragon, we punch you in, and then there's a number. You go to the terminals that are hooked up to that server. Golden Dragon is internet based, not a server based. So
Classic server, one on your local computer, local server.
Classic is a server based. When there's a server in the store, you don't need internet to play. Golden Dragon, you need internet. If no internet, you don't play Golden Dragon. And then
Tell us about Fortune.
Fortune is a server-based game, pretty much like Classic, and one of the very first games that were on the market when those North Carolina allowed the games.
So when you would install the server best games, Classic and Fortune, how was that process performed?
So Esther would send his people, her people, they come and then load up the games at each terminal that Classic is hooked up to. So each computer would have that game, and that computer does nothing but play that game. But we need the server, which is hooked up to a POS system. So through POS system, we log you in, and then you have your number, yes, and then you go to the terminal to play.
And then Golden Dragon, you said, requires the internet, is that right?
Yes, but it's pretty much the same process, but it does require internet to play at all times.
So this is just a 1-week snapshot. Did you get a report like this from Esther every week?
Every week.
Did you share this report with Mr. Lee?
I didn't share that, but it shows up on that P&L as expense.
Right. Have you worked with Esther's company in your other locations?
Oh, yes.
Do you feel like you have a good relationship with Esther?
One of the key things in running the gaming room is to have a good vendor with a lot of sources, a lot of industry and uses that they will bring about. So I was building that relationship, and then boom, it was gone. When Mr. Lee said is taking over the operations, yes, go ahead. And then the vendor was changed.
Yeah, so let's talk one more second here. Are there other vendors out there
Many.
who are cheaper than 25%?
Yes, some are free when you buy the software, but they're from Stone Ages. You don't want them even if they're free, because they don't make you any money at all, because they're so antiquated. And so we go through vendors, and they know what games are popular, because they're out there just reaching out to throughout the state and other states that they go out to get their businesses.
Okay, so you started to talk about this, and I really want to emphasize this for the jury. When Mr. Lee said he wanted to take over management of the business in September 2020, tell the jury what happened to Esther.
She was replaced. Some other vendor came in, or maybe they just dropped all the computer games. I was never there after Sean took over, after the store was reopened. So I don't know what happened, but she got dropped. And her husband, very unhappy because we were working on a whole bunch of stuff. I make promises that were just broken because he gets dropped. So he drops me on the second store. Says, I don't want to deal with you anymore. So the biggest damage done after Sean took over the store was destroying that relationship that I had built over a few years.
Did you have any idea who Sean changed to? What other vendor?
I have no idea. I've never been back to that store after Sean took over.
And so is your relationship with Esther, is it just gone?
Gone. And that is the excuse me. In 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 their minds, I broke the promise that I made. Something that I don't do, but boom, it's gone. And 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 uh, and that uh, that that was the most damaging stuff that happened. You asked her very well. Yeah, she got dropped.
Is your reputation in this industry important to you?
Critical. Vendors, when you have a good rapport with them, good relationship with them, and new games come out, I be the first. They come to me. And I was trying to build my stores, uh, big stores, many stores, and they will come to me. And it's a small industry, everybody knows everybody. And they will come to me first with new games, popular games, and that trust, that relationship gone. Money is money, but then destroying that trust was the biggest damage in my mind.
Let's look at exhibit 10 in your binder. Is this a true and accurate copy of a performance report or financial report for January 2020?
Yes. It's a daily record of
Let's
what
not
came.
talk about the details. This is a true
Yes,
and
yes,
accurate
yes, yes.
copy. If you would turn over to exhibit 11, is that a true and accurate copy of the February 2020 report? Number 11 is the next.
Number 11, yes.
Okay. Your Honor would like to tender exhibits 10 and 11 into evidence.
Amen.
Yeah, let's look at exhibit 10. Will you tell the jury what this document shows?
It's a daily it's daily cash flow, daily transaction that took place each day, and it shows the whole month of January. Yes.
Okay, and then, so this shows Golden Dragon, which we've already talked about in that in the vendor report. Tell us about Frontier.
That game called Classic. It's also Frontier. It's also Horizon. It's something else. And there's a reason for that if you want to hear why that is.
Short? Matt, go ahead.
The vendors will come to you and say, get my Frontier and I'll protect you within 3 miles of your location. Another vendor comes along with Classic, same game, different name, or same people with a different name going to a store nearby me, say about a mile apart. It's not Frontier anymore, it's Classic. Same game, different game. So, and that's how they get away with installing as many stores within an area. Yet there's no other store within 3 miles as they promised that have Frontier game. But Classic is running, Horizon is running, and other same game by other names running all over the places. But then I avoided such crowded area. Yeah.
What is Blue Diamond?
It's yet another computer game. Wasn't too popular, but it was one of the very first computer games that was on the market very early on. So at the time, Blue Diamond was about the game. It's about the only game, so everybody played it. But it got overrun by Classic, Frontier, and other games.
What about Nano? What is that, the last column?
Nano is by a small company out of Georgia, Norcross, Georgia. And the games that went into stand-ups, the games at a gas station, they took that program, put it into a computer game format. So one of the very first companies to have stand-up games in a computer format, which was very unique. I loved it, and I was one of the very first to put that in my store. And we're building it up. We're building it up. We're giving we're doing promotions, giving free money to play the game. And then again, it all comes to stop mid-March, COVID. We get shut down.
Let's go down to the bottom of the page. Looking at the bottom of the page, this provides the totals, right?
Yes.
So the first line says total and the bottom line says net. So the first column under each game is the total in, and the second column for each game is the total out, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the net, what is that?
In is how much money got played in the game. And then players win, which is out. So you subtract the two, and whatever left is the net. But sometimes that net can be negative because people can win more than what they put in.
So in this case, Golden Dragon had a net of $5,230. Is that right?
Yes.
For the month of January?
Yes.
And then Fort Frontier had a net of $18,538. Right?
Yes.
Plus Frontier is the classic, that's your most popular game.
Most popular game, again, by different names. When you look at the in for that game, 61,000 for the whole month. Very popular. So I don't know why, but it is popular.
Okay.
Well, I know why.
Why?
they've seen it for so long from the get-go. Customers think they know the game. They're familiar with the game. So that comfort of knowing the game. Yeah, again, very one of the very first games out on the market.
I mean, does that give them the sense they have a better chance of winning?
They think they have better chance of winning, but it all plays the same. Yes.
So let's go to the second page, Sabrina. So we look at the second page that has nano at the top and then the totals. So, and then the net. So those are the line items. Then we go to the bottom, we find out what you did for the whole month of January. And so this total difference of 36,082, what does that number represent?
That's how much the computer games took in.
Okay,
$36,000. And then yeah, and that's the net. That's the profit that we made
then you
on.
also had the stand-up games, right?
And there were other games, which is not shown here.
It's not showing there. In fact, we don't have a report showing.
No.
Okay, so looking at exhibit 11. We have the same games. It's in the same format. This is the same report as exhibit 10, right?
Yes.
Okay, we've got same names, same games. Let's go to the bottom though. There we go. You got two notes here at the bottom. One says 14 Feb 2400 license paid. What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I paid somebody something, but it's not quite clear. I don't remember what that amount is, but then I know what the next amount is.
Okay, and so the next one says February 11,000 for Zydexo, Zydexo paid. What does that mean?
Zydexo is a name of the company out of Norcross, Georgia. They make stand-up games. I go there, I buy 3 or 4 machines, and I know the guy well. First store, second store, I have his games. Third store, the beer came to about 33,000. And we talked and he allowed me to pay that 33,000 over 3 months. So it was the first installment, 11,000. Yes.
Did you pay this or the company?
I paid him.
Did you or the company pay it, I guess?
The store paid for it, but
But Mr. Lee did not have to pay
no,
this.
I was actually at his company and paid him that money.
Wrote him a check.
I wrote
Wrote him
him
a check?
either check or a cash.
Okay. And then let's look at the total and the net operates the same way as the first report. right?
Yes.
Let's go to the far right side and let's see what the total is. I think we may actually have to go to page 2 on this. Yep, there we go. Sorry about that. So this shows a total of, what is the total there? 53,394?
That's net, yes, for
The total
February.
net.
Yes,
So that is the net profit for the month of February, right?
yes.
So you went from 36,000 for the month of January to 53,000 for the month of February.
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why you were able to improve results so quickly?
January would have been my first month opening up. First month, 30-some thousand. Second month, 53,000 net of income. So this was going to be an excellent location. And like I've said earlier, finding a location, very difficult. It's like finding a gold nugget almost. It's that hard. But so I knew the business, I made it go, and yeah, actual numbers.
So the average of these 2 months is 44,730.
I assume so, yes. When you add them together, divide by 2, yes,
44,738, is that correct?
yes,
Can you verify that number?
yes.
Okay. Do you feel like the store could have continued to generate $44,738 per month?
Continue to generate 44,000 a month?
At least 44,738.
Easily. I've done 53 on the second month. And if anything, as we go on, the numbers would have grown to like the first, second store that I was running, and beyond that. It was that good of a location. The second month, I did 53,000 plus net. So it'll be more, yes, as store gets known and grows.
So were you surprised that the second store did almost 50% better?
Second,
I mean,
repeat.
the second month was 50% better.
Not surprised, but happy to see the number, yes.
Did you, and you sent these two reports to Mr. Lee, right?
I've sent the P&L
Right.
to Mr. Lee, not the daily reports.
Okay. And was Mr. Lee happy with the results?
I assume so. I mean, email, I'm sure he was happy, yeah.
Okay. But the distribution paid to him was not $100,000.
No,
Did you ever expect to be able to pay him $100,000 distribution on?
no.
So you made your distributions to the partners. I believe you already discussed that you paid Mr. Lee $4,000. And you paid Ms. Madden $1,100. We look at the average of this net profit of 44,738. Is that the only information you have regarding the financial performance of the company?
This is pretty much it, yes.
So you don't have any reports about the stand-up machines, do you?
It's not part of this, and couldn't find it, but we made money on those games as well.
So really, the total revenue of the company would have been well above 44,738.
Yeah.
And did Mr. Lee ever provide any financial reports to you?
When he took over their operations, no.
So do you have any information other than your experience during the 2 months that you ran the business to know what the financial results of the company are?
First 2 months, and then about 3 weeks of March.
So let's talk about the store reopening in September of 2020. Tell the jury what happened, or tell the jury about your conversation with Mr. Lee.
He called prior to opening up. He said, "I want to run the stores," and I said, "Fine." I didn't have to be there anymore. He runs the store. He gives me my share. I'm all too happy. But at the time, I was getting into some other stuff. But when it reopened, never heard back. Never saw any kind of a monthly report, nor did I see a penny of any income from that store. So.
Did he explain to you why he wanted to take over operations?
He didn't explain it, and I wasn't asking. I said, fine. I was thinking some stuff, but this is what I was thinking, but he wanted to run it, and I said, fine.
Okay. So do you know exactly when the store reopened?
No,
And do you know how Mr. Lee operated the store?
I have no idea. I've never been back to that store.
So do you know if Mr. Lee was there on his own or present?
I don't know.
Do you know if he hired different staff members than who you had hired?
Different people, yes.
Mr. Lee mentioned while he was on the witness stand that he had talked to someone about buying out his interest in the store. Did you know anything about that?
Buying out
The store?
The
Someone
store?
wanted to buy the store,
from him?
yes.
No, I don't know. It's my store too.
And so, do you know if Mr. Lee came to the store while it was closed during COVID?
I don't know. I don't know.
And you don't know when he came back to the store, if ever.
I know, have no idea.
Do you know for a fact that the store was actually reopened?
I've drove through there after it was reopened for many months, and I see cars and I saw with my own eyes that the store was operating. And then Artie would go by, which is in that area, the representative of Blackman Properties, and she would call me and say store is open and all of that, and she would kind of tell me what's going on, but I forget in details, but.
So Ms. Bannon said that she called and called and called to try to talk to Sean Lee about the money he was supposed to be paying her. Did you also try to call Mr. Lee?
Yes,
Did you ever get him on the phone?
he wouldn't, I got through maybe once or twice, and I said, yeah, you need to pay up. And he texted me. I have a copy. And yesterday he was talking about taking his high school kids to school and back, and he's busy and all of that. That's why he couldn't meet Miss Madden. Same thing. He still takes his kids to school and back, and he doesn't have time to meet me. His wife was in Korea at the time. She's coming back in about a month. There was the tax, and then 3-4 months go by, nothing. So yeah, he just refused to pick up phones or get back to me.
And obviously, you did not get any financial reports from Mr. Lee.
No.
You did not get any, did you get any distributions from him?
No.
What do you think happened to the profits of this store?
I don't know. I need to ask Mr. Lee. I don't know.
So when Mr. Lee took on the operational role of the store, did he understand what his obligations were?
Well, as far as partnership is concerned, I own, by that time I owned 60%. So yes, he had to know. He had to know. But other than that, yeah, I mean, I bought out Miss Madden's rights, paid her money back. So I owned her 10% and then my 50%. So yeah, he had to know.
Did Mr. Lee ever say anything to you about wanting to sell the store?
No,
Did he ever say we should consider selling the store?
no, I don't remember. I don't think he has ever said that to me.
Did Mr. Lee ever offer to buy out your 60% share?
No.
Did you have an interest in buying him out?
There was a thought, but then again, after COVID, I never heard from him. Yeah, but there was a thought, yes.
So you testified earlier about talking to Esther, or hearing from Esther, that the store had dropped them as a vendor. Did you become aware of any other vendors that were dropped or the business changed?
Esther was my main source with computer softwares, and I just I'm of a mind when I know someone and I'm comfortable with them, I stay with them. I don't go out of my way to save a penny or penny there. And then they respond in the same way. Good rapport, good relationship, and they try to extend the best possible fee. And more than that, the new games, the industry news, and then all of that. So Esther was the only source that I had at the time for my vendor.
Based on the systems that you installed, the games you selected, and the setup of the store that you created, including your good location, was there any reason to believe that Sean Lee could not continue to run the store successfully?
When he said he was going to take over, there was a concern, but not enough to say no. You don't run it. I run it. For me, I said fine because I was getting into other ventures myself, and if at the risk of reduced or not growing the business, so I take a little less. But then I'm getting into other stuff. So my time was valuable to me that way. I could be more productive doing other stuff than stuck with that store. Always have to think about it. Yes.
So in other words, even with Sean Lee running the store, it should still be able to average at least $44,738 a month, would you say?
Easily, easily.
Now, did you ever teach Sean Lee how to run the?
I might have shown some stuff here and there. Yeah, I'm sure I did. Yeah.
Okay. And so, believes your testimony that Sean Lee operated the store starting in September of 2020. Is that right? Approximately?
Or there's, sometime then.
Okay. Then you've talked also a little bit about counties deciding not to allow these gaming stores to continue. Tell the jury what happened in December of 2022
December 2020.
in that county.
The county of the sheriff decided, I think, to shut all the gaming rooms down. So I think that's when this was closed. My other two stores were there in the same county. So they get closed. But my partner, Key, not too smart. I mean, if I was there running it, I'd have done something. Not to fight the county, but then we were permitted. But in his mind, he has made enough money. I guess he was ready to go into other stuff. But countywide, all the game rooms were shut down.
And Mr. Lee said in his testimony yesterday that the store was raided. Is there any evidence or information that you have that stores were raided, or were they just shut down?
The stores would have be given notices to shut down by a certain date. If you stayed open after that, sure, you get raided. But I think everybody just shut them down voluntarily.
And so your stores in that county, you shut those down voluntarily, right?
I assume so. I wasn't there when this thing went down.
But do you know what happened with this particular location subject to this case? How it was closed?
Well, when the county said to shut down, I'm sure that's when the store had to shut down,
And
yes.
have you heard anything from Mr. Lee about all of those computer stations and games that were in that location?
No,
Mr. Lee testified he assumes that they're still in North Carolina. Would that be true?
I don't know. I don't think it would be at the store. I mean, but I don't know where the games would be.
Do you know if the store has reopened since November of 2022?
I don't think so. The county, again, has shut the gaming rooms
So
down
when they shut it down not for a day, but permanently.
permanently.
So to your knowledge, that store closed in December 2022 is done.
I'm thinking, yes.
Okay, so then when we're talking about the compensation you're seeking here, it's from that period of September of 2020 to November 2022, right?
Yes.
And so that'd be 27 months,
27 month, yes.
okay? And so during that 27-month period, did you get any part of the profits of that business?
Nothing.
And so who do you think got the profits during that 27-month?
Sean told me he was going to run it, so I assume Sean did something with that profit. Yes.
Okay. And so are you asking the jury to award you your share of that average, 44,738 for that 27 months?
Yes, I'm seeking that. Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that at least one more time. Just take a step back. I want you to look at tab number 6. Judge, I'm sorry, did I get that admitted yesterday? Exhibit 6?
I do not see 6.
Okay,
Okay. Is there an objection to plaintiff 6?
Your Honor, I think the basis of my objection is the,
I think there's.
it's the multi-part. We have an August 2nd letter and a July 25th letter, if I'm not mistaken. So, Judge, the basis of the objection was that yesterday it was offered under Mr. Lee. He testified he didn't have any knowledge of it, so I didn't believe I could stipulate to it. At this time, I don't know that the foundation has been laid. And I also note that it's not addressed to Mr. Park. So again, I would just question the foundation at this point.
Okay, let me ask some foundation questions, Judge. All right, so I want you to look at exhibit 6 in the binder.
Yes.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
You tell us, without going into details, what it is and how you've seen it.
Well, I'm trying to make sure that jog my memory. I think this was when the list was being formulated and ready to be signed.
Actually, what's the date of this? This is August of 2021, right?
Yes.
So that would be
21?
near the end of the list, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. This first page is signed by who?
This is Artie Lupton.
Right?
Yeah.
And who's it addressed to? Just as to whom it may concern.
To whom it may concern.
Then the
Yes.
second page, what's the date of it?
August 25th, 21.
Second one. Second page,
Second page.
July 25th.
Wait, July, June 29th, and
This is also signed by Artie Lupton, right?
yes.
So you should have 2 letters there. And then-
Yes. July 25th.
Right,
Yes, 21.
right. So you got the 2 letters. Have you seen these 2 documents before?
Yes, I remember. Yes.
And how did you come into possession of these documents?
Artie let me know that things were being, the lease was being terminated because
If you look at the second page, that is a letter to Mr. Lee, right?
yes,
It was sent to his Duluth, Georgia address.
yes.
In this letter, did you get a copy of this letter from Marty because you're also a partner?
I didn't get it at the time. I found out about it after the fact.
Because this letter terminates the lease, right?
Yes.
Your Honor would like to tender exhibit 6 into evidence?
No objection, Judge.
All right, without objection,
Um,
P6 is amended.
So if you look at that page 1, the first page, this document basically says she didn't get paid like she was supposed to. Is that your reading of it?
Yes, she never got paid other than the basic rent.
And so then the second page says she never got an accounting, right?
Right,
And she also says you never got an accounting.
right.
Would you tell the jury about your conversations with Ms. Lupton during this time in the summer of 2025? I mean, summer of 2021?
As I recall, she either called me, and then said that the lease is not being renewed because Sean has not abided by the contract. But timing wise, Artie was trying to sell the property, something like that. So, but she did tell me that the lease was not being renewed.
So because of this termination, there was not going to be a 10-year lease renewal, right?
That was gone, yes.
That was gone. And was your expectation that the business would get that 10-year lease renewal?
Easily.
So this letter says that, please move out of the property by August 25th, 2021. Do you know if the business moved out on August 25th, 2021?
I think it stayed there and continued to operate. Yeah, so
Do you
The
know
store
if
was
Ms.
there.
Lupton, I'm sorry, go ahead.
the store was still there after this date.
Do you know if Ms. Lupton actually did, or Blackman did actually sell the property?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And do you know if the operations of the business were allowed to continue under the new owner?
I assume so because I drove by the store. It was in operations. And my understanding at the time was that the new owners were trying to do something with their property, but then until then, I think they went on a month-to-month kind of deal. That's what I'm thinking, but because the store was still operating.
Do you know if Ms. Lupton and Blackman ever got their side deal payments from Mr. Lee?
No.
No, you don't know her.
They didn't get the money, so,
Sorry about
yes.
that. And Ms. Lupton also says that she was not able to get Mr. Lee on the phone. Is that a common experience that you also had as well, right?
Well, I had experienced that, Ms. Madden experienced that, and obviously Artie experienced that as well.
During his testimony yesterday, Mr. Lee testified that the company didn't have a bank account because it was a cash business. Is that true?
We created that SM entity. He had an account. I didn't open an account with that entity because I wasn't the one who applied for the LLC. He did. So he has some kind of account, but then we didn't create it together. Maybe we did, but
Did the company use that bank account to pay bills?
not when I was running it, no.
What about rent?
Rent was paid with cash.
Okay, how about the employees?
They were paid cash. We did taxes and stuff, but then they were paid cash.
Okay, but you also did withheld taxes correctly, right?
Yes.
Would that have been paid through the checking account?
We were trying to set all of that up, but again, we just got shut down before everything was
Or everything was fully set up?
settled and organized.
And you've requested financial records, including bank statements and profit and loss statements from Mr. Lee during discovery, right?
I wanted some kind of record, at the least, the P&Ls that I've done, that I've given, but none of that came my way.
Did you get any financial records from Mr. Lee?
No.
You heard Mr. Lee yesterday testify that he did not take over operations of the store.
When the COVID was over and done with and we were allowed to open back up, I didn't go up there. Who went up there? I don't know. I'm thinking it was Mr. Lee, but he says he didn't. So
But he told you on the phone he was going to, right?
he wanted to run the store.
You said, okay.
Yes,
And the store reopened.
it was opened.
So since Mr. Lee has not provided any operations records, the only financial record you have is based on the 2 months that you ran the business, right?
Yes.
Do you have any other financial performance records, P&Ls, anything else related to the business after those 2 months?
No.
So are you asking this jury to base their award on that average, 2 month average of 44,738?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for, but then,
And your share of that average would be 60%.
yes.
And remind the jury again how you got to 50%, 60%?
Originally, I'm 50%, and then I ended up buying Ms. Madden's rights to that 10% as I paid her off. So I ended up with her 10%. So they add up to 60%.
So 60% of 44,738 is 26,842.80.
Yes.
Okay, and so you're asking for that 26,842.80 times 27 months is how we got to the $724,755.
Yes.
Right before we filed suit, you asked me to send a demand letter to Mr. Lee. Is that
Yes.
right? If you would, I want you to look at exhibit 13, tab 13. Is this a true and accurate, oh, are you there?
Yes.
True and accurate copy of the demand letter we sent
Yes.
to Mr. Lee? And the purpose of this demand letter, what was the goal of this demand letter?
The total?
So what was the goal? Why do we send this?
Well, I haven't heard anything back. So I thought I get legal representation to get his attention. Yeah. So
Did we get any response to this demand letter?
did we?
Did we get a response from Mr. Lee?
I don't remember.
To
Did
this
we?
letter, did we get a response?
I don't recall. Did we? I don't recall.
Well, it's true to say that we did not get a response from Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I don't recall.
And did you get a response to Mr. Lee from any of your text messages or calls or
No,
emails?
no.
And so you're asking this jury to award you attorney's fees, right?
Yes, Mr. My attorney could have been avoided, but we have to be here, so.
And that's because Mr. Lee has he put you to unnecessary trouble and expense?
Yes,
Do you believe that he has acted in bad faith?
yes,
And do you believe that he has been stubbornly litigious in this situation?
yes,
So you're asking this jury to award you attorney's fees under Georgia statute 13-6-11 for stubborn litigiousness.
yes.
Do you believe you had any option but to file suit in this case?
I had nowhere to turn, so my only option was to get legal representation, yes.
And so when Mr. Lee did not respond to this letter, did you authorize our firm to go ahead and file this lawsuit?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we did file this lawsuit. We brought those claims that we showed at the very beginning. Breach of contract, right?
Right,
For yourself and Ms. Madden.
yes,
We also brought claims for, well, let's talk about the breach of contract claims. The breach of contract is a failure to distribute the funds, right?
yes.
And also the failure to give you the reports?
Yeah, at least a monthly thing, but then again, the money was the main issue. But then I need to know what a monthly thing was so that I could make sure that my portion of 60% was the correct amount.
And then you're also, you're seeking that, your 50% plus the 10% from Ms. Madden.
Right.
Now, are you also asking the jury to give you an award of the $50,000 that Ms. Madden paid?
Yes, I'm
And why
entitled
is
to that.
that?
Well, Mr. Lee didn't abide by the contract that he signed with Ms. Madden.
And then also, isn't it not the case that Ms. Madden and you were both expecting this to be a 12-year business as opposed to a 2-year business?
Yes, and then more.
Uh-huh. So you're also asking the jury to award you damages based on the breach of fiduciary duty to you and Ms. Madden, right?
Yes.
And so just to go through that, let's talk about the duty. Did Mr. Lee have a fiduciary duty to provide business reports?
Yes,
Did he have a duty to provide distributions?
yes,
Did Mr. Lee have a fiduciary duty not to steal money from the company?
yes.
So, and to your knowledge, did Mr. Lee breach these duties?
Yes, most definitely.
Right, he failed to do what was
Yes,
required.
yes.
And did you suffer damages as a result of this?
Well, I didn't get my portion of the profit, so yeah, that's
And
the
Ms.
damage.
Madden's portion, right?
And Miss Madden's portion, yes,
And so those are the damages that you're seeking.
yes,
And then the cause of these damages, the cause of your damages is Mr. Lee keeping all the money.
yes, yes,
Okay. You also brought a claim for fraud and misrepresentation. Is that correct?
yes.
And when did this fraud begin?
When I was not being paid,
So it really was when Mr. Lee took over operations, right?
right? I haven't seen a penny since then.
Okay. And this is based on Mr. Lee making representations to you that he would send you your share, right?
I assumed that would be the case.
Would that be considered part of the operations of the business?
Yes, definitely so. You pay your partners.
And then, did you have any idea that he was going to be stealing the money from the company?
Stealing?
Yeah, keeping all the profits for himself.
It ended up being that, but I thought I would get my money, but never got a penny of it.
Your expectation based on the partnership that you had with Mr. Lee was that he would pay you your share of the
Yes,
profits, right?
yes, yes.
And based on what you've now learned, do you believe that Mr. Lee intended to keep those profits all along?
It ends up looking that way. Yes, sir.
And what has helped you come to that conclusion?
Well, I didn't get paid, and then yesterday he was sitting here saying some things that are entirely fiction. So yeah, when I didn't get paid, yeah, he didn't have his right intentions.
Did you justifiably rely on Mr. Lee to pay you as you expected, as a partner should be paid?
Yes,
And he did not do so. So
He
you suffered
didn't.
damages, right?
yes,
That's back to the same thing, the 724, 755, right?
yes,
And the 50,000 for Ms. Madden.
yes.
And then finally, the fourth claim is for conversion. And is it your position that you should be compensated because Mr. Lee converted the money held by the business for his own personal uses?
Yes,
And so therefore you're seeking your 60% under the theory of conversion.
yes.
Now, are you asking the court to award you punitive damages as a result of the fraud and conversion?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So so we would ask the jury to use their enlightened conscience to award you punitive damages for these claims.
Yes, I was damaged. I was wronged.
Okay. So let's go to the damages case. So let's just look through a recap of the damages that is on the next page. So you're asking the jury to award you the profits not distributed, 724, 755.60, right?
Yes,
And then the investment from Ms. Madden, which is 50,000,
yes,
and then the award of attorney's fees.
yes,
So your position is this is the damages and then the causes of action in your claim. We're asking them to choose all the causes of action.
yes,
So you're asking for a total damages of 840,282.65.
yes.
Have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, I think we've reached our stopping point for lunch, so sir, you can step down. And unless there are any strenuous objections, I'd say we try to gain back some time from this morning, come back at 1 o'clock, so about 45 minutes, if we think we can do that. Don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research about the case. See you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
How about the jury?
All right, just so I can get a rough estimate, plan out the rest of the day. Mr. Begg, any rough approximation of how long you think cross will take for you? Okay. And then perhaps some cleanup on redirect confined to whatever he brings up on cross, but at that point, then you would expect to rest.
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you have some motions after that we need to take up? And then from there, still just solely planning on calling your client? And how much time you think you need for that? Okay, so I'll just be telling the jury when they're coming in and out for the motions that we very well may still be reaching closings today, it seems.
Well, Your Honor, I think I would ask that we do closing tomorrow, just give us a chance to sort of
Yeah,
regroup and get that ready. But maybe what we could do this afternoon is a charge conference or something,
right.
just to make better use of the court's time. Because I know in the past, you granted us time to prepare for closing.
Is that what we did? We did closings Thursday morning?
I think that's what I would request.
Okay. Well, I don't want to,
We're ready to close today.
yeah, I don't want to punish efficiency and make you want to drag things out, but why don't I'll consider that. We'll see just where we end up and how long the charge conference will take. And, we end up with 3 whole hours to fill. I think I can give you 30, 40 minutes to compile your notes, but I'd say we move forward with closings today.
That sounds good.
We do have the consolidated packet, which we'll email and print you a copy to look at for that charging conference when it comes this afternoon. Unless there's anything to take up on behalf of the plaintiff.
Yes, sir.
from the defense?
One thing, we were on another calendar this afternoon. We submitted our notice of conflict last week. That court is apparently wanting to speak to someone in your chambers to verify that we're actually here.
Sure.
So
Did you give him,
Boyd called back and left a voice message.
there you go. Should have already been taken care of, but if you need anything else, just,
they've been emailing us. We'll follow up and let them know that it's our understanding that you guys have made contact back.
or you can feel free to CC one of us on an email and we can confirm in writing.
Include Mike.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Don't trust him.
Anything else though?
No comment.
Okay. We're off the record. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge. That is frustrating. I feel your pain.
I mean, goodness gracious.
All right, let's go grab lunch.
Oh, wow.
Let's go grab lunch.
That's the case number. Yeah, I think it's still on the,
I saw it on it.
it's at the joint discovery motion. That's where I flagged
Oh,
it.
Trying to, but.
They just wanna-
That's
No, I
like-
meant like for lunch. I guess
It is, but it's not showing up on our docket because of the way Boyd pulls it, I
So
think.
neither.
One of them is, one of them,
One of them. is-
actually, now I'm looking at it. They both have that, it says Division Superior,
Oh, both
and it's
of them
supposed to say Division EJ 15.
do. The 4.3, I'm seeing J.
Then it's other way around then. The 2059
Mhm.
isn't showing up and it needs a scheduling order.
Do you have that app? What do they have across the road on the second floor? Do you have that app? I have it. Yeah. You don't have it? Oh, okay. Guess I'll go downstairs and get that.
I'm gonna leave the door unlocked. Cause I wanna say they coming back. Normally I lock it, but I'm gonna leave it unlocked.
I think everything's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you want it there?
What did you need? I don't make no sense. How? And this, I'm just asking, how fucked up can you be sitting there acting like, you know, you at work, but you just sitting around, you basically just chilling. Oh, he was hot. I'm not gonna go on word for word, but he was hot, and I was saying to myself, you should be. You should be. I honestly, just me. Your last one will be looking up. I got your
Do you
message.
need me to log in or anything?
Do you mind, could I get your password for Odyssey? And are you logged into the PC? I mean,
I didn't touch it since you left, but it might have gotten to sleep.
yeah, we're locked on the two.
Yeah, it logged me out.
Okay,
I will log in and I can leave my password with you.
thank you. I was gonna try to do it while you were working, but since it
Yeah.
has no connection, I couldn't get to
Okay,
it.
I'm doing this muscle memory thing to make sure I get my password.
I understand.
Okay. Policy. And this is from the computer for logging?
No. Thank you. How long you guys gonna be gone? About an hour?
He typically gives them an hour, yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
so
Probably
I
have
should
like
be out of here by
45
about
minutes-ish.
1:15, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would work good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
What were you saying? You just saying, basically, y'all sorry as hell. Said no baby, not been around, not even wondering what, cases are being taken care of, when they ain't checking the emails, nothing. So I was like, hey. He was saying some more, he was trying his best on this one. What? No, it ain't, it is what it is. That right there is like crazy. How you gonna come in and just basically just sit? Boy. I'm breaking name. True. It's just like, come on, man. Oh, let me ask her one more question before she take off. No, I'm gonna be right here. It's just, I gotta. There we go. It has been total chaos all damn day long. She. So, this is the girl from the stroke out. She don't stroke out. She said today, she said, I'm not cut out for this job. This is something you should be doing. I said, oh, hell. All right. That is the highest level of BS. And how would be to the highest level of festivity. I'm just saying though. You know, I always tell you, you let shit build up, build up, build up. You knock it down as it pops up, you know that I go ahead and equate to that game whack-a-mole. When it pop up, I'm gonna go ahead and knock it right back down and keep it moving. I'm not gonna let that shit linger. Yeah. And especially it was Glenn there today. Who was there? Oh, not the Wonder Boy. What? Yeah, the Wonder Boy. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Well, why is that? Why is he unable to think on that? No, I would call that to me, that's an individual that is just lazy because I'm gonna set the expectation. I'm gonna say, hey, look, see, 0, 0, 0. I'm gonna let you know, look, you are responsible for everything, not just one piece of the pie. If somebody's not there, it's your job to go ahead and go the extra mile, just like if you ain't there, it's their responsibility to go the extra mile. Ain't nobody taking no days off. If anybody can take some days off, it's gonna be me. That's it. No, he didn't call me. I was on the phone with Francine. He was in there talking to her going on. Yeah. Uh, Send her email, send me what? No, I'm gonna say, why didn't you just tell her what the hell they need to send that to you for? You're, and the key word is she's trying to. You ain't, I ain't miss it. No, she's making it a, I'm gonna have you do it for me because I'm in this position even. I can tell you what to do, so, hey, do it. Yeah, you better. You better get these folks under control. John, do you not understand this? My shoulders. Yes, I tell you about some of the stuff. I tell you about some of but look, I'm not gonna say more, well, because I'm not gonna allow you to. I'm more. I do things because I know how to come back. I know how to sidestep. I know how to go in there. You know, stuff that's gonna come back to me. A lot of times I just go ahead and do it for me. That doesn't apply in the situation. And I know you're not me, but it's stop repeating yourself. One more time. And are you done now? Because you still haven't answered the question I asked you. Okay, so, so. The question is, you gonna sit there and stew about stuff, or you gonna do something about it? I said, are you gonna go ahead and do something about it, or you gonna just sit there and stew about it? Okay, then if you're, can I finish? Then if you're doing something about it, do what you can and let the rest go. That's all you can do. No, it's easy to say. Because, I mean, keep going. Stuff that was. No. Do you think I didn't want them to do that? Do you think I want to be there? Okay, well, wait. So, just like you said, all this stuff, so really upset. Now, I was too, so that would control me. So I have to do, I have to do, keep doing. How was it? I'm sorry, I forgot. That's all it is. Okay. All right. How are you gonna, oh, okay, do me a favor. Quit trying to assess how deep or how shallow I was in a given situation just because I wasn't physically present. Just like you was so worried about the window. But yet still, you weren't physically present there with a bunch. Oh, but that's different, huh? But then how you gonna tell me that it's different? Because I wasn't physically there. Well, okay. Let me go ahead and fix this lady's computer. Right, so, the one.
Okay. you eat?
Oh, I can work more. Orange chicken.
It's okay, I did it.
See, you were using chopsticks.
I love, yeah. It makes me work for my food, and I like it.
Uh, when you get good with it, you could pick and choose
Yeah.
without touching other parts of the food.
Oh, without touching them?
Yeah.
I like it to touch.
Well, I mean, if there's a dish and everybody's sharing it,
Oh,
instead of
yeah.
having
No, I'm good
a
with that. I
serving
can do that.
spoon. you
Yeah.
just-
You just get your one part.
Yeah, yeah, and,
That's what I do when I go to KBBQ. It's good.
I saw some jurors posting on,
I know, that's what Sabrina was telling
Oh,
me.
they had to pay you.
I guess they could do that.
As long as it's not disruptive. I remember I was in a jury, oof, a long time ago, and I was pregnant, when I was sleeping. And I remember the judge would see it, the judge was falling asleep. You know, in that other case.
I set up my autoresponder within minutes before Jolanda sent that settlement offering. So that means she knows we're not getting back to her until Friday.
I think he's just setting up a way for her to get out and then he's not gonna pay
Doesn't care about anything
them
else.
anything, yeah.
No, I think
She's
he
probably
wants
the only one paying.
he wants to come after our client for attorney's fees for sure. And this.
So ridiculous.
You play golf?
But that's a good question. I used to play golf regularly. Now I don't play golf too often. And
It's a
so
good exercise.
it is good exercise. I'm not very good at it. And I like to call myself a value golfer. That means, yeah, so I get as much exercise in 9 holes as you may get in 18.
Maybe 27. My best score
Yeah,
ever, 7 under.
wow, that's pretty good.
Once and then two.
I did that in putt-putt. No, I'm just kidding.
Sounds like they're speaking Spanish.
2 5-unders. and,
7 under, wow.
So I had a game there a while, and then,
Yeah.
of course, this weekend, Masters, watched the last few holes. And what they do
Yeah,
is
It's astounding.
It's different. It's a different world. I mean, their games.
well, my wife and I love going to golf tournaments and we
Did y'all go to
managed to get,
Augusta?
huh?
You go to Augusta?
I did. We went Sunday and saw the Masters.
That's the last.
You were
Hey,
at the
right.
Masters?
We were at the Masters and
Wow.
so I don't know if you watched it on TV, but when Rory was at the clubhouse and was hugging the caddies, we were right there.
Oh,
Somehow we ended up with all the Irish people, the
Okay.
Irish contingent, but we also,
Sounds fun.
I told my wife, she was trying to figure out where she wanted to stand. I said, we should go right there because that's where we know that we're going to see him there. Everyone else, they saw, that was it,
Okay.
you know.
So you go there every
No.
time?
No, we don't. We go every time we possibly can. But that means someone's got to come up with a ticket for us.
Mhm.
And those tickets are hard to find.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. And so this is, I've gone 3 times. And the first time was a connection through my wife's employment. The second time was a friend of mine. And the third time is a mutual friend who liked us, but not well enough to give it to us for free. It was expensive.
What would they be charging you?
2,100 for 2 passes for 1 day.
Oh, okay. That's not as bad as I thought it
No,
was.
no, I mean, retail is like 11,000 bucks a pass.
That's what I thought.
Why? Because you're putting your pass at risk.
Yeah.
Because if the master finds out, they will
Yeah,
revoke
I
it.
just learned that.
They'll revoke it
I was
forever.
like, what?
Yep.
This is like some
Yeah.
exclusive stuff.
It says very clearly on the website, this pass is, non-transferable, non-sellable, non-signable. If you do so, we're going to revoke you.
I mean, at $2,100 for a pair, I would do that once.
Oh, absolutely. And we got up at 4:45. We stopped in Greensboro for the night, got up at 4:45, drove there. We were in the Masters parking lot at 6:10. Got inside,
Water main seating.
the store open, and we managed to get one of the gnomes. Gnomes are what you fight with. Little dude.
Oh, good. All right.
Yes.
That they.
$100 on the open market.
What?
Yes. Yes, so people get there and fight for the gnomes. Huh?
They're not supposed to stay there throughout.
No, the gnome is something they sell in the gift shop.
How we doing?
I think I've got to fix them.
All right, excellent.
Want to go ahead and take the witness stand?
Okay.
Feel free to take your water.
I'm not.
Is the notebook still open?
We can check them out if you want, but I think they know how to use the line.
This is slip new.
The old Kleenex sleight of hand.
Good, all right.
If you hear back from,
Well, we gotta go back on the record here.
The latest, you know.
I bet they're gonna,
It has been.
I bet they're gonna fix this quickly.
All right, we're back on the record. All parties and counsel are present. I believe the jury's ready to proceed. So unless any party has anything to flag, we'll ask Deputy Scott to bring in the jury. Deputy Scott.
All right, for the jury. President Judge.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Welcome back, everyone. Defense may proceed with their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Park, good afternoon. My name is Corin Begg, and as you know, I represent Mr. Lee in this case. This is your cross-examination, which means that I have an opportunity to ask you some questions about the testimony you just gave on direct examination to your attorney. The first question I want to start by asking you about is lawsuit that you have filed in this case. You make an allegation for breach of contract against Mr. Lee. Can you please define for me what the contract is that you're alleging Mr. Lee of breaching?
We agreed to be 50-50% partner. And when he assumed the operation of the store after the COVID, I didn't see any reports sales-wise, nor did I receive any money at all. And it was very difficult to get in touch with him. Just didn't pick up his phone. And then we did talk, but then again, it was delayed. He had to pick up his kids and stuff and all of that. So he was going to call back and never did. So the bottom line, I didn't get my money as we agreed.
So the contract, if I'm understanding you correctly, and I know you've talked about it at great length, is that you were going to partner together 50-50 and open up this game room in North Carolina, right?
Yes, yes.
If I understand your testimony correctly, another very important part of your testimony or of the contract, as you understand it, is you're saying that he assumed operations at some point. Is that right?
Yes, he told me he wanted to run it, and I say yes.
And is it your testimony then that that is part of your contract, him assuming operations?
No, not initially. He never had an experience. I was going to run it. He was going to be silent partner. But again, after COVID, we talked, I forget when, but said, I want to run it. I said, fine. So
we agree that the initial contract was 50-50, Game Room, North Carolina, Park runs it, Lee funds it, right? That's the initial contract?
right. He funds the store to be built. Yes,
Understood.
yes.
All right. So let's talk about this shift that occurred, as you state, between you going from operational to silent and him going from silent to operational. Tell me exactly how that happened.
Well, one day he called me prior to opening up when the state was being allowed to open up. So he says, let me run it. And I said, fine. And this is that simple. There was no discussion on anything else. So, yeah.
Did you have a document drawn up to reflect that he was going to become the operational partner and amendment,
No,
perhaps?
no,
I'm sorry.
no.
No. Was anybody present with you? You have any other witnesses that can verify that this conversation took place?
No. I think he called me and we talked on the phone and that was it.
Do you have any subsequent writing, maybe text messages or anything that would prove he was taking over operations?
Other than that phone call, no.
So your testimony is that a phone call came to you from Mr. Lee saying, I want to take over operations, and you agreed, right? No recording, no witnesses, no documentation, no amendment. Also true, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So literally, it's just your version of this event versus Mr. Lee's version of this event. True?
True.
I also note that in your complaint, you file a claim for breach of fiduciary duty. You're nodding your head, yes, right?
Yes. He didn't abide by the verbal agreement.
What is your understanding of what a fiduciary duty is?
Well, one party owes the other party that agreement duties, whatever that agreement is. That's what that's my understanding of fiduciary agreement. Yes.
And it's true that your allegation that Mr. Lee violated a fiduciary duty is based on the time period that he allegedly took over operations of the company, right?
Correct.
So there's no allegations that he breached fiduciary duties before taking over operations, true?
True.
I want to ask you about your claim for fraud. What's your understanding of what constitutes fraud in Georgia?
Well, when you come to an agreement and you don't abide by that agreement, in this case, not paying me my share of money, and when he said he wanted to take over the business, well, not take over the business, but then he wants to run it and doesn't do anything, then I'm beginning to, and doesn't return my calls, I'm beginning to suspect that he's up to something. So I didn't get my money, so yeah, there's some bad things going on. So he broke the agreement, and I think he the whole turn of events lead me to believe that he was thinking to do what he did.
So when you say turn of events, are you looking at the outcome and saying based on this outcome, you're coming to the conclusion that this was a fraud?
Yes, it just ended up being that, and I suspect and think that going up there, he knew what he was going to do. I just didn't know until the end.
Do you have any evidence of any false statements that Mr. Lee allegedly made to you prior to you going into business with him?
Let me think. Prior to going into business, no, I don't recall anything. But then, once we agreed to do something, there were some issues.
Understood. And do you, is it your testimony that you went into business with Mr. Lee based on any false statements that he gave you prior to you beginning your business relationship?
Statements that he gave me?
Correct. Did you rely on any statements by Mr. Lee that you now know to be false prior to you beginning your business partnership?
His statements that were false?
Yes, sir.
Not at the time. We agreed to it, and then as things were going along, there were some issues immediately that was happening. Yeah.
As you sit here today, are you aware of any statements that Mr. Lee has made that have been false?
For statements throughout the whole ordeal?
Yes.
Yes, there was one yesterday as he was sitting here. A lot of his statements were false.
What I mean more specifically is statements that you would have relied on in your business relationship. Is there anything that he told you that turned out not to be true during the course of your business relationship? For
Leading up
example,
to the agreement, none that I recall, but yeah.
you accuse Mr. Lee of conversion. What's your understanding of what conversion is?
I don't know what it would mean in legal terms, but I would just put all of that term under the breach of contract and me not getting paid as I was supposed to, and then so yeah, that's what I.
And believe me, I'm not trying to trick you with any legal terminology. I just want to know your understanding. So if I told you that conversion, your lawyer, I believe, asked you on direct and used the word stealing. So if there was any allegation that Mr. Lee stole or took money or somehow benefited himself with money from the company, my question to you would be, what evidence do you have of that?
When he assumed the control of the store, and I didn't see a penny, nor Miss Madden see a penny. I guess I could say he was stealing from me and Miss Madden, because we're not being paid.
So the question is, what evidence do you have of that? Do you have any evidence?
I didn't get paid at all.
So your position is just the lack of payment is evidence of conversion? Is that your testimony?
Again, I don't have the grasp of what conversion would mean in legal terms, but then my base is on me not getting paid, and that created all these problems.
So we can just be blunt. Stealing. You believe he stole from you in the business, don't you?
In essence, he did, because he didn't pay me.
My question is, what evidence do you have that he stole?
What evidence do I have?
Yes, sir. What evidence do you have? Do you have
I
any
didn't get
witnesses?
paid.
Do you have any witnesses that he stole any money from the company or the business? Anybody see him do it? It's a yes or no, sir. Do you know if anybody saw him do it? Do you have any witnesses?
Still from the business?
Yes, sir.
Uh, I would say yes, because like I said, I didn't get paid. So he's stealing my money.
So the question was about witnesses. You said yes. So who are the witnesses?
Oh, you were talking about the witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Miss Madden, she didn't get paid. But were we there to see him steal? No, we weren't there.
Okay, so that is my question.
Okay.
So you didn't witness Mr. Lee stealing anything, true?
I didn't get paid. I didn't get my money. So who has that money? Mr. Lee has it.
Do you understand my question? Do you need me to repeat it?
No. So I'm fully comfortable saying that he stole my money. So
I know you're very comfortable saying it, but that's
Yeah.
not the question. The question is, did you witness Mr. Lee, using your phrase, steal your money? Did you witness it? Yes or no?
steal my money?
What we're here for. It's what you sued him for.
Yes, I would say that because
You're
again,
saying you witnessed it.
I witnessed that I didn't. I saw I didn't get any money. So is that an answer?
It's not an answer, but I think we've made the point. Do you have any documentary evidence? Did you file a police report?
No,
Okay. So you thought Mr. Lee stole money from you, but you didn't file a police report. Is that right?
that is correct.
Okay. Do you have anybody else aside from you and aside from Ms. Madden who would have seen or have knowledge of the fact that you believe Mr. Lee stole money? Anybody else?
I talked about it with people in the community, in the industry up there in North Carolina, how I wasn't getting my money back, and Artie Lupton, the representative for the Blackman Properties, she knows. She wasn't getting her share as well. So we talked about it a few times.
Sure, but one more time, we're talking about witnesses, people who have personal knowledge, direct knowledge of any allegations of conversion or stealing. If I'm understanding you correctly, you talked to people about it. Did any people talk to you about it? Did anybody come say, Mr. Park, Sean Lee is stealing from you? Did that ever happen?
No,
Never
nobody
happened.
else other than Artie, Miss Madden, and myself.
Let's talk about Miss Madden. I've heard it referred to as both, so I want you to please clarify for the jury. Was the money Miss Madden paid an investment or a loan? Which one was it?
It was understanding that it was going to be a loan, and Miss Madden's thought as such. But then when the contract was drawn up, it became an investment, and she signed to that. I didn't draw up that contract. They met together. I wasn't there when the check was handed over. So what was going to be a loan ended up being an investment per that contract.
So it's your testimony that it was supposed to be a loan, is that right?
There was the initial conversation I had with Ms. Madden, and then they get together, and then we see what we see today, that the contract, investment, and that kind of thing.
So you agree with me that Exhibit 2, which you have the binder in front of you, and I'll just represent to you as the document that at the top of it says the 210 skill sweepstakes, but feel free to go to Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Okay, so you agree with me that nowhere on that document does it say the word loan, right?
Doesn't say anything about the loan.
It talks about $50,000 in exchange for 10% shares, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you remember yesterday when we read Ms. Madden's deposition into the record? Do you remember, and I'm happy to refresh your recollection if you don't, but do you remember the lines that I read where Ms. Madden said she doesn't know anything about an investment, she doesn't know anything about a loan, but she was investing in you, talking about Mr. Park? You remember her saying that?
I remember that. I remember that, yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, why did you pay her $50,000 if your belief was Sean Lee owed it.
Miss Madden doesn't know Sean. Met him for the first time on the day that she handed him the check. And on my words, and on my words alone, she was comfortable enough to write a check to Mr. Lee for 50,000. And I was grateful. Sean came to me, said he needed money. So it was arranged by me and Miss Madden, just very comfortable doing that because she trusted me. Yes.
Do you dispute the fact that Exhibit 2 is an investment agreement? Do you dispute that?
I like I said, we thought, I talked to Miss Madden about a loan to Mr. Lee, and then it ended up being this. I wasn't there that day, so this is what I see. So what I see is what I see.
And being that this is an investment agreement, it would be an obligation of the companies, true?
The conversation with Mr. Lee is that he was going to take the money and give his 10% to Miss Madden.
I'm going to ask one more time. Being that this is an investment agreement, this would be an obligation of the company, true?
Again, let me repeat myself.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to non-responsiveness.
Well, I'll let them
I'm
finish
trying to
response and
answer.
Go from there. All right. You can answer if you the question, sir.
Again, the conversation, I'm going to give Ms. Madden 10% of my 50%. That's what happened. That's what I remember. For me to say anything otherwise, I'll be lying here.
You have Exhibit 2 in front of you?
Yes, I see it. I see what I see.
Okay, so do you agree it's an investment agreement?
That's what it says.
All right, good. So now do you agree that that is a company obligation?
According to this, I guess so.
Okay, good. Now
Yeah.
we're making progress. Here's the question. Because it's a company obligation, did you confer with your business partner prior to agreeing to pay her $50,000?
No.
Okay. And isn't it true that according to this investment agreement, she invested $50,000? There's no guarantee of a return of $50,000 in here, is there?
It just says 10%.
Right.
Yeah.
So just like you bore risk, just like he bore risk, by taking on 10% in exchange for 50,000, she bore risk. Isn't that true?
According to this, yes.
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 And so what makes you think that you can pay her back $50,000 unilaterally and then come get it from Mr. Lee? What gives you that right?
The whole process started on a handshake. Okay, so it's totally assumed that when he came to me and said, "I'll give her 10% of my earnings," we believe. So that's what I was thinking at the time. That's what Ms. Madden was thinking at the time. And the contract being what it is on the screen, the Exhibit 2, it ended up being what it is. But I wasn't there. If I was there, I might have had all this thing corrected or made sure that we understood and be on the same page. I learned this only after when the problem began to occur, in that she's not getting paid, I'm not getting paid, and she was getting worried. She made the loan because of me, so I feel personally obligated to have Ms. Madden not suffer.
Turn to Exhibit 3, please.
Where?
Exhibit 3,
3, yeah.
the lease agreement. You know when you have it?
Yes, I have that.
And you agree with me that the signature page only has Mr. Lee's signature, true?
Yes,
You testified on direct, that was intentional, right?
yes, correct.
And you testified that the reason you weren't on the lease is because you were having problems with your other business partner, isn't that right?
um, it not such a so much as a problem, but then I didn't like the situation that I was involved with Key, the first partner, but it all got resolved. Didn't want to have him as my a partner for future consideration. And that's why I was talking to Sean, we were talking, and others. And then Sean being Mr. Lee ended up being my partner for this store.
Isn't it true that on direct, just earlier today, you testified that you intentionally didn't have your name on this because you were having problems with your partner? You said those words, right?
There were some things that I wasn't happy with, problems. Yeah, you may call that a problem, but
I'm using your words, sir. You said that, right?
I said that? Okay.
Don't recall?
Okay, but if I said that, let it be. But none that when you're in a business with a partner, I mean, you do have disagreements and then stuff like that. So if I call that a problem, it was a problem.
So, and that's the real reason why you approached Mr. Lee to do this deal, isn't it? It wasn't to diversify your risk. It was because you had burned your bridges with your partner. Isn't that right?
No.
So you're avoiding putting names on legal documents because you don't want your partner to find out, but yet you're going to make it seem like Mr. Lee was somehow a diversification process. Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay. So you agree then that choosing Mr. Lee to invest with was intentional. You did that on purpose, right?
Yes, it could have been Mr. Lee, it could have been Mr. Kim, it could have been anybody else that I knew who wanted to be in the business with me, because they all knew how profitable this businesses can get. It just happened to end up being Sean Lee.
And it worked out real perfectly that Sean Lee doesn't happen to know anything about gaming machines and gaming rooms. Isn't that right?
Repeat that question.
I
What
said it
what do you
worked out
mean by
great.
that?
It worked out great for him to be your partner because he has no knowledge of this industry, right?
It worked out great for me because he didn't know anything. I don't get the direction of that question, but then it didn't matter if he knew or not. Didn't matter. Yeah, there was him not knowing the business, not of a concern. Zero.
All right, well, here's the direction of the question. The direction of the question is, you knew that these types of facilities are illegal in North Carolina, right?
Wrong.
So you didn't have experience with these facilities being closed down by counties and municipalities in North Carolina?
Well, this store in Harnett County got closed down after the fact. But like I have stated, I go to the county, I go to the township, get their permission, go through the whole process, and then they go open up. And every one of the stores that I opened up is that way. After the fact, they come and say, we don't allow you anymore. How would I know that would happen? But that's the way it went down
When did
in
the store, is it Harnett County?
Harnett, yes.
Okay, when did that store get closed down by the authorities?
It was sometime in 22. It was on there September or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I need to look that up. But yeah,
No problem. You testified on direct that when you set these stores up, you have to go through the process that you just talked about. But you have to choose it very carefully and you have to set it all up because you know that eventually the county might say no. Isn't that right?
that's wrong.
Okay. Is that not what happened in this case?
That it happened that way. It ended up that way. But initially, when I go to the whole permitting process and the county, the township allows it, then I'm thinking I could open up. And a lot of the small counties, they welcome any kind of small businesses to open up. it generates employment and other benefits for those small towns.
Georgia has small towns. Why not open up here?
Different system, different law, is totally different, different law
I
down
mean,
here.
it's regulated by the Georgia Lottery,
Yes.
and it's illegal to just open up the type of facilities you wanted to open up here in Georgia. Isn't that true?
Not the way the state of North Carolina allows it.
I'm asking about Georgia. It's illegal here, isn't it?
There are gaming rooms here.
The type that you were operating in North Carolina?
Not my type of business. My way of business in Georgia would not be allowed.
So that's why you went to North Carolina, right?
Because, yes, because it is allowed up there.
As we sit here today, it's no longer allowed in North Carolina, right?
It still is allowed.
But is it just jurisdictions, certain cities?
Yeah, courts left it to its municipalities, say, do whatever you will.
Okay.
And very hard to find places, towns that would allow it. And then, like I've stated earlier, so many regulations, so many feet away from church and all this, impossible to find locations. But then when I did, as in this case, first 2 months, I generated the cash flow. And everybody back home here, in Georgia, has heard about what we do, how profitable it is. And my partner, Key, just not shy about just telling everybody that he's a millionaire. So the words get around in the community and people want it in.
And that's how you essentially sold it to Sean Lee, right? That, hey, this can be very, very lucrative. I think you told him $100,000 a month, right?
No. The store can do 100,000. But not his 50% share would be 100,000. And the group that we associate with, we play golf. We know everybody. So I'm sure he has heard through others, through grapevine, rumors, and yeah, that how profitable this is. But then you never entice somebody with a set figure that you can make this amount of money. No reason to, because there were just ample lot of people who wanted to be in. In this case, it just happened to be Mr. Lee.
You said on direct, and I understand your position is you don't want to give a set figure, but you said on direct that it could be more. You remember saying that? Your lawyer asked you about the numbers. You said one store was doing 60, other one could do 100. It could do more.
Yes.
Saying that?
I don't recall or remember telling Mr. Lee that it could be more. But then if store did 100,000, there's plenty enough for most of us. And again, Key, my original partner, did his part, just telling everybody that we were rolling in money.
Well, it's because you treat these rooms like casinos, right?
It's sweepstakes. It's also called skill games. And it goes by another name, but means the same thing.
This kind of reminds me of the whole conversion versus stealing. We're just talking words at this point. You treat it like a casino, don't you?
It's a gaming room. It's not a casino by their definition up there. Is skill sweepstakes. Yeah.
Words, but you treat it like a casino because you testified you give people free inducements, you give them food, you give them drink, you give them compensation to come spend time there, right?
We do that.
Yeah. And you do that because the more time they spend there, the more they're going to play and the more the money is going to be, right? That's the reason. You're not doing it to just feed hungry people, right?
Well, part of the reason is for them to stay there, and then a lot of players, they forget the time. They go hungry and we feed them. It's just part of the whole customer, what's the word? Yeah, taking care of customers, yes.
And you knew this very well because you're an expert in this industry, right?
Well, yes,
Yep.
yes, if I could tell myself that.
And you agree that Sean Lee was far from an expert. He had no knowledge of this. Isn't that true?
He had no knowledge and he told me that. And, yeah, so I said, I'm gonna run it, you be silent. So this is the way it went down for the first 2.5 months before we got shut down.
Further questions?
Redirect on those points.
Thank you, Judge.
Now, there's like several questions about this witnesses to the theft. I believe your testimony was that you witnessed the theft, right?
Theft,
Of the funds from the store.
yes.
And then who else witnessed the theft from the store?
Ms. Madden and Artie, because we were supposed to get paid and we didn't get paid. So somebody took our money. So by definition, would that be is it taking somebody else's money? That's theft?
And then weren't all three of you also supposed to receive financial reports?
Yes, when I was running it the first 2.5 months, I gave Mr. Lee a P&L, a monthly total each month. And then it tells what came in, what came out, and what the expenses were, and how much was left.
Let's talk about Ms. Madden for a few minutes. In her testimony yesterday, Ms. Madden said that she came back to you looking to get her money back.
Yes.
To the jury, why you decided to buy her interest in the company.
Ms. Madden,
Yes, Ms. Madden.
yeah, good friend. I said, and she knew what I was doing and the store that I was running, how profitable this can be. And she has shown interest in being part of it. And then an occasion comes by and I said, Ms. Madden, Jamie, Sean wants to borrow 50,000 and it's going to give you 10% of his earnings. In a heartbeat, she said, okay. And then a day after, whenever a few days later, they get together, Sean and Ms. Madden, and exchanged the check and signed up this contract.
Did you feel guilty for introducing Ms. Madden to Mr. Lee?
Not at the time. I didn't have any reason to believe that Mr. Lee would end up being what he ended up being. At the time, I had no inclination to think that.
But later on, how did you feel?
Well, he didn't live up to his end of the bargain. Not paying me, not paying Miss Madden, not paying Artie. So it was not a good feeling, and not a good. Couldn't think positively about Mr. Lee at that point.
And so ultimately, you did give Ms. Madden $50,000, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do that out of your own personal feeling of responsibility. You got something back from Ms. Madden, right?
Oh, yeah, she had 10% rights from Mr. Lee, so I received that right, that 10%.
And so we're looking at this contract exhibit 2, which is on the screen in front of you. This says that the 10% shares are coming from Mr. Lee, right?
Does it say that?
That Mr. Lee is providing 10% to Ms. Madden? It's a partnership agreement?
Okay, however it reads, and however it reads, that's what it reads. And again, the conversation was that Mr. Lee was giving his 10% to Ms. Madden.
And so that lowered his ownership from 50% to 40%.
Correct.
And that the 10% would then go to Ms. Madden,
Yes.
and then it came to you.
I bought that right.
You bought that right, and you paid her back that $50,000.
Yes.
And so from your earlier testimony a few minutes ago, you were talking about the intention being to be a loan. And that was your understanding it was going to be?
Initially, yes, he needed to borrow money from somebody in my circle of friends that I knew. So I said, let me look. And then first person I looked at was Miss Madam because she has shown interest. So I mentioned it, 50,000, 10%. And she just, I mean, in a heartbeat, she says, okay. And let me add this, that again, Ms. Madden didn't know Sean, just met him for the first time the day that she was sending a check over. I don't know how many people would do that to a stranger unless you knew somebody or felt comfortable enough doing so.
So when Ms. Madden paid $50,000, she got this 10% ownership. Is there any indication she had any reason why she could not sell that 10% to you?
I missed the question.
I'm sorry. Do you believe that Ms. Madden had the right to sell you her 10%?
It was her 10%. Yeah, she could have done anything with it. Yes.
This agreement here, this agreement of partnership, is there anything in here that limits her ability?
I don't see it. No, I don't see that.
Right, so this doesn't say in any way that she cannot sell you her 10%.
Doesn't say anything about that.
It does not say anything in here that it is a company obligation, does it?
No.
Does not say anything in here that the company has the right to approve of any sale of
No.
ownership. Your purchase of her interest gave you all of her rights, correct?
Yes.
I think there was some confusion on the reasoning, your explanation as to why you wanted Sean Lee to sign the lease. So I wanted you to give you one more chance to explain to the jury. The characterization made by opposing counsel, I don't think is correct. So would you set the record straight?
I was in a whole bunch of different businesses at the time, and there were some things that I had to clarify on my end of the accounting on behalf of myself. So we talked, and then we decided that Mr. Lee should sign for the lease. And then shortly after that, he had reasons to get out of that. He wanted me to sign for the lease, and let's say, let me clarify what I have to clarify. And then I signed the lease. And then, of course, shortly after mid-March, things got shut down and everything got delayed. So it's not, it was just some accounting stuff that I had to clarify. That's on the personal side.
So in other words, you were not asking him to sign the lease because you were trying to hide something from another partner?
No.
Do you have anything else you want this jury to know as they think about this case?
Could I not object to exceeding the scope of cost?
I think we got at least some closer approximation of subject matter there. That'd be sustained.
Is there anything else you think this jury should know about your relationship with Sean Lee in this case?
I'm sitting here and spoke what I knew, what went down, exactly as it went down, as I remember it. No more, no less. And again, when that bond or promise is broken, well, it's disappointing. But at the end of the day, we had an agreement, and I explained how difficult it is to find a location. And as it turned out, it just totally got messed up with Sean being in the picture. If I rented after the COVID and the relationship I had with Artie and Blackman Properties, maybe they don't sell the property, and I continue to be there, make it grow, hire more people, and then I would have never known that the county would shut us down. But then, even then, they might have, by year 22, they might have liked me enough to stay in business. I don't know. So I've said what I know as it went down. So.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Recross on those points.
You just established that you paid $50,000 to Miss Madden, you got her 10%, and now you're suing Mr. Lee for $50,000 because you paid $50,000 to get the 10%. Am I right?
Yes, it ended up
If the jury
being.
gives you $50,000, you end up with 10% for free, don't you?
Repeat that for me,
If the
please.
jury gives you $50,000, you get 10% for free. Isn't that true?
If they gave me 50,000
Yes, sir.
and I get 10% of Miss Madden's rights,
$50,000.
I would assume so. I mean, if Miss Madden got her money, yeah.
So that 10% for free, that's not fair to Mr. Lee, is it? That you get 10% for free? That's not fair.
I gave Miss Madden 50,000 of my own money.
And if they give you 50,000, you get 10% for free.
A nice group of people, they may give it to me for free and say, I don't want that 10%. You keep it. Maybe I give them 10%.
Give the jury 10%?
If they're giving me money, would they not want something back?
No further questions, sir.
Okay, can he step down?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can step down, sir. Any further evidence on the part of the plaintiff?
On behalf of the plaintiff, Judge, we rest.
All right, members of the jury, there's something that we have to take up outside your presence. Shouldn't last too long, and then we will resume to see if the defense has any evidence to present. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. All right, you can take your place back at council's table, and let me just go in order. Anything to take up on the part of the plaintiff?
Yeah, Judge, I just have one quick housekeeping issue.
All right.
Our court reporter for tomorrow has finally been
Thank you.
confirmed, but she is going to be remote via Zoom.
Oh, remote. I see. Okay.
Sue, if you could get a Zoom link tonight, or do you want to use the Veritex link? What would you prefer to use for tomorrow?
I can send you one.
We've used Zoom before.
This afternoon, I can send it to Veritex. Thank you. That's all I have for the plaintiff, Judge.
All right, and on behalf of the defense.
Defense has a motion for directed verdict, Judge, and Your Honor, please, as I'm ready to proceed.
Mhm.
Your Honor, we're making a motion for directed verdict at this time on 3 of the 4 counts. Your Honor is eminently familiar with the legal standard. Given the standard, we concede that there probably is enough conflicting evidence in the record to allow the jury to receive and consider the breach of contract allegation. However, Judge, on direct cross-examination, Mr. Park made it clear that he does not have a factual or legal basis to maintain fiduciary duty, fraud, or conversion counts against Mr. Lee. I think what we have is a breach of contract claim versus a fraud claim, and I think that's what the jury ought to hear. And I'm happy to go into the points that I believe support this, but I think Your Honor heard it as well. when asked directly what his factual basis was, what evidence, what witnesses, essentially it's just his testimony. And while I understand that sometimes testimony can be enough, typically that testimony has to be equivocal. I think here the testimony has wavered. I don't think he has consistently been able to articulate a basis for a fiduciary duty claim, or a fraud claim, or a conversion claim. In fact, fraud, I think particularly is weak, because when asked about whether he was aware of any false statements made at any time prior to entering into this agreement, he simply said no. So not only is there not a controversy, he's affirmed that he was never lied to. And at this point, Judge, I just believe that proper case to put in front of the jury is their breach of contract versus our fraud and the inducement. And I would respectfully ask for a motion to correct the verdict, be granted as to the fiduciary duty, the fraud, and the conversion.
All right, and I think we'll come back to you in just a minute because I do want to hear, and I think it would be helpful for us to hear more extensively Mr. Collins' positions on some of these. So, I mean, why don't we start with the fraud and conversion, Mr. Collins?
Okay. So on direct examination, I took Mr. Park through the elements of a fraud claim. And he testified that and provided information relevant to each one. And the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, all four of the claims stem from the fact that Mr. Lee did not pay the distributions that should have been paid. He kept all the money for himself. And this was corroborated not only by Mr. Park's testimony, but also by Ms. Bannon's testimony. And between those two witnesses, I think that we have met our burden in proving at least a prima facie case that we have of making fraud and conversion. And Judge, I took Mr. Park through all of the elements of fraud and all of the elements of conversion. And I think that is so far unrefuted evidence.
And so what is the fraudulent statement?
So the fraudulent statements was that he was going to take over the responsibility of operating the business. And it is that statement that says that was his, I'm going to do what's required to be an operator. And that means he's supposed to send reports and he's supposed to send distributions. And it is that statement that said, I'm going to take over operations that caused Mr. Park to say, okay, go do it. And it is that statement that was made in August of 2020, that is the foundation for the fraud. It is that statement that convinced Mr. Park, who testified, hey, I have other things to do. If Mr. Lee wants to run the business, I'm okay with that. I'm going to trust him to do that. And if Mr. Lee had lied and had said, and had intended all along to not pay Mr. Park, that is a material misrepresentation. And I think that my client relied on that misrepresentation. I think his testimony is clear about that. He relied on that. And he relied to his detriment, and there's no doubt he was damaged. Mr. Lee kept all the money.
All right, so I think we need to break this down a little bit more. The first contract that you contend was formed was, from what I understand, was in 2019.
Right, that's the oral agreement.
So your client testified there's an oral agreement, and the oral agreement initially was that defendant invests, he operates. And then as the testimony developed, it seemed like he testified that there was either a modification or a completely new contract. I think it'd probably be more accurately categorized as a modification, where then the operating role flips. Okay. And so your argument is not that there was any fraud predating the 2019 argument, but that in the later modification, there was a misrepresentation. And that misrepresentation being, I'm going to operate the business.
Yes.
And he never, in fact, ever operated the business?
No, he never did what he was supposed to do as the operator. I think there's no doubt he operated the business, that he ran the business, he got the money. He did not, however, perform his duties.
Didn't perform. And so what, but in order to prove that he simply didn't breach the contract, you have to show that fraudulent intent, so that when he made this statement promising to operate the business, at the moment he made that statement, he didn't mean he was going to do it.
Correct.
What evidence do you have of that?
We have, right now, the evidence we have is that he did not do it. And so that's why I asked Mr. Park the question on the witness stand. Do you now believe that Mr. Lee did not ever intend to pay you? Because at this point, we did not know that then, but the evidence has become pretty clear now. Now, in all fairness to the court, fraud and breach of contract is really difficult to prove. And I understand the standard on a fraud claim is you got to show some kind of independent obligation. And if we say, Judge, that there is a modification of the contract, and the modification is the statement that I agreed to be the operator, then at that point, I think we might be facing that issue of it all merging into just a breach of contract claim.
Right.
I assume that's where you're going with this.
That is, and now I need to explore further because I know there's case law on this, and I've probably looked at it before, which is just the simple act of non-performance going to be enough to create an inference of that fraudulent intent at the time the statement was made?
I would say it's a jury question, Jay.
And that's what I'll have to look into because I'm very much aware that all inferences would go in your favor, especially on issues of intent. Conversion, though, let's turn to that one here because that one, we're not having to deal so much with these issues of intent, and we do have some very explicit case law saying that you can't just bring a conversion claim simply because you didn't get paid under the terms of a contract, or else every breach would be conversion, and those are different claims. So you have to show that you had a right to that money separate and apart from the contract. What's that here?
So our theory on that front, Your Honor, is that he had control and possession of the money. He had control and possession of all the money, and that he kept it, even though, yes, we have the contractual right to it, but we also have the right to at least know that the money exists. And he not only did not send us reports, he kept the money the whole time. And so as a consequence, he converted the money, and
without bank statements, really, you don't know that. It could still be, I don't know if the LLC ever opened up an account, but you actually have no idea where the money is, or we have no idea what happened to the money. And it's really just a lost profits estimate that it even made money, right?
Well, we know that the company could make money because we had the 2 months of operations. What we don't know is what happened afterwards. Now, we did ask defendant to provide bank statements and profits and all that kind of stuff. We did not ever get any of that kind of documentation. We know there was a bank account. We know that because we had the evidence show that Mr. Lee testified that he put the money into the company bank account. So we know there was a bank account. We just have never gotten any documents regarding that.
All right. And let's say you're entitled to a presumption that because those records weren't produced, that the worst can be assumed. Let's say even in a hypothetical, someone takes the money from the corporate account, takes it over to his personal account. How is that still conversion if your only right to that money, period, is solely because of the contract? Do you have any right to that money separate and apart from the contract?
I mean, I think, well, the only right to the money would be, back in under the breach of fiduciary duty.
Right. Now that him transferring it would be a violation of his fiduciary duty.
Right.
That's another claim. So the most recent case I can find on this is Sachs Management. It's a Court of Appeals case, 356 Georgia Appeals 568, and I can give you that site again if you need it.
Yes, please.
Take a look at it. But right now, I just do not see how this conversion claim survives, and I would be inclined to grant a directed verdict on that.
I think the claim for breach of fiduciary duty is much stronger, Judge.
And that's the one that you're again. Let's flush that out. So the fiduciary duty that was violated here was
to provide accounting and reports, and to not steal the money, and to pay the money to Mr. Park, Ms. Madden, and to Harvey Lupton and Denny and all these other parties.
All right. And what for any claim, you have to prove damages.
Right.
What damages resulted because you couldn't get the financial reports?
Well, because we couldn't get the financial reports, we do not know what the exact dollar amount is. The most we can do is give an estimate. And so that's why we've asked the jury to take the financial results from January and February and extrapolate that as what the company earned, with the full knowledge from testimony that the company probably earned way more than that $44,000 average. Why? Because they had stand-up machines that are not included, Number two, once you get a business started and growing, it's only going to continue to grow based on the popularity of the gaming, of the skilled gaming. So I think that we managed, again, Mr. Park, on the witness stand, I took him through each one of the elements of a breach of fiduciary duty so that he checked each one in it. This point that has not been opposed by any other testimony.
In theory, though, these are separate claims, and so there should be the damages would be calculated stemming solely from the breach of each of those claims.
Right.
So let's say, yesterday or tomorrow, you got paid or the full 40 or 50% to which you believe your client is entitled to. What damages still remain because of the breach of fiduciary duty? I mean, and so how are these separate damages?
Well, I think that the way that I have always looked at this claim, Judge, is that we're getting one set of damages and we're asking the jury to check the boxes. And so I would say, again, looking at it as independent claims, the breach of contract claim is that same $842,000. The breach of fiduciary duty is that same $842,000. Fraud, conversion, etc. I would not ask the jury to give me $10 for one and $20 for another and $30 for another. I really think that the jury can say, we believe that he is guilty of breach of contract, fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, conversion, but we award damages in the total amount of $842. And so therefore, I mean, I think that if the breach of contract fails, the breach of fiduciary duty could still stand and get those same exact dollar amounts. Did I answer your question?
I think so. And all right, I think we're clear here on your theories of recovery. And all right, so let me now that we know and have locked in there, I can turn it back over to Mr. Begg if there's anything that you want to respond to there.
I just think the underlying assumption that they're traveling under is that there was either a modification or amendment or a new contract, whatever we want to characterize it as, that flipped roles of the two men from operator to passive, vice versa. That assumption that even occurred is in dispute. Mr. Lee disputed it yesterday. That in and of itself only speaks to breach of contract. That's all it speaks to. The very fact that money was not received does not, and I don't have a case I can cite, Judge. I'm just going by the very definition of the case of the claims under Georgia law. Just not receiving payment is not tantamount to a material misrepresentation, which implies affirmativeness, not the negative. It implies that something is actually said to mislead you, which causes the detrimental reliance, which then leads you into the harm. And so just not receiving your payout, which is again contractual in nature, because again, we're talking about, and this is why I said at the outset, this is a breach of contract claim versus a fraud and inducement claim. It's for them to say just because he wasn't paid what he was owed, that is evidence of a material misrepresentation. That's a huge leap. Now we're reading people's minds. It just doesn't work like that. They need to be able to point to an email that he sent. The only evidence that he's given of this contract, by the way, being formed was a single phone call where he alleges he was told that Mr. Lee will take over. He had nothing else to support that. Of course, that's why I conceded at the outset. That's probably enough to let the jury figure out whether that contract was formed or not. So I didn't contest that. But everything else requires affirmativeness. And they haven't made any showings of that. And despite what he was questioned on direct, his answers on cross fly in the face of that. He actually affirmatively undercut those claims and went in the opposite direction and said he didn't know and he didn't see and he's not aware of any false statements. So it's not as simple as just saying we didn't get it, therefore. It doesn't work like that. There has to be evidence in the record of affirmative misrepresentations. They don't have it. So fraud cannot go forward. Same thing with this breach of fiduciary duty and conversion, because it gets back to the fact that these are monies tied to this alleged breach of contract. I'm happy to let the jury decide whether or not a contract was formed and whether it was breached. But it's just, in my opinion, Judge, it's just based on the record that we have in this case, it's not, it doesn't stand up when you have to present fiduciary duty and fraud and conversion to the jury.
All right, the last thing I would just, last thing I want to weigh on is back to Mr. Collins on one point, which is again on the fraudulent intent. And so if our black letter law is that, again, just mere failure to perform is not going to be fraud. You have to show that intent, which can be inferred, and it can be inferred based on what happened, what comes later. If that's, unusual, suspicious, if it's inconsistent with what you might expect. So what can you point to other than he said he was going to do this and he didn't? What in the evidence that came out, because it was not a lot, because he wasn't even there to see him operate the station or not operate it. What came out that shows fraudulent intent other than mere failure to perform? Because that's all I've heard so far is it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, the fraudulent intent, I think, would be the defendant saying on the witness stand that I never reopened the business, I never ran it, I never operated it, and then clearly the store was open. There's no evidence to refute that. The fact that the company changed vendors and, there's no evidence to refute that. So looking backwards, we can see the fraudulent intent by the actions of the defendant outside of not making the payments. So not making the payments is a breach of contract, but the fact that he cut ties with all of these institutions and vendors that Mr. Park set up, including failing to pay Ms. Lupton as required. So you got the failure to pay Ms. Lupton, the failure to honor the deal with Esther. These are all indicators of fraudulent intent, evidence of fraudulent intent, along with the statements of the defendant when he took the witness stand. I mean, I think the court's looking for evidence that we presented, that is evidence that we presented outside of the fact that he did not make the payment.
All right, I will defer on the directed verdict on the count of fraud. I do believe, again, based on that Sachs case that I cited, that the theft or that the conversion claim does not stand here based on the evidence presented, because that is solely based on the contractual duty alone. So that would be removed from the jury's consideration and objection preserved for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. I try to go after conversion in cases like this. I do understand it's a close call sometimes, and so.
Well, I don't know if I see anything close about it, other than these kind of explicit terms, which, again, unless you have a right to the money in a way other than through the contract, it shouldn't be conversion. If you want to look at that and you want to reconsider that at the close of the evidence, feel free to do so.
Okay, do you have a case on that?
That was 356.
Okay.
Georgia Appeals 568.
Thank you.
And again,
That's why Ms. Leverett is here to help me with that.
and I'll be looking closer at the fraudulent intent as well, just to see how much that can be
So
stretched. But
the breach of fiduciary duty, that stays in.
I think that stays in. I'll defer again on that one for now, reserving the ability to revisit that after judgment. All right. Anything further on behalf of the defense?
Oh, I'm sorry. Judge, I'm sorry.
Let me just check in, because this is where I was first.
I was just trying to get clarification on the ruling. So understanding that you're granting directed verdict as to a conversion, you're deferring ruling as to fraud and breach of fiduciary duty.
That's right.
And your deferral would then be revisited after a verdict, or when?
Could be if you renew the motion after the verdict. All right, Mr. Collins.
I just wanted a few minutes to explain what just happened to my client when we're done here.
Okay.
I have nothing further to take up with the court.
Understood. So feel free to take that moment, and I'll have Deputy Scott check in with the jury, see if they're ready, and we can start that transition over to the defense case.
John, may Mr. Lee go ahead and take a stand?
That's fine. Absolutely. I don't know if you want to keep that binder up there or not, but it's up there right now.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this few stuff. You just filed a motion. I'm just like, what now? We ready? All right, we're going. I don't know how long they were wanting to be out.
You want me to sound for them, Judge?
I mean, we'll just give another minute, and we can just give us 1 minute, and then we'll just go ahead and bring him in. And I think he'll get the message.
I need a version 3.
Okay. Very good. Oh, now it's scanned black. Wrong state.
Which one are you? The interpreter? This one then. Here's one. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Estoy bien, hijo. We're going to the jury room for tomorrow.
Oh, what?
A jury
Is
meal.
it right?
What's that?
So it's okay not to, let's.
I don't think so.
EARK.
Okay, I don't think they're going to.
Your Honor, just quick question. Your Honor, just quick question. For tomorrow, would I be assigned for a Zoom link or?
We're hoping we don't need you at all tomorrow. Yeah, that's the plan. And I guess I need to swear you in again, so. All right. Go ahead and bring him in, Deputy Scott. We can wait in here.
Last one, jury.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Members of the jury, plaintiff's counsel just stepped out just for a moment. So Deputy Scott, I'd ask you if you could, I can hear him in the hallway. If you could just bring him back, we'll get started here shortly.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mark Ransom, Rescue. Just a second.
Is he asking for us to wait?
I would prefer that we waited.
That's fine. We can hold in place.
There it comes. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so members of the jury, as you heard previously, the plaintiff has now rested his case in chief, and now we turn to the defense to present evidence in support of its counterclaims. And so with that, we call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to call Sean Lee to the stand. And Your Honor, forgive me, I don't recall, did we previously swear all witnesses at once, or do I need to swear him individually?
We'll just do it again since it's another day here. I know we have our interpreter back with us, and so ma'am, I'll start with you again. If you could state and spell your name for the record.
Yoojung Park, Yoojeong, last name Park.
All right, and do you solemnly swear or affirm you will faithfully interpret from Korean into English and from English into Korean the proceedings before this court in an accurate manner to the best of your skill and knowledge?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And then if you could ask defendant to raise his hand.
오른손을 들어주십시오.
And sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give
모든
in this matter before the court?
말씀하실 것을
shall be the truth,
네.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. You can be seated. Mr. Begg.
Mr. Lee, good afternoon.
Yeah.
I know that you have already had an opportunity to speak to the jury yesterday when Mr. Collins was asking you questions. At this time, I'm going to ask you questions as your turn.
네. 어제는 배심원분들 앞에서 컬린 변호사님께서 이제는 Okay.
And so yesterday was a cross-examination of you. Today will be a direct examination of you.
어제는 네, 필요한 질문들을 했던 부분이고요. 질문들을 하도록 하겠습니다. Okay.
The jury has heard a lot about you, but now is your chance to tell the jury about yourself.
배심원들이 어제 충분히 선생님이 말씀하신 질문에게 배심원들에게 하고자 하시는 말씀들을
Could you please start by letting the jury know where you were born?
어디에서 태어나셨는지 배심원분들에게 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
저는 한국에서 코리아에서 태어났습니다.
I was born in Korea.
Tell the jury about your educational background.
교육을 얼마만큼 받으셨는지 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
90년도에 여기서 조지아텍을 졸업했습니다.
I graduated Georgia Tech in 1990.
What time did you come to the United States from Korea?
그래서 미국에는 몇 년도에 언제 오셨지요?
85년도였습니다.
1985.
What did you do after graduating from Georgia Tech?
조지아텍에서 졸업하신 후에 어떤 일을 하셨나요?
많은 인베스팅하는 일을 많이 했습니다.
I did a lot of work around investing.
뭐 아는 것은 제일 파필한 거는 세그웨이에서 제가 컨트랙을 다 갖고 있었고 한국 거.
The main one can be the Segway. I had all the rights to that Segway rights contract in Korea.
인베스팅한 거는 뭐 식당도 했었고.
And I invested in restaurant.
그리고 저거 철강 같은 거 그런 것도 임포트 엑스포트 했었고요.
I also invested in the import export of the iron steels. Sorry.
예, 그리고 저기 제네토리얼 이런 서비스도 다 했고요.
And also part of the janitorial service.
네, 그리고 이번 건 투자한 거는 저의 실수입니다.
And the investment around this one was my mistake.
이런 타입의 비즈니스는 제가 안 하는데 어떻게 저 사람이 자꾸 와서 돈이 없다고 자꾸 와서 해서 제가 했는데 이건 제가 실수를 한 비즈니스 같습니다.
I don't take part in this type of business, the one we are talking about right now, but I was approached by Mr. Park many times about the possibility, potential of this business. So I invested in it, but it was my mistake.
Okay, just one moment. I want to do a quick sound check. Judge, are you able to hear the testimony okay?
It's faint. But
You're right
if
there.
everyone, unless I hear any other complaints, we can keep going.
Let's do one thing, if you don't mind, just to make sure everybody can hear. Let's bring the microphone a little bit closer.
Okay.
And then let's just, if you don't mind, especially
Yeah,
your part.
sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody can get the testimony.
해주실 수 있도록. Okay.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Lee, I want to just go back to one thing you said. So you told us about the various investment experiences you had prior to this deal that we are here in court for. Had you ever had any experience at all with game machines or gaming rooms?
앞서서 선생님께서 투자하셨던 많은 분야들을 말씀해 주셨는데요. 이 박 선생님과의 그 게이밍 머신 전에 관련된 그런 비슷한 업종에 투자를 하셨거나 하신 적 있으신가요?
전혀 없습니다.
No, not at all.
이런 불법적인 거는 이번이 처음이었습니다.
For work like this that are illegal, this is my first time.
I want to go back one more step as well, and I want to ask you, Mr. Lee, how did you meet the plaintiff in this case, Mr. Park?
원고 측을 박 선생님을 어떻게 처음 만나셨습니까?
골프 치다가 골프에서 사람들 만나서 그래서 그러다가 만났습니다. 그리고
Through playing golf?
And playing golf. Okay.
골프를 치시다가 만났다는 말씀이죠.
Do you remember when that was?
언제였는지 기억나시나요?
그게 2012년인가 제가 세고에 그 한국에 컨트랙 가졌을 때 그때 저 사람이 제가 인베스터라는 걸 알고 그때부터 어프로치를 많이 했던 것 같습니다.
Maybe around 2012, he came to me after finding out that I had all the contract of Segway in Korea. So I was approached by him, and that's how I got to know him.
Earlier, Mr. Park testified that you approached him. Do you agree with that?
박 선생님께서 말씀하시기로는 본인께서 박 선생님께 접근했다고 했는데요. 동의하시나요?
전혀 아닙니다.
Not at all.
왜냐하면 저 사람은 술 먹는 거를 되게 좋아하고 저는 술을 안 먹습니다.
Because he likes to drink and I don't drink.
Let's talk about the contract. You heard Mr. Park explain to the jury that there was a verbal agreement, 50-50. Let me just open it up. You tell me, what was your understanding of the agreement that you had with Mr. Park?
박 선생님이 말씀하시기로는 무슨 50대 50으로 이렇게 투자로 일을 시작하셨다고 하셨는데 선생님의 생각과 의견으로 배심원들에게 어떻게 두 분이 어떤 동의하에 동업을 하시게 된 건지 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
저 사람이 저한테 어프로치 했을 때는 돈이 없어서 그래서 돈이 없는데 자기가 돈을 50 넣고 10만 불, 10만 불 넣고 그리고 시작하기로 하고 자기가 다 운영을 한다고 하고 그래서 저는 이 비즈니스를 잘 모르니까 저는 안 한다고 했습니다. 한 몇 번을 계속 안 한다고. 왜냐하면
He first approached me with the idea of a 50-50, 100,000 from myself, 100,000 from himself, and operation will be solely to him because I don't know anything about the business.
그리고 그때 그 2019년도에 저희 아버지 돌아가셨고요. 한국에서. 그다음에 20년도에 어머니가 돌아가셨고 그다음에 와이프가 아파서 한국에 굉장히 많은 시간을 보냈습니다. 그리고 제 아들 둘이 그때 10학년, 11학년이어서 학교를 라이드 해주는 거 말고 그다음에 그냥 에듀케이션 하는 거에 제가 다 애들을 잘 공부를 시켜야 되기 때문에 그래서 그 시간이 굉장히 많은 시간을 보냈습니다.
And between the years of 2010 and forward, 2019, my father passed away in Korea. 2020, my mother passed away. And also, my wife was ill around that time. So she spent a lot of time in Korea. She had to go Korea a lot. And I had 10th grade, 11th grade high school student as two of my sons. So their school ride and responsibility for education and care was my responsibility. So I really didn't have much time.
그래서 애들이 그 힘을 많이 쏟아서 지금 학교 둘 다 듀크 대학교에 둘 다 다니고 있습니다.
And because I really work hard to take care of them, both of them now attends Duke University, both of them.
Very nice. And I appreciate you sharing that context, and I'm sorry to hear about the passing of your parents during that time period.
설명해 주셔서 감사드리고 두 부모님의 돌아가신 부분에 대해 유감을 표합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
So help the jury understand, why was it important for you to remain a passive investor in any business deals you were doing at that time?
배심원분들께 왜 항상 투자를 하시고 뒤에서 조용히 계셔야 됐는지 그래야만 했던 상황이었는지를 말씀해 주시기 바랍니다.
저는 이 게임 비즈니스에 아무 경험이 전혀 없어요. 익스피리언스 전혀 없고 그다음에 거기 가서 할 시간도 전혀 없고 그다음에 거기 할 수 있는 그게 없었어요. 그리고 그다음에 여기서 그때 있었던 거 비즈니스가
제가 브루스터 아이스크림 집을 그때 2009년서부터 와이프가 그걸 맡아서 했는데, 근데 그거를 이제 와이프가 갔다 왔다 그러니까 브루스터 아이스크림 집을 제가 계속 해야 되기 때문에 저기에 쏟을 시간이 없었습니다.
I didn't have time and didn't have attention to give it to small or personal businesses. I also had to take care of this Brewster ice cream shop that my wife used to operate and manage. But because of her illness, that ice cream shop existed from 2009. But because of her condition, I kind of had to oversee that. So I didn't really have time and energy to do any type of small business.
Okay. I'm just gonna ask you the $1 million question here, okay? Did you at any time agree to convert your role from investor to operator of this game room in North Carolina?
제가 가장 중요한 질문을 드리게 될 것 같은데요. 한 번이라도 선생님께서 투자자에서 운영하는 사람으로 본인의 롤을 변경하신 적, 노스캐롤라이나에 있는 그 게임 비즈니스의 롤을 변경하신 적 있으십니까?
전혀 없습니다.
No, never.
경험도 없고 제가 노스캐롤라이나 아는 사람도 전혀 없고 할 수 있는 그 여건이 없습니다.
I don't have experience. I don't know anyone in North Carolina, and I just don't have any knowledge to do it.
You heard Mr. Park say that you called him on the phone and told him that you wanted to be the operator. Did that phone call ever take place?
박 선생님께서 말씀하시기로는 선생님께서 직접 전화를 하셔서 그 비즈니스를 선생님께서 직접 운영을 하시겠다라고 말했다고 했는데 그 전화하신 적 있으신가요?
말도 안 되는 소리입니다.
That does not make any
말도 안 되는
sense.
소리입니다. 제가 어떻게 합니까, 그거를?
How do I operate that business?
아무것도 모르고 저는 아까 그 게임 에듀케이션 하는 거 그때 이게 이런 게임인 줄 알고 저는 그 가게를 오픈하고 가본 적이 없습니다. 저 사람이 운영할 때.
I got to know more about game even just through watching the game education he just provided today. And since he was open and while he was operating, I just never never even visited the site.
그리고 그것도 그거를 날 가르쳐 줬다고 그러는데 가르쳐 준 그 일이 없습니다. 그리고 저도 배울 마음도 없었고.
And also, I think he mentioned that he trained me on those game and businesses. He never did, and I never even wanted to learn.
이건 제 잘못된 이 선택으로 한 비즈니스입니다. 제 실수입니다.
And just this is the business through my poor judgment, and that's it.
So now I want to ask you the other $1 million question I have is, there's been a lot of testimony about this 27 months from when it was reopened after COVID until the authorities shut it down for being illegal, okay? They are taking the position that you ran the business during that time. Did you run the business during that 27 months?
이번이 가장 중요한 또 질문을 제가 드릴 텐데요. 27개월 동안 상대방 측에서는 코비드 이후에 비즈니스를 다시 오픈해서 그를 본인께서 다시 인수를 하신 후에 정부에서 문을 닫을 때까지 운영을 하셨다고 합니다. 맞습니까?
절대 아닙니다.
No, not at all.
절대 아닙니다.
Never.
So now I have to ask you the follow-up.
All right, you proceed.
Thank you. So here's the follow-up, the logical follow-up, okay? If they're saying you ran it and you're saying you didn't run it, do you know who ran it?
상대방 측에서는 선생님이 운영하셨다고 하시고 선생님은 그럼 운영을 안 하셨다고 하는데 그러면 어떤 사람이 운영했는지 아십니까?
모르겠습니다. 근데 저는 아닙니다.
I don't know and it was not me.
I want to now take a bit of a step back to the beginning of this business relationship with Mr. Park. Please tell the jury exactly what Mr. Park told you in order for you to go into business with him.
초반으로 돌아가겠습니다. 박 선생님께서 어떤 이야기들을 하셔서 어떤 설득을 통해서 이 비즈니스를 같이 하시게 된 건가요?
자기가 비즈니스를 그 게임룸을 딴 데서 하는데 이거는 그 합법이라고 저한테 얘기해서 저는 합법인 줄 알았는데 나중에 가서 보니까 합법이 아니더라고요. 근데 그리고 나서 제일 저거 하는 게 이제 자꾸 투자를 조금 하면은 돈을 되게 많이 준다 그러니까 저도 그냥 욕심에 그냥 했는데 잘못된 선택이었던 것 같습니다.
He told me that he had experience operating game room and that the business model was legal. And I trusted him, but later I found out that the business model was not legal. Every time he mentioned about the potential of the business and how the profit will be so big that after many times my greed got involved, and that's how I got involved with the business.
그리고 한 가지 더 아까 들으니까 뭐 돈을 뭐 5만 불, 6만 불 뭐 이렇게 첫 번째, 두 번째 달 벌었다고 하는데 근데 왜 저한테는 1,000불밖에 안 줬습니까?
And also, Mr. Park stated that the profit was 50,000, 60,000 earlier, but why did he only give me $1,000?
There has been a lot of testimony about things that you allegedly did not do as part of this partnership. I'm just gonna ask you, did you take any money from this business for yourself and not pay Mr. Park?
앞서서 상대방 측에서 주장하신 내용들은 또 선생님께서 동의하지 않는 부분들이 있었는데요. 앞서 주장하신 내용 중에 하나였던 선생님께서는 이 비즈니스를 통해서 수익을 얻으셨다거나 돈을 받아가신 게 있으십니까?
전혀 없습니다. 저는 이 비즈니스에다가 한 30만 불 정도를 했는데 저는 그 돈을 다 잃었고 저 사람은 돈 한 푼 투자 안 하고 뭘 잃었는지 저한테 뭘 가져가려는지 저는 그게 궁금합니다.
Again, I invested about $300,000 and today I lost all of them. Contrast to that, he didn't invest a single dollar and he must gain from it, but I don't know what more there is for me to lose.
And I want to come back to the monetary aspect of the investment in a moment, but before I do, I want to ask you, did you do, so there was discussion on Mr. Park's cross-examination about you breaching fiduciary duties. Did you do anything to hurt the company in any way?
선생님께서 앞서 나왔던 진술들 중에 역할을 이수하시지 못해서 운영에 해를 끼치고 또 비즈니스가 성공적으로 되지 않게끔 하셨다는 게 있는데 뭐 운영에 해를 끼칠 만한 역할을 이행하시지 않으셨다거나 그런 적 있으십니까?
제가 사일렌트 파트너인데 제가 하는 일이 없는데 뭐를 자꾸 뭐를 말하는지 저는 모르겠습니다.
I don't
하는 게 없는데.
I don't understand what is referring to because I'm only a silent partner into this business and I don't have any role for this other than that. So what is there for me to do?
And I appreciate that, but just so that the jury's clear, could you just let us know, is there anything that you did during the time of your involvement with Mr. Park to harm him or the business in any way?
박 선생님과 농업을 하셨던 그 기간 동안 박 선생님 또는 이 비즈니스에게 해를 입히는 행동을 하신 게 있으신가요?
전혀 없습니다. 한 게 없습니다. 저는.
No, not at all.
돈 투자한 것밖에.
And I didn't do anything other than investing amount.
So let's talk about the investment amount. I understand from your testimony a moment ago that you invested about $300,000. Help the jury understand, how did you go about investing that amount of money?
앞서 말씀하시기로는 진술하신 대로는 30만 불을 투자하셨다고 하셨는데요. 30만 불을 어떻게 어떤 경로로 투자하셨는지 설명해 주시겠습니까?
처음에는 한 10만 불밖에 이게 가게 셋업하는데 안 된다고 그러더라고요. 그래서 오케이, 그 정도면 내가 먼저 돈을 넣겠다. 그렇게 해서 했는데 근데 자꾸 이게 더 들어가는 거예요, 돈이. 그러니까
First, I was told that we only need about $100,000 to just do an initial setup. So I told him, okay, if that's the case, I'll be able to come up with that. So I invested it, but it wasn't enough. He was keep coming back for more.
예, 뭐 하고 본인은 투자하겠다는 돈을 하나도 투자를 안 했습니다.
And more, but he didn't invest his part or any amount.
그리고 중요한 포인트가 아까 얘기했는데 SM 민 엔터프라이즈에 저 사람 이름이 왜 없냐면 저 사람은 텍스를 안 낸 게 굉장히 많다고 그 한 십몇 년 전에 텍스를 안 낸 게 한 뭐 몇십만 불 된대요. 그래서 자기는 그 은행 구자도 못 열고 은행 구자를 열면은 자기는 가벌몬에서 자기 돈을 가져간다고 그렇게 저한테 얘기를 하고 그래서 자기는 은행 구자도 없고 크레딧 카드도 없고 그다음에 자기는 뭐 집을 살 수도 없어서 자기 뭐 부모님이랑 같이 산다고 그렇게 얘기를 저한테 하더라고요.
And also, he told me that he can't be part of SM Min Enterprise because he owed a lot of tax, about 10 years ago, a lot of amount. So he told me that he cannot open a bank account, he cannot have a credit card, and he doesn't have ability to purchase the house. Therefore, he was living with his parents. He told me if he opens a business account or the bank account, then the amount the government will take away as a garnishment.
Is that why the bank account was opened in your name?
그래서 은행 구자를 본인의 이름으로 여신 겁니까?
본인 제 구자도 그렇고 컴퍼니도 그렇고 리스도 저 사람 이름으로 할 수 있는 게 하나도 없습니다.
Yes, and the lease, the banking account, the company related document, it was all under my name.
And just to be very clear with the jury, you don't have any financial documentation to support the $300,000 that you ended up investing, do you?
30만 불을 투자하신 것에 대한 내역을 보여주는 서류가 본인에게 없으십니다. 맞습니까?
네, 없습니다. 저는 그게 로스해서 좀 bad experience라 해서 그냥 그거는 잊어버리고 싶었습니다. 그리고 시간 오래돼서.
Yes, it's been a while, and I just put it as that this was the bad experience that I wanted to get over from, so I lost them.
How can you be certain it was $300,000?
30만 불이 정확하다는 걸 어떻게 아실 수 있죠?
정확한 건 아니지만 그 정도로 그냥 그 정도를 썼습니다. 제가 돈이.
It's not an exact amount, but that's the about amount that I invested into this business.
So if you had to, do you believe that it could have been more?
그러면은 더 하실 더 투자하셨다는 얘기도 되나요?
하다가 저 사람이 돈을 안 넣고 제 돈만 계속 들어가서 그래서 저도 투자를 안 했습니다.
I stopped investing when he was not giving me his share of investment, and also I didn't receive anything from him, so I kind of stopped investing it onto the business.
So let me ask you this, why didn't you pursue a lawsuit against Mr. Park? Why didn't you do that first before he sued you? Why didn't you go after him?
박 선생님께서 소송을 하시기 전에 왜 박 선생님 측에 먼저 소송을 걸지 않으셨나요?
뭐 증거도 없고 그다음에 그 비즈니스가 안 돼서 문을 닫았는데 그걸 저 사람을 고소를 해서 제가 뭐 받을 게 있지도 않고 뭐 고소를 할 이유도 없었습니다.
Business closed because it wasn't doing well. The evidence was not enough, and also I knew that, or even after I sue him, I won't be able to receive anything from him.
So then what made you file a counterclaim for $300,000 claiming fraud?
그러면은 30만 불에 대한 소송은 왜 다시 거시게 된 건가요?
저 사람이 저를 계속 이렇게 말도 안 되는 어마운트를 저는 하지도 않은 거를 지금 돈을 달라고 자꾸 이러니까 그러니까 그러면 자기가 투자하는 데 돈을 그럼 나도 달라 이렇게 돼서 서로 이렇게 된 것 같습니다.
Because he was coming after me multiple times with the lawsuit for the actions that I didn't commit. So I just wanted to counter sue back to him and say, well, you didn't invest any money, so give me back the amount that I invested.
To get you to invest, do you believe that Mr. Park lied to you?
본인의 투자를 받기 위해서 박 선생님께서 거짓말을 하셨다고 생각하십니까?
처음에는 믿었습니다.
I trusted him at the beginning.
근데 시간이 이제 지나고 하는데 계속 이제 그 돈을 안 넣고 하니까 야, 이게 거짓말이라는 거를 나중에 알게 됐습니다.
And as time passed by, since he was keep delaying and would not pay his share of the investment, then I found out that it was a fraud.
So if you had, if he hadn't said or made the promises to you, would you have done this deal?
박 선생님께서 선생님에게 뭐 약속을 하거나 돈을 많이 벌는다고 뭐 설명 같은 걸 하시지 않았다면 이 비즈니스에 투자하셨을 겁니까?
안 하죠. 돈을 많이 번다고 했으니까 투자를 했지.
No, I only invested because I was told that the profit will be great.
So you believed Mr. Park, what he told you about the deal. You did the deal. Were you ultimately harmed as a result of that?
그러면 박 선생님께서 딜을 제안하셨고 선생님께서 그 딜을 받으셨지만 이 동업으로 인해서 큰 피해를 입으셨습니까?
그럼요. 제가 30만 불을 잃었는데 많이 잃었는데.
Yes, of course. I lost a lot, about 300,000.
I want to shift gears and ask you about a woman named Che-Me Madden. She's been talked a lot about in this trial so far. Tell me how you know Miss Madden.
셰미 매든 씨에 대해서 이 공판에서 많이 언급되었던 분에 대해서 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 이분을 어떻게 아시나요?
저는 이 여자를 모릅니다. 저 미스터 팍이 그 가서 이거 돈 줄 테니까 받아서 회사에다 저것만 넣어라 이래서 간 거지. 그거를 제가 어떤 사람이 처음 보는 사람한테 5만 불을 빌려줍니까? 말도 안 되는 소리죠.
I don't know her. She was a person that I was just told by Mr. Park on this day, go and receive a fund and make a deposit to the bank. Who would lend $50,000 to someone that they just met?
So you did not take a $50,000 loan from Miss Park, I'm sorry, from Miss Madden?
그러면은 매든 선생님께서 본인께서 5만 불을 빌리신 게 아닌가요?
아니죠. 인베스먼이라고 해서 그 가게 그 컴퍼니에서 쉐어를 준 건데 왜 제가 그거를 연습을 받는지 이해를 못 하겠습니다.
No, I'm not responsible for it because that was investment in a promise of receiving a share from a business.
Did you ever promise Miss Madden that she would get her $50,000 back if she was unhappy for any reason?
5만 불을 받으셨을 때 매든 선생님께서 뭔가 불만이 있으시거나 만족하지 않으시면 5만 불을 다시 돌려드리겠다고 말한 적 있으십니까?
그런 말 한 적 없고 책 주고 뭐 그 이야기도 별로 안 하고 책 주고 받고 그냥 헤어졌습니다.
She gave me a check. I received it. We didn't even talk much and we went our way.
You heard Mr. Park say that he felt the need to repay Miss Madden because he felt bad for her. Did he talk to you about that before he did that?
박 선생님께서 말씀하시기로는 매든 선생님께 미안해서라도 그 돈을 돌려줘야 됐다라고 생각을 하셨다고 진술하셨는데 선생님께서 그런 내용을 서로 의논하신 적 있으십니까?
전혀 없습니다.
No, not at all.
Mr. Lee, what is it that you are asking the jury to do for you in this case?
선생님, 배심원분들께 어떤 내용을 요청하고 싶으십니까?
저는 그냥 이런 싸움을 하기 싫습니다.
I don't want to be in fight like this.
Anything else you want to add to the jury before we're done with your direct
팀원들에게
examination?
예,
마치기 전에도 하실 말씀 있으십니까?
이 비즈니스에 투자를 한 거는 제 실수입니다.
It was my mistake to make investment to this business.
앞으로는 불법적인 거는 투자를 안 하겠습니다.
And going forward, I won't be investing to illegal business.
I don't have any more questions for you at this time. Closing counsel, Mr. Collins is going to have an opportunity to ask you some more questions now, okay?
저는 여기까지고요. 컬린 변호사님께서 더 질문하시도록 하겠습니다.
네.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. Of course, I'm Matt Collins.
안녕하세요. 맷 콜린스입니다.
Answer questions yesterday. I have just a few questions for you today.
제가 어제 질문을 드렸고요. 오늘도 좀 질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
Okay.
So I just want to go over a few things that you talked about in your testimony. Let's start with your business experience. I believe you testified to the jury that you were an investor throughout most of your adult life.
몇 가지 진술하신 내용들을 가지고 제가 질문을 드리겠습니다. 앞서서 진술하셨을 때 이제까지 해오셨던 일들과 경험, 비즈니스를 얘기하셨을 때 인베스트먼트 투자를 많이 하셨다고 말씀하셨는데요. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, that's correct.
That you owned janitorial service.
제네토리얼 청소 회사를 운영하셨다고 하셨습니까?
투자를 했다고 했습니다.
I said I invested in them.
Okay. You invested in a janitorial service.
청소 회사에 투자를 하셨습니까?
네.
Yes.
And do you own a Brewster's?
그러면 브루스터 가게를 가지고 계십니까? 소유하고 계십니까?
네, 지금도 가지고 있습니다.
Yes, I still own it.
Are you managing or operating the Brewster's?
브루스터를 운영하시거나 돌리고 계십니까?
네.
Yes.
And what does that entail?
어떤 일들을 포함하지요? 운영하시는 일이?
뭐 가서 저 아이스크림도 만들고 그리고 지금은 와이프가 하던 일인데 제가 지금 맡아서 하고 있습니다.
My wife used to run it and operate it, but I am helping her and I am making ice cream when I go there.
Okay. And I believe you also said you operated a restaurant or invested in a restaurant?
식당을 운영하셨거나 투자하셨다고 말씀하셨는데 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then you operated a Segway business.
그리고 세그웨이 비즈니스를 또 운영하셨다고 하셨는데
네,
맞습니까?
맞습니다.
Yes.
Was that profitable?
그건 돈이 많이 벌리던가요?
한국에서 꽤 괜찮았습니다.
Yes, in Korea, it was a lot.
Okay. Did you also operate a Segway business here in the US?
미국에서도 그 세그웨이 관련 비즈니스를 하셨나요?
아닙니다. 한국에서만 했습니다. 제 영어가 좀 짧아가지고.
No, due to my English ability, I only done it in Korea.
Would you consider yourself an experienced investor?
본인 스스로를 경험이 많은 투자자라고 말씀하실 수 있겠습니까?
뭐 저는 그렇다고 생각하는데
I
잘
personally
모르겠습니다.
think so, but I don't know.
Okay. Let's talk about the deal that you made with Mr. Park. Your testimony was that it started out as a 50-50 deal, right?
박 선생님과의 동업 관계에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 말씀하신 대로라면 첫 시작이 50대 50이었다고 말씀하셨습니다.
네,
맞습니까?
맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then you said that Mr. Park agreed that it would be $100,000 investment from each of you, right?
그리고 말씀하신 대로라면은 박 선생님과 선생님 양측에서 10만 불씩 투자하셔야 됐던 내용입니다. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, that's correct.
But isn't it true that there's no reason for Mr. Park to bring you in as an investor if he had to pay the whole money himself and operate the business, right?
만약에 박 선생님께서 돈까지 지불하고 운영까지 해야 됐다면 왜 선생님 돈이 필요했을까요?
저 사람은 그 은행 구자도 없고 텍스 때문에 자기의 비즈니스를 운영을 할 수가 없는 상태였습니다. 그래서 제 이름을 써야지만 운영을 했던 상태고 그리고 뭐 크레딧 카드며 뭐 이런 거서부터 전혀 그런 게 어베일러블 자기는 성공한 비즈니스맨이라고 했는데 나중에 알고 보니까 그게 다 아니더라고요.
He couldn't run the business under his name because of issue with his tax. He wasn't able to open a bank account, so he didn't have one. He couldn't use his name, so he used my name. And also he said he was a successful businessman, but later I found out it wasn't the truth.
But your agreement was that my park would do all the work in running the business, right?
그럼 동의하신 대로라면 박 선생님께서 모든 것을 운영하시고 하는 내용이었지요?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
So your testimony to the jury is that you expected Mike Park to pay equal amounts of money as you do into this business and do all the work.
그럼 배심원들에게 말씀하시는 거는 돈도 똑같이 투자하고 운영까지 맡아야 된다라는 말씀이십니까, 박 선생님이?
네,
Yes.
So therefore you have assigned no value to the extensive experience that Mr. Park has. There's no value to that in your opinion.
그럼 말씀하신 대로라면 박 선생님께서 갖고 계시는 경험이나 역량에 대해서는 선생님은 아무것도 대가를 지불하시지 않는 거네요?
저 사람은 그렇게 시작을 했는데 돈도 없었고 그 다음에 자기가 비즈니스를 자기 이름으로 할 수 있는 여건이 전혀 없습니다.
That's how it started, and also he didn't have a money to invest, and also he couldn't do a business under his name.
So you understand that the business the business opened in December of 2019, correct?
2019년 12월에 비즈니스가 오픈됐습니다. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, that's correct.
And that Mr. Park ran the business when it first opened.
그리고 박 선생님께서는 비즈니스가 시작하고 첫 운영을 하셨고요.
네, 맞습니다.
Correct.
And then Mr. Park ran the business until it was closed due to COVID.
그리고 코비드 때문에 문을 닫을 때까지 박 선생님께서 운영하셨고요. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
And that it closed due to COVID in early March.
그리고 3월에 코비드 때문에 문을 닫았고요.
그 시기인데 그 전인 줄 알고 있습니다. 2월 달인 거 알고 있는데 저 사람은 3월 달이라고 얘기해요.
From my knowledge, it was closed around February, even before that, but it was around that time, I guess.
Okay. And from your knowledge, did the business reopen in the summer of 2020?
그리고 2022년 여름에 이 비즈니스가 다시 열렸습니까?
뭐 지금 들어보니까 열렸다고 하네요.
According to him, yes.
Okay. Now, you've testified yesterday that you made a few trips up to see the store. Did you go by the store in the summer of 2020?
2022년 여름에 어제 진술하시기로는 몇 번 정도 방문을 하셨다고, 가게를
네,
방문하셨다고 하셨는데요. 2022년 여름에 가셨습니까?
네, 갔습니다.
Yes, once.
When did you go approximately?
언제 가셨습니까?
실한 기억은 아닌데 간 적은 있습니다.
I don't have exact recollection of it, but I've been.
Was the store open when you visited?
가셨을 때 가게가 오픈되어 있었나요?
아니요, 저는 뭐 키도 없고 그래가지고 그냥 들어가서 봤습니다.
No, I didn't have a key either, so I just went in to look, to peek.
Was the store open?
가게가 열려 있었나요? 운영되고 있었나요?
아니요, 운영 안 되고 있었습니다.
No, business was not running.
Okay. So that would have been before September of 2020, right?
그러면 2022년 9월 전에 가셨다는 건가요?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you know any of the employees or management team who operated the store other than Mr. Park?
박 선생님 외에 다른 직원분들, 그 비즈니스에서 일하셨던 분들 아시는 분 있으신가요?
없습니다.
No.
And did you hire anyone to work in the store after September of 2020?
2022년 9월 이후에 선생님이 직원을 고용하셨거나 그런 적 있으신가요?
없습니다.
No.
Isn't it true that you got a key to the store from Artie when you signed the lease?
아리 씨에게 리스를 사인하셨을 때 키를 받으시지 않으셨나요?
키를 받아서 저 사람이 오픈을 하고 다 했습니다. 저는
Yes, we received a key and he opened it. He operated the business.
But you also got a key to the store, didn't you?
본인도 키를 받으시지 않으셨나요?
안 받았습니다.
No.
So your testimony is you never got on the phone with Mr. Park and said you wanted to operate the business?
말씀하시는 대로라면 박 선생님과 전화 통화로 내가 가게를 운영하겠다라고 말씀하신 적이 없다는 말씀이신가요?
전혀 없습니다.
Never.
And you never, your testimony is you never hired anyone to run the business on your behalf?
그리고 본인께서 직원을 고용해서 이 비즈니스를 운영하지 않았다고 말씀하시는 겁니까?
네, 안 왔습니다.
No, I never.
And you do not know, your testimony is you do not know who operated the business starting in September of 2019?
말씀하신 대로라면은 2022년 9월부터 누군가가 운영했다라고 말씀하시지 않았나요?
누가 했더라도 저는 안 했습니다.
It wasn't me. Whoever did that, it wasn't me.
That wasn't my question. My question is,
저는 안 했습니다.
do you know who ran the business starting in September of 2020?
제 질문을 다시 드리겠습니다. 2022년 9월에 운영했던 사람을 알고 계십니까?
모릅니다.
I don't know.
I want to show you what's marked exhibit 13.
13번으로 되어 있는 자료를 보여드리겠습니다.
Tab 13, and we're going to put it on the screen as well.
네, 올려드리겠습니다.
Do you recognize this document?
이 서류 기억하십니까?
이거 기억 못합니다.
I don't remember.
Is it true that that this letter was sent by my office to you as a demand letter for Mr. Park?
박 선생님을 법적 대리인으로서 저희 변호사 사무실에서 제가 선생님께 보낸 서면 아닌가요?
기억이 안 나. 이거 잘 모르겠습니다.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Is that your address?
본인 주소 맞으신가요?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
Isn't it true that you never responded to this letter?
이 편지에 본인께서 한 번도 답변하신 적이 없습니다. 맞습니까?
제 생각으로는 없는 것 같습니다.
In my knowledge, no.
Your Honor, I believe I've already tendered exhibit 13 into evidence.
이번 증거 자료를 이미 제출한 것 같습니다. 확인합니다.
The date of this letter is September 19th, 2023. Is that correct?
이 서면의 날짜는 2023년 9월 19일입니다. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes.
And this is this letter is addressed to you. You just testified it was correct. The address is correct. Is that email address correct for you?
이게 본인의 주소에 보냈고 이메일 주소로도 보냈는데 본인의 이메일도 맞으십니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and both email and the second email address as well?
두 번째 이메일, 첫 번째 이메일 다 맞나요?
첫 번째 이메일은 이거는 건지 모르겠고 이거는 제게 맞습니다.
I don't know whose is the first email address, but the second one is mine.
Okay. Regardless, the bottom line is you did not respond to this letter, correct?
하지만 정확한 부분은 이 편지에 답변하신 적이 없다는 겁니다.
네,
맞습니까?
없습니다.
Yes, I didn't.
You did what?
I didn't.
Did. Okay, thank you. Let's talk about Denny for a second.
애니에 대해서 이야기를 해보도록 하겠습니다.
Can you explain to us who Denny was?
데니가 누구셨는지 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
데니가 그 하루씩 일하는 그 뭐죠? 그 집안에 뭐 조그만 거 고쳐주는 그런 걸 뭐라 그러죠?
How do I say those workers who work like a daily helping with small matters with home, like a little things?
그 뭐라 그러죠?
Like a handyman?
핸디맨을
핸디맨,
말씀하시나요?
핸디맨,
Yes,
핸디맨.
handyman.
And so Danny was a handyman?
그럼 데니는 핸디맨이라고 말씀하시는
네.
건가요? Yes.
What did you ask Danny to do?
그럼 데니 씨에게 어떤 일을 시키셨나요?
그냥 조그만 일들 오피스에 들어가는 거 뭐 책상 짜고 그렇게 조그만 일들 시켰습니다.
Small things like making tables and things.
그리고 제가 운전을 못하니까 그 친구가 한 몇 번 왔다 갔다 했습니다.
And sometimes he drove for me because I'm not good at driving.
Did he build the walls for the office?
오피스의 벽면을 그 사람이 다 만들었나요?
잘 기억이 안 나는데 그런 것 같습니다.
I don't remember quietly, but maybe.
Okay. What did he give you a written estimate?
그분이 그 비용 들어가는 것을 뭐 적어서 주신 적 있나요?
없습니다.
No.
그냥
And did you actually get an invoice from him after he finished his work?
일 끝나고 나서 인보이스 안 받으셨나요?
그런 거 없고 그냥 핸디맨이니까 그냥 현찰로 캐시로 그냥 이렇게.
No, because he was a handyman. I just gave him cash whenever I need to.
So how much did you pay him for the work that he did?
그러면 그분이 하신 일들을 얼마를 전달하셨습니까?
잘 기억이 안 납니다. 얼마를 줬는지.
I don't remember.
More than $100?
100불 넘었나요?
예, 그럼 100불 넘죠.
Yes, of course.
운전을 6시간 왔다가 6시간 가는데
There are times he will drive me around 6 hours, so yeah.
Okay.
6시간 하고 가는 것도 6
On the way and the way back, 6.
Okay. And is that part of this payments to Denny? Is this part of that $300,000 you're claiming?
말씀하시는 그 330만 중에 뭐 데니 씨에게 주셔야 되는 금액들이 포함된 건가요?
조금은 포함됐습니다.
Little bit.
What is the 10% that you said Denny should be paid?
데니 씨께서 10%를 받아간다는 말씀이 무슨 말씀입니까?
그게 무슨 말인지.
I don't know what you're referring to.
So earlier, Mr. Park testified that you had asked him to pay 10% of the profit to Denny.
말씀하신 박 선생님께서 앞서 진술하신 대로라면 데니 씨에게 10%의 그 수익의 10%를 전달해야 된다고 말씀하셨는데요.
그랬으면 좋겠다고 말했습니다.
I said it would be nice if you can do that.
You said it would be nice.
했으면 좋겠다라고 말씀하신 건가요,
네,
박
했으면
선생님께서?
좋겠습니다. 제가 했으면 좋겠다고 말했습니다.
I said it would be nice that we can do that.
What did Mr. Park say?
박 선생님께서 뭐라고 하셨나요?
아무 말도 안
He
했습니다.
didn't say anything.
So you know and understand that prior to the business opening, Mr. Park obtained the permits for the business to open, right?
비즈니스를 시작하는 데 있어서 박 선생님 측에서 비즈니스에 필요한 퍼밋을 받으셨습니다. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
And that the lease says specifically what kind of business this was going to be. Adult entertainment gaming business.
이 리스에는 Adult Entertaining Gaming Business라고 리스 계약서에 명시되어 있습니까?
다시 봐야 되겠습니다.
I have to check again.
Okay. Would you put up exhibit 3?
네, 3번을 봐주십시오.
Let's look at it together.
3번을 같이 보도록 하겠습니다.
Hold on, I think it's paragraph 4.
4번 문단을 봐주시고요.
It says in paragraph 4, adult entertainment gaming business.
4번에 보시면은 Adult Entertainment Gaming Business interpreter reads it as electronic, is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, adult electronic gaming business.
Adult electronic gaming business라고 명시되어 있습니까?
네.
Yes.
Okay. And that you understand that Ms. Lupton also went before the county commission to obtain the permit and approval for this business, right?
말씀하신 대로라면 럽튼 씨께서도 이 비즈니스의 퍼밋을 위해서 카운티에 가셨다고 말씀하셨습니다. 맞습니까?
네, 저
예.
사람이 얘기했습니다.
Yes, he told me.
Okay, and that Mr. Park also participated in the effort to get the permits.
그리고 박 선생님께서도 그 퍼밋을 받기 위해서 그 역할을 하셨습니다. 맞죠?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
And that the permits were approved by the county.
그리고
Right.
카운티에서 그 퍼밋을 프루프해 줬지요?
네, 했습니다.
Yes.
And that this business was never cited by the county for any kind of violation, correct?
그리고 이 비즈니스는 카운티에서 그 어떠한 이유로도 사이징을 받지 않았습니다. 맞습니까?
네, 그때는 아니었는데 나중에 시간이 지난 다음에는 불법이라고 그래서 문을 닫았다고 들었습니다.
Yes, back then it was, but later I was told the county came out and then business has to shut down because it was illegal.
Okay, but at the time of the permitting and the start, the business was not illegal.
하지만 비즈니스를 시작할 때는 카운티의 허락을 받았을 때는 이게 불법이 아니었습니다. 맞습니까?
아, 이게 불법이 아니었다고 하는데 그래서 그 퍼밋을 받은 게 제가 알기로는 게임 이게 아니고 뭐 다른 걸 게임 비슷한 다른 뭐 그걸로 게임 받고 그 다음에 이 게임을 한 걸로 알고 있습니다.
I'm keep hearing that county gave a permit to this business, but what I was told was that it was approached slightly different than the gaming, and that's how it was received permit.
Who told you this?
그 얘기를 누가 해줬죠?
네?
그 얘기를 누가 해줬죠? 다른 걸로 했다는 얘기를?
미스터 파게 했죠.
Mr. Park told me.
But the business got licensed and got its permit approved. And all indications were that the business was totally legal and when it started up in December 2019.
하지만 그 2019년에 비즈니스의 퍼밋을 받고 시작했을 때 이 비즈니스는 합법적이었습니다. 맞습니까?
노스캐롤라이나는 이런 게임에 그냥 퍼밋만 주지 라이센스는 주지 않습니다.
Instead of North Carolina,
제 기억으로.
in my recollection, state of North Carolina do give permit, but they don't give license.
Okay. But you stated several times on direct that this was an illegal business and that is not true. Correct?
말씀하신 대로라면 계속해서 이 비즈니스가 불법이라고 하시는데 그거는 사실이 아닙니다. 맞습니까?
사실입니다.
It is true.
At the time the permit was issued, this was a totally legal business and it worked and continued to work until December of 2022. Correct?
2022년 12월까지는 그리고 또 이 퍼밋을 받았던 시점에서 그때까지는 이 비즈니스는 합법적이었습니다. 맞습니까?
아닙니다.
No.
And isn't it true that in November of 2022, the business got a notice that the zoning was being changed and that it would no longer be allowed to stay in business? Correct?
2022년 11월에 노티스를 받으셨고 그것은 그 건물이 조닝을 변경해야 되기 때문에 이 비즈니스를 계속 할 수 없다라고 받으셨습니다. 맞습니까?
저는 2022년도에는 이 비즈니스랑 아무 그게 없습니다. 그런 어떤 서류도 저한테 받은 적이 없습니다.
I don't have any connection to this business in 2022, so I didn't receive anything.
So how did you know the business got shut down?
그러면은 비즈니스가 닫게 된 걸 어떻게 아셨나요?
지나서 그 한국 그 코리안 커뮤니티가 작으니까 그냥 사람들한테 다 이게 닫았다 어떻게 닫았다 이렇게 그냥 사람들 입에서 입으로 전해졌습니다.
But later I was just told through word of mouth because the word got out within Korean community because it was a small group. how it's closed.
So you're telling this jury you don't know how you learned that or who you learned from that the business had closed?
그러면 그 비즈니스가 어떻게 닫았는지를 누구에게 들었는지 모른다고 배심원께 말씀하시는 겁니까?
네,
Yes.
모릅니다.
Yes, I don't know.
그냥 그 뭐 가십하는 걸로 사람들이 노스캐롤라이나 문 닫았더라 뭐 이런 식으로.
I just
뭐.
heard it as a gossip. Like people said the store in North Carolina is now closed.
So you learned that the business stopped operations either at the end of November 2022 or at the beginning of December 22. Is that correct?
그러면은 11월, 12월 2022년 상관에 비즈니스가 닫게 된 걸 듣게 되신 겁니까?
그 시간을 얘기하는데 제가 2022년도인지 그 시간을 잘 모르겠습니다. 언제인지 그냥 닫았다는 소리만 들었지 정확하게 2022년이다, 11월이다 이거는 저는 모르겠습니다.
You keep referring to the time period. I'm not sure if I found out about this in November or before, after. I just found out later and I just don't remember exactly when I found out about it.
And this rumor that you heard, that actually applied to all of these skilled gaming businesses in that county, correct?
루머를 들으셨을 땐 그 카운티에 있는 모든 게이밍 비즈니스가 그렇게 됐다라는 루머를 들으신 겁니다. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes.
노스캐롤라이나 전 지역이 닫았다고 들었습니다.
Yes, correct. I was told that all the business in North Carolina
그리고
was closed.
코리안 뉴스페이퍼에 그 커뮤니티 뉴스페이퍼에 거기 그 노스캐롤라이나가 문 닫는다 그것도 나와 있었고요.
And also there was a section in Korean community newspaper that the business were closed in North Carolina.
Let's talk about your investment.
본인의 투자에 대해 말씀하도록
You
하겠습니다.
testified that your total investment was 300,000, correct?
말씀하신 대로라면 30만을 투자하셨다고 말씀하셨습니다.
예,
맞습니까?
그 정도 했습니다.
Yes, about that.
But you said also that Mr. Park came to you and said, what we really need is $100,000, correct?
그리고 말씀하신 대로는 하지만 박 선생님께서 다시 오셔가지고 10만 불 정도만 필요하다고 말했다고 진술하셨습니다.
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes, correct.
And you invested that 100,000.
그리고 본인이 그 10만 불을 투자하셨고요.
네, 그렇습니다.
Yes, correct.
So you did that by putting money into the company bank account, right?
그러면은 그 금액을 컴퍼니 은행 구자에 넣으셨네요.
은행 구자가 그때는 만들지도 않았습니다.
Bank account didn't even existed then.
Okay, so how did you invest that $100,000?
그럼 그 10만 불을 어떻게 투자하셨습니까?
제 개인 구자에서도 꺼냈고 제가 가지고 있는 그 현찰들 이런 것들을 그걸로 썼습니다.
I spent my personal saving as well as the fund that was available on my personal account.
Yet when we asked for these documents, you did not provide them, did you?
저희가 선생님께 이 관련 자료를 요청했을 때 선생님께서는 주시지 않았습니다. 맞습니까?
왜냐하면 그게 현찰이 굉장히 많았고 그다음에 저 사람이 그 책을 주면은 자기 은행 구자 같은 게 없기 때문에 현찰로 다 주어야 됐습니다.
Because a lot of amount was in cash and because he didn't have a bank account, I had to give him cash too.
You testified that you stopped making investments when you learned it was a bad deal. Is that correct?
앞서 진술하신 대로라면 선생님께서는 더 이상 투자를 하시지 않았던 이유는 상대방 측의 투자가 이루어지지 않고 이 딜이 나쁜 딜이라는 거를 인식하신 순간부터 더 투자를 하지 않았다고 말씀하셨습니다. 맞습니까?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, correct.
Approximately when did this occur? When did you stop?
언제쯤 투자를 멈추셨습니까?
시작하고 그 시작할 때 12월 달인가 그때 시작할 때 그 비즈니스가 오픈할 때 그때서부터 돈이 더 필요하다 이렇게 계속 얘기를 하는데 그때부터는 저는 투자를 안 했습니다.
The beginning of the business, when he was keep coming back to me that we need to put in more, I need to put in more. It was around December, so I just stopped gave to him.
December of 2019?
2019년 12월을 말씀하시는 건가요?
12월 달, 예, 12월 달 정도, 12월 그때 정도인 것 같습니다.
Yes, around December.
But yesterday you testified that you continued paying rent until the end of 2022. Is that right?
2022년까지 렌트비를 계속 내셨다고 어제 진술하셨는데요.
네, 렌트비랑 렌트비만 낸 게 아니고 전기 시큐리티 이런 많은 청소, 덤스터 이런 것들 낼 게 굉장히 많았습니다. 문 닫았을 때도 계속 제가 내야 됐습니다.
Not only rent, even after business was closed, I still had to pay electricity, security, dumpster, like cleaning. There was like various miscellaneous that I had to pay.
I want to show you what's marked as plaintiff's exhibit 10.
10번 자료를
Did you ever see this report from Mr. Park?
이거 박 선생님께서부터 받은 거 보신 적 있으십니까?
없습니다.
No.
And did you ever get a report from Mr. Park that showed the revenue from these particular machines at around $36,000 for January?
36,000 특별 기계에서 받은 금액들을 나여 있는 것들 박 선생님께서 받으신 적 있으십니까?
이거는 없고 종이 하나에 한 달 한 번, 2달 했는데 한 달에 한 번 와서 이런 종이에다가 그냥 자기가 이렇게 써서 얼마 했다 이런 걸로 해서 나를 얼마 줬다 이런 게 있었는데 그거는 지금 이 에비던스에 없네요.
It wasn't this. It was actually like a handwritten paper that he gave it to me once a month, how much he earned, how much it was spent. It was some kind of note that he wrote it down line by line, but then that's not here as evidence.
So do you have any reason to believe that the gaming systems did not earn at least $36,082 in January of 2020?
36,000불 정도를 그 기계에서 2020년 1월에 벌었다 또는 벌지 않았다라는 거를 말씀하실 수 있는 다른 서류가 있나요?
서류는 없고 이렇게 많이 벌었으면 저한테 돈을 많이 줬어야 되지 않습니까?
I don't have any other document that says the otherwise, but then if he earned this much, he should have given me more money.
1,000불만 준 게
I
아니라
mean, he only
이
gave
정도로
me
벌었으면
1,000. If it was this much of amount, it should be more than 1,000.
This was month one though, right?
이게 첫째 달이었죠?
저는 이 리포트를 본 적이 없습니다.
I never seen this report.
Okay. And then let's look at exhibit 12. No, 11,
12번,
I'm sorry, exhibit 11.
11번을 봐주십시오. 11번.
Now, have you ever seen this document before?
이 서류 보신 적 있으십니까?
전혀 없습니다.
Never.
So you're saying Mr. Park did not provide this to you?
그럼 박 선생님께서 이거를 주시지 않았단 말씀이십니까?
안 줬습니다.
He didn't give it to me.
Okay, so this is the February 2020 monthly total. If you look at the
2020년
page 2,
2월인데요. 두 번째
you'll see
페이지를
the total
보시면
revenue.
전체 금액을 보실 수 있습니다.
네.
Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe that this 53,394 is inaccurate?
이 금액이 사실이 아니라고 생각하실 수 있는 근거가 있습니까?
이게 사실이었으면 좋습니다. 제가 돈을 많이 받았을 테니까요. 왜 저한테 1,000불밖에 안
I wish it
줬습니까?
was true, but then why did he only give me 1,000? He should have given me more.
you give you money to be in now and then right now. So, what each and everybody was getting, but I guess. Sidex is the stand-up machine, 33,000.
Second, Your Honor.
잠시만 기다려 주십시오. Witness said, I really wish this was true.
We have nothing further, Your Honor.
더 이상 없습니다.
Any redirect on those points?
No, Your Honor.
질문.
All right. You can step down, sir.
네, 나가주시죠.
감사합니다.
네.
Any further evidence on the part of the defense?
Honor, this time defense reps.
And about, does the plaintiff anticipate any rebuttal evidence?
I do want to make a motion, Your Honor, but I was also thinking about putting Mr. Park on the stand. How would you rather handle that?
Do you need to converse with your client before making that decision? Because I'd say we send the jury home if you think it's a no.
Okay, yes.
Reserving your ability
Right.
to make your motions. Yeah, of course. That's
All right,
right.
great. Okay, yes, Your Honor. My client would definitely like to take the witness stand as a rebuttal witness.
All right. Members of the jury, again, something we have to take up outside your presence, hopefully another 5 to 10 minutes at most. All right, thank you. All right. And before we get back to that, I'll just say, Mr. Collins, as you talk through with your client, rebuttal evidence, at some point, there's got to be an end. If he's already denied things that were said before, we can just go back and forth forever. Yeah.
Just a few things to clean up.
All right. So moving on to motions, let me first, guess I'll start with the defense to see if there's anything to take up.
I actually read my mind, that was gonna be kind of an inquiry into for the rebuttal, but I would just ask that we, to the extent possible, keep that limited, simply because I believe everything that can be said has been said.
Yeah, we'll have to find out from the questions asked, but certainly you can, if it just starts getting repetitive, you can make the appropriate motion. All right, so hearing nothing to take up on the part of the defense after the close of their case, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like to make a motion for directed verdict. First, regarding count 1, fraud in the inducement. As a key part of fraud in the inducement, a party alleging fraud in the inducement is to enter a contract has 2 options. He either has to affirm and sue for damages, or he has to rescind the contract and sue in tort for fraud. In this case, he has not brought a claim for the damages, but it's clearly a contract. So therefore, he is suing in tort for fraud. However, in order to sue in tort for fraud, he's got to make a demand for rescission. And in this case, there has been no evidence about a demand for rescission. In fact, there's been no demand for rescission at all. And so I would direct the court to the case of Stafford versus Garelek. It's February 24, 2015 case, 330 Georgia Appeals 757 to 2015 case. So based on that particular case, I think the failure to send the demand for rescission, and actually the law says you got to send a demand for rescission almost immediately, And so the failure to do that, I think, eliminates their ability to request fraud in the inducement. Second, would like to make a motion for directed verdict on count 2 as to fraud. because they have to show a willful misrepresentation of a material fact made to induce another to act. While he has made allegations that my client may have made statements promising $100,000 a month payments, there actually has been no evidence of a willful misrepresentation. And so therefore, I believe that the fraud claims pursuant to OCGA section 51-6-2 must fail because there's not been a willful misrepresentation. Maybe there was some kind of concealment, but Judge, according to statute, mere concealment of a material fact unless done in such a manner as to deceive and mislead will not support an action for fraud. So therefore, Your Honor would ask for a directed verdict on both of the fraud counts.
All right, Mr. Begg, let's start with the fraud counts and the similar exercises we did before. We had, going off the complaint, the first one is fraud in the inducement, and the material misrepresentation alleged in count 1 is the amount of partnership profits every month. And then count 2. Focusing, I'm not seeing too much of a difference between count 1 and 2 as alleged in the complaint, but I'll let you take it from there.
Thank you, Judge. I think this is a case where clearly the pleadings can conform to the evidence, and the evidence was that not only was there inducement by way of promises made about what this business could generate on a monthly basis. The real concern is the plaintiff's knowledge that this business had a shelf life, that it was only a matter of time before it would be shut down by the authorities, that these businesses tend to pop up in jurisdictions in North Carolina that do not tend to last, that each municipality is given their own discretion, and the evidence was that it's difficult to find these jurisdictions because you have to find places where all of this can work and create this perfect storm, and it becomes obvious that these aren't going to last. So,
well, I mean, so under that theory, the plaintiff had to have known that the business was going to get shut down or likely to be shut down, and even then, isn't that something that your client could have also investigated or known if he'd shown his own due diligence? Isn't that the law, that you can't just rely on puffery and things that one side says that are a matter of public record and law?
I don't know that my client would have been in a position to research that specific fact. I don't know, again, I think the fact that he was a novice in this specific industry.
You can go talk to someone else in the industry. He could go to North Carolina. He can do all these things. Like, there's nothing hidden about the public enforcement of these. Anyway, you can yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, again, just for us, it's as simple as the inducements based on the promises of the $100,000 a month, and the fact that we believe he knew that this had a shelf life based on the regulatory environment in North Carolina. I do think the difference, as has been highlighted multiple times throughout this case, the difference in experience and knowledge between the two men, I don't think that can be discounted. If one party has superior knowledge, and while the other party may have opportunity, certainly we understand that in a lot of business environments, someone who's seen as an expert, very successful, the community knows them, talks about them.
Unless there's some legal obligation for him to convey or provide that expertise. And they were under no legal partnership before entering this agreement, or at least there's been no evidence that they were.
That is true. Again, we based our entire inducement, fraud in the inducement claim on the promises, or what we believe were the intentionally misleading promises of certain payments.
And those certain payments, they're not, I mean, as phrased, they were the expectation of that's coming from what the business is going to make. It's because this business is going to be so profitable, right?
Based on the experiences of his other businesses. That, in other words, this was, and he testified himself that there were so many people that he could have chose because everybody wanted to be involved because they all heard it was making millions. So again, he took that and
your own theory was that sometimes investments go bad.
certainly.
And so where's the intent that he knew this investment was going to go bad, thereby this is fraud and not puffery?
Judge, all I can say is that the way that it was presented to my client and what he relied on, and I think what's important is he testified that he would not have done the deal had he known what he knows now, essentially the fact that these, right, certainly I understand, but again, that's not to minimize the fact, but it certainly underscores what I think is the reliance aspect.
Yeah, you may have that element, but all right. And okay. And what about this? I mean, I remember the case law being somewhat muddled on this, but if you elect fraud, there has to be some kind of rescission. Do you have any response on that?
No, certainly we did not send any sort of rescission notice. I would say that conversely, when we were discussing their fraud claim, I don't believe they sent a rescission notice either. So if it's good for the goose, it's got to be good for the gander.
All right. Well, I'll just take that, Mr. Collins. I'll interpret that as a renewed motion, directed verdict motion on that same theory.
Well, I would think that our claim was not for fraud in the inducement. Our claim was pure fraud. This is a fraud in the inducement, and so this is ours is material misrepresentation, not a fraud in the inducement. And so I think there would be two different things. That would be my argument. And that furthermore, if you're going to do fraud in the inducement, you must have an election. You got to either sue for rescission or sue for damages. And in this case, they're suing for rescission because they want the whole alleged investment back. And that's what puts it in the Stafford case.
Yeah. All right. And then as anything else that you wanted to add?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion for directed verdict on the other counts. And you look at the counterclaim, there's count 3, unjust enrichment.
Oh, he already withdrew that.
Oh, did you withdraw that?
Yeah, he withdrew that. Count 3 and 4, he already withdrew at the opening of this trial.
Oh, that makes my job easier. Thank you, Mr. Begg. I'm sorry about that.
No, no worries.
So I guess, Judge, we'll stick with our motion as made.
All right, I will need to take a look at the Stafford case and look more closely again at the nuances between fraud and fraud in the inducement. So I'm not prepared to rule on that at the moment. And I will again kind of echo what I said when we were in the first phase, which is I think these on both sides, these fraud claims are, I mean, a scintilla of evidence. I think I'm not really all that persuaded on either of them. And right now I'll defer on both of them, but I would struggle to see how any reasonable jury could find on either of those, any of these fraud claims at this point. But we'll see what they decide at this point. So I'll defer ruling on that aspect of it. And any other motions then on behalf of the plaintiff?
That's right.
All right. Then let's bring back the jury. We can resume any rebuttal evidence.
I 32 minutes on the shot clock. I think I'm gonna make it. Let's get bonus points for beating the shot clock, shouldn't we? Here.
Hey, Deputy Scott, maybe seated. Plaintiff have any evidence in rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor, would like to call Mike Park back to the witness stand.
All right, Mr. Park, I'll remind you to remain under oath from earlier today. Plaintiff may proceed.
Mr. Park, you heard Mr. Lee testify that the initial agreement called for each party to invest $100,000. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay? Why would that not be true?
If I was going to invest 100,000 of my money, I don't need Mr. Lee. I would have done it by myself, but I think I stated earlier that I spread that money into opening multiple stores rather than putting all that money into one store.
Mr. Lee also said that you came to him and told him that you really only needed $100,000 total. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay, tell the jury what actually happened.
The agreement was that he was to invest up to $150,000 to improve the store for the operation of that store. That was the deal.
And I believe you testified earlier today that he did not spend $100,000 on the store, right?
Correct.
Mr. Lee said several times during his direct testimony that the business was illegal. Is that true?
That's not true. Earlier, I talked about going to the county, the town, getting permission, towns meeting and all of that. So I went through all of that. City people came to the store while we were operating, wished me well. So what is said, not true.
And so at the time the store opened, totally legal.
Yes, we were permitted to run that operation. Yes.
Totally permitted then.
Yes.
Did anyone come to the town meetings and complain or object about your store?
No one.
And what do you know about the actual notice of termination of the license?
I wasn't there after the third month, almost through it. COVID, everything gets shut down. And 6 months or so later, it's opening back up. And Sean calls me, says, I want to run it. So I said, fine. Probably gave him the keys. And that I've never been to that store again. Only after about a year or so, I drove by there. I had a reason to go by Spring Lake. So I just made a little detour and just drove right by and see cars store in operation. Yes.
How did you find out that the store had closed?
The first two stores I was running with Key, the first partner, he tells me he got shut down. That everybody in Harnett County got shut down. And the store in Spring Lake was in Harnett County. A few steps across, it would have been in different county, but it was in Harnett County.
Was there ever determination that this was an illegal business?
No. Again, I went to the town, county, got permission, got all the things that I needed. If I knew or had a glimpse of thought that it was going to be illegal, I wouldn't do it. Money's good, but not that good for me. I mean, to break laws and stuff, I wouldn't do it myself. I would definitely not invite other people to do something against the law. I wouldn't do that.
How can you know for a fact that Mr. Lee ran the business starting in September 2019?
He called me, he wanted to run it. So I probably made him give him the keys. In fact, I think I did that. And then after that, I never been there. So somebody opened up. And in my thinking, if he, as he claims, he's put $300,000 into the business and he doesn't care who runs it, to me, I wouldn't do that. I would check on it. I drive up there and make sure my money is there. as he claims he put 300,000, but I said earlier, 50,000, if that, and then on top of that, he had to borrow money from Miss Madden.
His testimony was also that he continued to pay the rent and utilities.
Artie, and then I'll confirm this, wanted to get paid for the rent. I said, everything shut down, and I think by law, because the state shut everybody down, that tenants didn't have to pay rent and stuff. But I'm not sure on that, and I'm 90.5% sure that we didn't pay the rent while the store was shut down.
Then Mr. Lee also testified that he paid the rent all the way through to 2022 and maybe beyond.
That I don't know.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, sir.
I have no further evidence, Your Honor.
Plan to press?
Yes, sir.
All right. Members of the jury, at this time, the evidence is closed in this case. And so what remains is I need to confer with the parties on the law that applies and that I'm going to charge you on. And then we would have closing arguments. Those closing arguments are going to last at least an hour, and then it's in your hands. And so it doesn't look like we're going to be able to land the plane today, but certainly we'll be able to pick it right up first thing tomorrow morning. So what I would ask is if you can be back here tomorrow at 9, ready to hear closing arguments. And from there, the case will be in your hands. So whether we're here for 2 minutes, 2 days, 2 hours, it's up to you from there. And so please don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, and don't do any research about this case or anything involved in this case. Unless anyone has any issues they need to bring up, we'll see you back tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Thank you so much. Sorry? Sure, let me get one thing here on the record. And so are we clear to excuse our interpreter for the remainder of the trial, Mr. Begg? All right. So let's take up the charge conference. When we resume, we'll go off the record and we'll see you back in 5-10 minutes whenever you're ready. Thank you, ma'am. Take care.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, I don't remember. I feel like we've forgotten more law at this point. Anything. I'm trying to go back to the Wood final judgment and everything. What? Did. And I'm just trying to make sure. What, the Wood thing? Oh, yeah, that whole thing was because the thing that was in writing in the contract, he wrote it with the present intent not to perform when he made it. Different here, obviously, because we don't have a written doc. Well, plaintiff did. Plaintiff. I'm trying to remember. Let me see. Just regular fraud, not fraud in the inducement. That's right. We didn't have to get into rescission.
Right, that's my recollection.
That's right. Okay. Oh. They're just lady. They're not. Both of them. They don't have. They don't. Happens when we don't do any. I mean, okay, let's say
Where
we,
there's an exception.
I think, so if we kick the fraud and the inducement, there's. Pattern, or with instructions. Right. Or there might be more something in there.
The pattern does discuss an exception to the jokes.
Hmm.
So it's like if there's any to that, maybe don't kick out.
There is no evidence of rescission.
To one of the exceptions.
I'd have to look at it again.
I teach the jury. It's not
Oh.
our pattern.
Oh, this one, okay.
So I
All right, so 13,460.
so the statute doesn't mention the exceptions.
This is where I remember it went back and forth, like, here's a case citing that you don't have to actually make that election before submission of the case to the jury from 1998. Uh, Did you pull up the Stafford case?
Oh, I do.
What do you have the cite for that one?
Yeah. Three, Georgia Act 757.
330?
Yes.
Okay, 757. I'm getting the two of them mixed up in my head of like which one's fraud and the inducement, and what flows from that.
Yeah, I think inducement is like fraud in order to get you to enter this agreement. And then
Yeah.
fraud is like, I guess, after that.
Right, just some other kind of fraud that damages you.
Still no juror, man?
What's that?
No juror meal for tomorrow?
At this point, because they're not going to be done closing until like 10:30, you could order lunch at 11 if you want. If it's not too late.
What about 11:30?
11.
I can do 11 if you want to do 11. It might be the earliest that they
Do
deliver.
11:30. That's fine. They're going to deliberate for at least an hour, don't you think? And I got to charge them. Yeah, do 11:30.
Okay.
And you can still do it.
And then y'all, for today, you're just going to go through charges and stuff. So I
Yeah.
don't really have to be there after that.
No. Hey, they're really just trying to put in some light days this week.
Yesterday was so great. It was. Oh, yeah.
Got a half day this somewhere.
Yeah.
4 hours.
Now just gotta go get the meal.
It maybe be good also to ask for the contact information. Remember last time we had a hard time getting
Oh, okay.
the court reporter synced.
Okay.
I think last time the court reporter ended up on the Vertec Zoom while
Right.
we were on the courtroom Zoom.
Jimmy's son was in some kind of stock brokerage kind of deal.
Uh-huh.
And very early on when nobody knew what to be. Was
That, right?
Sure.
I said it was too expensive at $1,200. It shows how dumb I was, doesn't it?
It was.
Well, who's to say he didn't affirm
And
the
even today,
You
what
said-
is Bitcoin?
Yeah,
What
you're
the
saying
heck?
Like,
$1,000
right? Like,
bucks
he's not
for
trying to
Bitcoin.
get out of
That
anything
was
in the-
insane.
But she bought and went, and it was about $200-300.
Good for her. That is better. That's very nice.
Essentially,
Yes, thank you. I need the crutch of the lectern.
like,
I don't have the confidence you have.
you can affirm the
Only
contract
going
and
out
sue for
there.
damages from the fraud.
And part of it is I
Or
need
breach.
something to do in my hands, you know? I'm
Yeah, that's right, because they got two
expressive
different,
enough.
because it's two different theories.
You know what's funny is when I do oral arguments on Zoom,
So maybe.
I'll do all the same
No.
stuff that no one knows. Yep.
Does your firm get like free tickets and stuff?
No,
Or they're doing
Trade
alternative
done.
theories.
they have to pay for it just like everyone else.
I have some accounts, I was in
Well,
the editorial
walk me through that.
planning commercial,
Huh?
and some of the accounts would have tickets for anything.
Right.
So I go to the general manager, the owner, he says, I need tickets to basketball, football game, or circular,
I'm very
what is
Cirque du Soleil.
Soleil,
Uh-huh.
anything.
Right.
Yeah,
They
I
said
get-
yes.
I get VIP.
How do you get that?
Well, they call it in. I go to the venue,
Uh-huh.
go to this window, and it's got my name on it.
Very good.
So, are you a big law firm? You should get some of that.
Oh, big law firms, we had to go buy it. We had to pay for it. I mean, that's what we did yesterday. We bought a little VIP section at the Braves game.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about at lunch. Which I see it went last night, but I was in bed probably before the third inning. But then I also got up at 5, and stuff. So I'm an early riser anyway. I'm not a late night guy.
I went home, there was a dinner engagement. By the time I go home, it's about 11:30
Uh-huh.
or so. And I just sat down and wrote some stuff.
Yeah, I got that. And I put that, you probably recognize some of that in the questions.
And again, yeah, here you have to prove this, prove that, and all of that, but it just.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's just pretty simple then.
I mean, here's where the folks come down.
Something else.
And the legal system just scared to protect the wrongdoers, and there's a reason for that, I understand, because you can't accuse anybody. And then the accused gets locked up.
I assume that this is the same one. That's the same.
Other words, really effort.
Huh?
I still on my shirt. I want it.
I do that all the time. Yeah, I do that all the time.
So what do you live?
I live in Peachtree Corners.
Oh,
So, when we were talking about the Duluth mailing address, I have a Duluth mailing address,
yeah.
you know, and I live in Gwinnett. So
Uh,
it is, that area, that 30097, where I live, is, part Peachtree Corners, part Johns Creek, and part Duluth.
friend of mine, he owns some radio stations and he
Uh-huh.
lived in the Peachtree Corners,
Oh, okay.
gigantic houses in the little section.
Yeah.
Owns more than that.
Uh-huh.
So
There's a little section called, River View that has got gargantuan houses.
Yeah.
Just absolutely huge. Yeah. It's where I'd like to live, but
I got power, that's a split.
She owns house, same, biggest house. His, yeah, I don't, his wife, so I'm very rich. Feel sorry for him. So
I
what,
think I'm gonna jump off the Zoom now.
so what's coming up next?
This is what's called a charge conference. We're gonna go through
the charge to the jury, which is what the judge explains to the judge. And the idea is that we have an opportunity to know what he's going to say and to have checked. And then we've also submitted our charges, our proposed charges. And so
If what?
their request to charge, and then we also submitted our request to charge. And so the judge is going to say to us,
Yeah.
charges compliance, which one he doesn't want. And we have a chance to argue for our charges or argue against his charges. Does it like anything? Right. You're charging?
And then this,
Yeah, actually.
this,
look at-
and I remember
Look at
this,
that.
this Court of Appeals stuff is all over the place.
Made his cover. Not all. I'd be shocked. if every-
Yeah.
Again, Sabrina is the master of the jury charge. I have to give her credit. So if we don't get in there, if they don't get accepted, they're her fault, and if they get accepted.
Thanks. I gotta,
That's what I'm getting.
I feel like I did
Yeah.
this like 10 years
all right.
ago.
Have we've sent over the version 3?
Yeah, I emailed.
Okay.
We're on version 3, right?
Yes, I
Think so.
emailed you a copy.
Okay, is that different from the one you handed us?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, I thought so.
We got the conversion claim,
All right. Now, all right, I got
made a
version,
little correction in the piercing the veil.
okay.
Conversion is.
All right, if we're ready, we can go back on the record now. All parties and counsel are present. And,
Just a minute.
okay,
That's what we're gonna look at here. We'll make it bigger. You and I can read it.
make a new verdict form.
Notice I'm including you in that. Even though
All
it's really me who has trouble reading.
All right, I want to start again. Sometimes I find it helpful to work backwards. And so we had emailed out a verdict form to all the parties. And we could just start there and I would solicit input on how this is structured and phrased. It divides the claims out numerically, distinguishes between actual and nominal damages where appropriate, directs them then to go on to make findings for attorney's fees and punitive damages where appropriate. And there we have it. As indicated on the directed verdict, I would be deleting question 4 there.
Is the email version different from the one you handed out also?
On the verdict form is the same. I
Okay.
haven't corrected that one yet.
Okay. So this is the verdict form. So at the end of closing arguments and the charge, then the judge hands this to the jury. They go back.
And so I'd be combining those where instead of there being like a 4A and B, the question of punitive damages just ends up falling under 3, 3A specifically.
You talked earlier today about nominal damages. I wasn't really sure what your thoughts were on that because I see it's included here.
So the thought on that is just that even if a party hasn't proven their damages for breach of contract or in certain torts, the jury can still make a finding of nominal damages, trivial damages, $1.
Yeah.
And then flowing from those nominal damages, you can still hang on to them or hook onto them attorney's fees and punitive damages.
Right.
And so what I wanted to make sure we distinguished is that there's a difference between the two. And so if they've actually found only nominal damages, that they note that here, because if they write nominal damages and then put down $800,000, then we have a problem. And we've got to recharge them and work through that.
So how are you going to address that problem? I guess is the question.
Well, we'd be charging them on what nominal damages are.
Right.
And in the charge itself, it explains those kind of things. And then we rely on y'all and your clothes to show them how that works. And that's also in the flow here of the verdict form, which is if you found in favor of the plaintiff, then you can go on to answer the next question on attorney's fees or on the issue of punitive damages and that sort of thing. So that's what we're trying to gauge here. If you think this flows and if you think it's going to make sense when we get the verdict form back or other potential scenarios that could come up. If anyone's thought through any they want
Have you seen that problem arise often? The nominal versus?
to. We had it twice, two verdicts in a row where it was, I think, $100,000 and $400,000 respectively in nominal damages, which again, under case that later came out last year, Walmart case, I don't think would have been, couldn't have been sustained.
So you recharged the jury?
No, at that point, the case wasn't out.
Oh, okay.
So, and it didn't get appealed. So they got nominal damages of $400,000. All right. Well, then, hearing nothing to add on the verdict form, we'll send out a second version of that to reflect the elimination of the conversion claim. And so it would go down to 5 questions in the subheadings. All right. So moving on, we have also emailed to council a version 3 of the consolidated charges. This is going to include all the pattern charges that we thought are relevant for us to work through, and the requests of council trying to flag which ones we think may have already been adequately covered. And what I would plan to do here is just kind of start summarizing them, and then the second y'all have some input or want to object or be heard, make yourself known. So to that end, from the very top, when we talk about the pleadings, in another case, when a count is removed from their consideration, I've added in language saying the claim for conversion is no longer for your consideration. You should draw no inferences from its removal. I can include that here if you want me to, or if you don't think they really paid much attention to it, we can just leave it as it is.
I think you ought to go ahead and include that, please.
All right.
We're gonna change our PowerPoint, so it's not in there, but they may say, Matt, you promised to deliver that.
All right. So that would be, you got it up. All right. So that would be after we have the count listed for 3 fraud. I would add that the plaintiff's claim for conversion has been removed from your consideration, and you should draw no inferences for or against any party as a result of this removal.
Thank you.
For or against a party. So, all right. Burden of proof is the pattern charge, which I would give as written. I'll note that we have an addition down there where we talk about counterclaims. I think that's one that we have pieced together from other charges, and we put that in here. So that may not be strictly the pattern, but it's based on the patterns. On page 2, evidence generally, pattern charge that I would give. Stipulations and limiting instructions. I got those italicized because I think I can delete that since there weren't any of those here in this trial. I'll also note, although y'all agreed and stipulated to the amount of attorney's fees, that's just a matter of record now. Again, I know you've put it in the PowerPoint and referenced it, but as we talked about, there's no line on this verdict form for them to write in attorney's fees. So I guess you can mention it if you want to. It hasn't been objected to, but you don't need to be telling them that they should award attorney's fees, because that's already going to be coming as a matter of law if they find bad faith is appropriate. So just a distinction for you.
So on the PowerPoint,
point
we're
out.
just gonna say, check the box.
Exactly. You can take this verdict form, put it in your PowerPoint if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
All right. Prior statements. I also have that one italicized because I suppose neither of the parties were deposed, but I didn't hear any reference of prior statements. So I would delete that charge.
Right.
All right. So then we get right into the pattern charges on contracts. And we come to our first non-pattern, which tracks a defense request, which I believe would have been on page 3, which is begins an enforceable contract. That was based on a defense request, and I've used a version of this before, and I believe it's a good statement of law, so I plan to give it. All right, hearing nothing, I would move on. We've got the pattern charge on good faith. And then we have a non-pattern about the effect of a material or substantial breach, which is essentially the statement of law saying that if you've breached, you don't then get to benefit from that. And I don't know if that was really requested in substance by either party, but if that question comes up, if both parties are found to have breached in some way, how does that affect who's actually left holding the bag? And that statement of law is it's whoever breached first, and if that applies. So unless there's any input there, I guess I would plan to give that as written here.
Judge, just thinking out loud, so you're saying that that pattern would be in a scenario where the jury finds both men breached. The question would be, who committed the first breach?
I mean, the first thing they're going to have to decide is whether a contract was formed and what were the terms of that contract. And then from there, if they think that both parties breached, and then
I guess my hangup is that does there necessarily have to be a first in time? Could there be simultaneous breaches?
we can also delete this entirely if you really think it's an either or scenario, and we just want them to be either deciding the two worlds that y'all have presented for them.
I'm going with the judge just because I don't want to have to, it's just a time to, first in time thing I think could be tricky.
I can see that.
I think I agree with Mr. Begg there, Your Honor.
Then we'll do it. I will delete the paragraphs that begin the effect of a material breach and the following one that is non-performance, that you can't take advantage of it because those are both related concepts. All right, we've got struck through the plaintiff's request 8 talking about contracts misrepresentation fraud. As written, this charge is talking about a written contract, not what we have here. So I wonder if we need to find either just adjust that, or plaintiff isn't asking for fraud in the inducement, just for traditional tort fraud. Is that right?
Correct, Judge.
So I'll put it this way. Are you still asking for your request 8, the pattern charge on contracts misrepresentation?
I would think, yes, we would like to have some modified version of this if you think that we can come up with a modified version.
Well, this one's talking about, reformation and other aspects. We're certainly going to, as you'll see later on, get into the tort claim.
Right.
I'm just wondering if this one is actually tracking.
The only reason why I was thinking that is because in this situation, we're talking about the contract was the contract modified or amended? Would that count as a reformation? I don't know. That's my hesitation to cut it.
And I think there is a pattern charge on modification, I believe. I think
that might be more appropriate.
Let's see if we can find that.
You look at that first paragraph here, it's talking about mistakes as to the contents. I don't think that's part of the allegations.
Right. Point 1. All right.
At the bottom.
Temporary departure. All right.
If you scroll down to the bottom, I'm gonna go. OCGA 11-2209.
No, that's not what we're talking about here, though. This is a different kind of modification. This is forming a whole new contract. We've written one of these before.
So
This came up.
it's not a pattern ordinance.
It wasn't a pattern. We had to write one.
Oh, got it.
Um,
Okay, let me see.
this might have been, we've written this one before. Check the Han case from January and then the BLM, I think, from November. All right, we're going to come back to that, but I would, I think, flag something here to include something in relation to how contracts can be modified if the parties agree to them.
Okay.
All right, we put in a non-pattern charge because there isn't one that we've used for concept of veil piercing and how corporate ownership relates into these claims and personal liability. I can leave it in if you'd like me to. We didn't really flush out too much of that, but I just bring it up here to see if that's something you want to introduce.
I'd be okay taking this one out just because I think, you know, you got essentially two partners suing each other. I think if one, let's say, for example, it was plaintiff versus company and an individual. And the individual's being implicated because of his role in the company, so to speak, and probably would need some evidence of how you got to the individual, but here it's just two individuals, so I'd be okay just taking it out. I'll defer to Mr. Collins.
I agree with Mr. Begg. I think this is a fight between two investors. The company's not really involved.
All right, so then the finding would be necessarily that all of their actions were done or that they're liable for are done in individual capacity and they're not shielded as being part of the LLC that they formed together. Is that the agreement from council? All right. Then we move on to contract damages. And we just kind of flow through our pattern charges on these. Some of these, I think, were where you were drawing from, Mr. Begg, on a lot of your submissions that we didn't have any citations, so we're just trying to see what tracked. And then you can see the updated charge I was referencing on nominal damages. Also have a non-pattern charge on bad faith because that's not defined in our pattern instructions. So let me stop at contract damages expenses. Anything up to that point? Anyone want to address? Okay. So contract expenses, it says any necessary expense that one of two contracting parties incur may be recovered. Is that something that it was in the chart that we're talking about? And again, we'll just go in order. We'll always let plaintiff go first here.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that yes, Your Honor,
Okay.
I think we're talking, I think that's an accurate summary.
All right, just confirming. All right, we've got the duty to lessen damages through ordinary care. We can take that out. It wasn't requested, but I don't know if there were any arguments that were going to be made, as that usually comes up in contract cases.
I don't think there's been any evidence on mitigation, so.
Yeah, this is, yeah, I think the way this case played out, I don't think there was any engagement that needs to be made, so.
All right, I'll remove it. So we move on to torts.
That looks good to us.
Do we, the proximate cause paragraph, I mean, that's usually something that comes up more in the traditional personal injury or intentional tort context. Fraud, I think, would be considered an intentional tort, so it does fit, but I just put that out there to say if you want it there, or if there's agreement just to remove it because it's not at issue.
Be inclined to remove it, Judge. I agree with you. I think proximate cause, I think, at least as lawyers, we tend to think of injury claims. I think here, the damages that have been alleged, they're kind of direct, I mean, they've been presented as direct damages, so I don't know that there's been any proximate cause arguments presented.
Well, proximate cause is an element for a fraud claim. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a jury charge on it. I'd go either way. If the court wants to remove it, I'm fine with that.
Okay, then
That's fine.
I think if we don't think it's going to be argued during closing or really highlighted by the attorneys, then I think it's probably unnecessary to include it. If the jury comes back and all of a sudden asks about it, then sure. But for now, I would say the paragraph in torts introduction that starts as for these tort claims, that's where we start talking about proximate cause. And then we have the whole pattern definition about proximate cause. We can just get rid of all that.
Okay.
The next non-pattern we have is one, again, we've used before, so we know it's a good statement of law, and it does seem like something that is important to flag here in distinguishing between the breach of fiduciary duty and the fraud claims, that this is something that's distinct from a contract. There's daylight between those claims.
I'm fine with that.
All right, and same with the breach of fiduciary duty. That's we don't have a pattern charge on that, so we pulled the elements from case law. We've got a defense non-pattern request asking for a duty of utmost good faith, loyalty, and honesty.
Is
And
that from, is there a citation to go with that?
didn't see any.
I would object to that because that makes it sound very narrowly tailored. I mean, a duty is a duty of utmost good faith, loyalty, and honesty. Man, I'm not sure that's an accurate statement of the law.
We've also got a lot of patterns charges to come that talk about partnerships that may be covering this. So I would say, unless you can give me some more background on this one, Mr. Begg, I wouldn't be inclined to give that one. All right, well, we'll go ahead and remove it then, and we'll see what other, where we get with the rest of these patterns on partnerships. So now I'm on plaintiff's non-pattern 28. And plaintiff has a quote from this Atlanta Market Center management company.
That sentence, the law requires the utmost.
Yes, there it is.
There it is again.
There it is. I guess it's.
And now we've got a citation.
Yes, with a citation, yeah. Guilty as charged.
All right. And just so you know, we're consolidating all these, removing all the citations, removing all the head notes, and that's what the jury is going to get. All right, we've got this long pattern charge on creation of a partnership. I wonder if we need it all. I mean, is there any disagreement that I think both parties' theories of the case are that they did enter a partnership? It's what was involved in that partnership.
That's what I was gonna say, so essentially been stipulated to that their partnership and no one's contesting that.
So any reason we shouldn't remove all these?
Fine with that. I agree. I don't think there's any dispute that there was a partnership.
So then would that mean that I could put it in just a sentence saying the parties agree that a partnership was formed in this case and leave it at that? Or I can just let y'all argue it and say it in your closings.
I like the idea of saying the parties agreed that there was a partnership formed. It helps the jury take one issue off the table.
I'm okay with that.
All right, so after we've talked about fiduciary duties and obligations. Actually, no, let me strike that. Above that is where we say to satisfy the first element of this claim, the plaintiff must prove the existence of a partnership. And that there's where I would say the parties agree a partnership existed in this case. Then from there, we can delete the pattern charge on partnership defined, partnership creation, non-pattern request 26 about articles of incorporation,
I think we need that.
non-pattern 27 about management of a limited liability company.
I don't think we need that either.
We got some more non-patterns about parties' intent. Don't need that anymore. Also, mere fact that two people have come work together in the past, as well as, let's see. Okay, then now I'm down to partnership other transactions. I don't think we heard of any other transactions between the parties, so I don't see how this would be relevant. It's just the one deal between them.
That's the one deal. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll delete that one too. All right, well, now we're on to charges we have for fraud. Don't think there's any allegation of constructive fraud here. It's that things were actually said, affirmatively said, and that those things were false. So I would remove the distinctions about explaining what is constructive fraud. We don't have to worry about that.
I agree.
If y'all agree, if defense agrees.
So the rest of the paragraph would stay in other than that paragraph on constructive fraud?
That's right. Then it would move on to fraud may not be presumed. It would get into the elements.
So looking at 26.020, is there another charge somewhere about rescission? That doesn't seem to give a lot of discussion here, you know?
There are in the contract section, 16.8 has potentially something we can use. Really?
Hold on for a second, please. 26.05.
Okay. And so this is going to play back into your directed verdict motion on the rescission issue. Why, how is the defense's theory saying that the contract should be rescinded? He's saying I followed the terms and I'm suing for damages. Has he actually asked to get out of anything as a result of the contract?
Well, I would say that my response is he's not asking for damages. He's asking for every single dime that you put into it, which is in effect rescission.
Yeah. But your position is that only applies to fraud in the inducement,
Right.
but not to fraud in the traditional sense like you're alleging.
Right. So yeah, since they brought two counts of fraud, the case that we had was strictly on fraud and inducement, right? Yes.
So really, it doesn't really, as a practical matter, they're still going to have to, I mean, they still have to have a claim of fraud remaining for them to consider. And the issue of rescission wouldn't be there at all as if the fraud and the inducement claim is no longer part of this.
Right.
Okay. And you want to weigh in there, Mr. Begg? So we've got a statute and where that language is based on and where the case law develops from that, which is 13-4-60, which says a contract may be rescinded at the instance of the party defrauded. Talks about how you have to do that promptly upon the discovery of the fraud. The statute itself doesn't really get into the nuances of fraud versus fraud and the inducement, which is kind of the hang up of where we are. And that's where I wanted, and I'm kind of going in circles here and would need to do a little bit more research to be confident. So we'll come back to that. In the meantime, we had the,
Are you at 26.04?
that's right. Well, and let me finish that thought, which is if there is no fraud in the inducement, then plaintiff's position is that this contract isn't voidable. We're still doing on the contract. So nothing was voided. And if it's only the fraud claim that remains for defense, then again, there's nothing voided. So also the pattern charge on 26.020 would go away as well. Is that your
Yeah, the
opinion?
fraud and the inducement is knocked out. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. On the pattern charge on material misrepresentations of material fact. Oh. Is this something we think is applicable here? This is, again, we're talking about really just kind of promises made and the intention behind those promises, not really, unless we're talking about maybe what the business will be making, and that's considered a misrepresentation of a material fact.
And I think that definition is important for both his fraud claim and our fraud claim.
Okay. And so do we want, we'll clean it up, but do we want everything there that's not in italics? Because we'd said constructive fraud wasn't really applicable here. So it seems like maybe that first paragraph is not applicable as well.
I know it says constructive fraud, but I think really it's a pretty good explanation of the law. I sort of like the sentence, but I understand if you want to knock it out because it says it's for constructive fraud.
I guess the problem comes up when we get to the last clause about whether the misrepresentation was intentional or not.
Right.
Yeah. You're right. There's really no evidence of constructive fraud has been applied.
We're not saying comments were made negligently, or we're both saying it was intentional, so all we could do without that for that reason.
Yeah, I agree.
So then if this, I mean, and that's what this whole charge seems to be getting at, which is constructive fraud where you say something that amounts to concealment, even if you didn't know it was false at the time, can be the equivalent of knowledge. I just, we're getting into some areas here where it doesn't really seem to fit squarely here.
Say for to remove 26.04
Well,
altogether.
I would say, Judge, that we should keep the second paragraph and the first sentence of the last paragraph. Knowledge of the falsehood constitutes an essential element. And then you can cut that fraudulent or reckless misrepresentation sentence because there's been no evidence or discussion on that point. To start with, if there is a willful misrepresentation of a material fact.
Okay.
What do you think about that, Mr. Baker?
And we remove the last sentence for mere concealment and then.
Well,
in all places.
You're wanting to throw in a sentence about induce when we're saying that we're not talking about inducement here?
Oh, it says which was made to induce. Yeah, that works for our claim, I suppose.
Are you talking about the sentence that says mere concealment of a fact?
No, above, I'm sorry, the
Second
first sentence.
paragraph.
On the first sentence, if there's a willful misrepresentation of a material fact which is made to induce another person to act,
Yeah.
or causes that person to act, and that person is injured, then the person who is injured has a right of action.
But judge is pointing out the word induce.
Well, no, I think I'm just again getting caught up on those two different types of fraud claims. So the point being is that we've already got it as part of our elements listed above. In number C, it says an intention to induce a claimant to act.
So it's already there.
So it's there, and we're not saying it's the act that's being induced is them entering the contract. That's already happened. The fraud is happening at some later point for those claims. I know you've got a fraud and the inducement claim still, but we'll have to work through that. All right, so we would change, kind of tailor that to say that the only parts of that pattern charge we use are if there is a willful misrepresentation of a material fact, which is made to induce another person to act, causes that person to act, and that person is injured. So that whole sentence. And then you were saying, Mr. Collins, what else?
Well, I like that last sentence about mere concealment. I think because, well, I asked my client that on the witness stand. This is beyond that. And then I like the first sentence of the third paragraph.
The first sentence.
Right.
Right. Well, okay, Mr. Regg, any position on that?
I'm fine with the first sentence of the last paragraph. I'm trying to think about the concealment language. I know we didn't assert that anything was concealed. I think we did. And I'm not recalling what was there.
What would be the alleged concealment here, Mr. Collins, as opposed to just simply a intent to deceive and say something that was false?
You know what? I think Mr. Bates right. I don't think there has been evidence of a concealment.